was the proposition that needed to be made to get this done in the first place, right? Like we remember the campaigns that were like, okay, well, we'll
We make
tax
so
like
much money taxing it.
alcohol, exactly, yeah, we will do all that, right? And this is going to be a profit center. Like it was sold actively as that, and so that's why the legislation was written that way. But now that it is that way, then I think we can, you know, reevaluate and walk away back. But like there was like with the way that we got it legalized in those states, this is the inevitable outcome because this is exactly what was sold.
Well, this
There's
is what
levels
was
where
needed to keep it legal, because before this rescheduling, if any of this would have made it to the Supreme Court, like it would have been unfortunate. Like even no matter how libertarian you are, it'd be like, I'm sorry, guys, this is a pretty clear violation of the Supremacy Clause. Like, I mean, there's no way you can read this thing and not come to that conclusion. And so this is what was necessary to keep those states
To
from
wipe my ass to the Constitution. Just a piece of fucking paper I never signed.
Wait, real quick.
Yes.
Supremacy clause still exists. The DEA has just been instructed to like not.
Well, yeah,
not
but I'm
fuck
saying
with the
this
states.
rescheduling kind of helps all of that effort, if you will. But yeah, like the Constitution. Well, if that's the case, then all concepts are invalid, and that means you don't even like mathematics, Fabian.
What do I not like about mathematics? What are you saying?
Well, you're saying like the Constitution is a piece of paper. It represents a concept, and if that's your stance, then all concepts are not valid to you, and so you don't even like mathematics. But we'll save that for later.
That's retarded.
Yeah,
here we go. Here we fucking go.
Like,
all right, so
like, Fabian, I always want to like you, but you make it so hard for people to like you. Like, I'm sorry.
Well, I just don't be retarded. Like, and then you'll be fine. Like, you're good.
Oh Lord, are we live yet?
Yes, we are.
I'm aware that the Constitution is quote unquote held in the minds and hearts of people.
Yeah, so it's a concept. So, like, if you you don't believe in it, then you don't believe in concepts in general. So, mathematics has to be very difficult for you.
Transitive property. That makes sense.
Right. I never said that I don't believe in the existence of the Constitution. I'm letting you know that as a concept,
it's just a piece of paper, so it holds no value.
Value is subjective. Correct. So my personal value is if I had the Constitution in one hand,
so your value of concepts
and toilet paper in the other, right? I would go, the toilet paper has more value because it will not chafe my ass when I wipe my ass with it. There's nothing tough about me understanding a concept. I don't value the concept at the same level that you do.
I'm going to use this argument against you going forward, Scott. It's pretty smart, right? You don't believe in the Constitution. The Constitution is a concept. Therefore, you don't believe in concepts. Therefore, you don't believe in math. Flawless.
Or anything any libertarian has ever written.
No jumps in logic there.
No. It's very segmental.
Concepts. I mean, sorry, man. if it's a difficult for you,
do you not realize? Do you not realize that like
usually
you're wrong here? Like, are you memeing? Like, I mean, do you actually believe that you've said something here that isn't just like a joke? Like,
yeah, because you still can't seem to get past it.
Right, but like beyond just like trolling as a joke, like, do you actually think that that's like a valid argument or critique against what I stated?
Yes. I mean, if you don't believe in concepts, I'm just curious. Sorry, man.
No, it's No. I don't know that I could.
So as a math believer, I'll step in, because I believe in the Constitution. I do. Look, I've sworn an oath to the Constitution, so you know where my loyalty lies here. Look.
So concepts are a little more real to you.
Sure, concepts are a little bit more real, like math and everything. Yeah. So supremacy clause. No, this doesn't get rid of this. Like the legalization of marijuana across multiple states, that was never a challenge on the supremacy clause, right? Because the police power is primarily for the states. The feds could go in and enforce drug laws, which kind of happened at the beginning of Colorado's legalization, right? There was stories of DEA raids on various grow houses. But then I think it was Obama who directed the DEA to stop, basically, do not enforce drug laws in states where they've legalized it, essentially. And the executive gets to do that because the executive enforces the law, and he chose not to. And then I think Trump carried that on. And then I think Jeff Sessions rescinded that policy if I'm not mistaken. But it's been not really enforced since then, despite the fact that the official policy has been rescinded.
Thing that Pansy didn't
DC is
recuse
DC
himself
is pretty
from.
much the only place where the feds get involved in it.
Probably, I would guess so.
Well, it's because,
But
like,
DC is just a
DC
concept,
has, like,
Scott.
That's actually a
fucking
place.
concepts. Fuck.
I don't know. They're pretty lax in DC with their weed laws, as far as I could tell last time I was there.
So no, so here's the thing about DC, right?
Now I have
Is
to
that,
explain
like,
nouns
you
to
have
people.
medical
I could approach this
marijuana.
now.
So
They-
you have medical marijuana.
They
So you have
rec
medical
as well, right?
marijuana. So they have medical marijuana.
They
in,
do have medical
DC.
marijuana.
They have medical marijuana in DC.
They
Where?
do.
And
Medical marijuana. DC,
What?
you say.
Okay.
Let him do it.
It's
so they have
fanatic here.
medical marijuana in DC. But the issue is that you have to be like this can be problematic for you getting security clearance. And basically everybody that works in the government in DC needs a security clearance. And so what ends up happening is they have like gift shops in DC where you buy like a little trinket and then it comes with weed. And so you're not so it's like a loophole. And then the feds come in and shut those places down all the time. But they have business because nobody is dumb enough to get a medical marijuana card in DC unless they don't want to work in the government, right? Because the government still has this because of the federal regulations and things of that nature that like you can't work at the Pentagon
Because
you
they'll pull a
can't work at
Biden on
half of
you,
these law
right?
firms.
Biden like asked like made a survey for the people working in the White House at the beginning of the first term, saying, you know, like what drugs have you done? And like, don't worry, it's not going to count against you. So people admitted they did marijuana, and they immediately lost their jobs. So yeah.
Well, another thing is when it comes to even if you're using marijuana medically in a state where medical is legal, it can still get you in trouble when it comes to purchasing firearms because you're not allowed to purchase firearms if you are a habitual user of marijuana, which is even if it's medical. Now, habitual user, that's kind of up for interpretation for sure. But technically, even if you're using it consistently, you're not allowed to buy firearms, which I think is an infringement of the Second Amendment, but that's a longer conversation.
Wait, so like there are people that I knew that went and got their their CCW, and then afterwards got their medical marijuana license. And so long as they weren't growing, or if they weren't if they weren't driving with their firearm and the weed in the car at the same time, they were fine to do that.
So
they were fine to have the firearm and so
What's the CCW?
Conceal carry.
Carry to conceal, yeah.
Conceal carry. So it doesn't actually matter. Maybe if he got the card afterwards, like maybe he was able to like avoid some kind of detection or something. But technically, you're not supposed to be able to buy a firearm if you are a habitual user of marijuana.
Government tyranny. Well, what if they didn't? They would only know you're a habitual user if you had your card. If you're in a recreational state, there's no real way of.
Well,
they do ID you before. Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
They do ID you.
Yeah, I don't know if you've bought a firearm. ATF, I have not. But if you've ever bought a firearm, you'll know. Like they ask you a bunch of just stupid questions, right? Like, are you a fugitive from justice? Are you a habitual user? And like, there's no way to prove that you're a habitual user, right? Even if they catch you with marijuana, that doesn't mean you're necessarily an habitual user. It's purely off the honor system, which is hilarious.
Back there, like who's to say what's habitual? Like, oh, I used to do drugs over there. Now I'm over here. Like, who's to say what's habitual exactly?
I want to ask Scott a question. And I promise it's not like some sort of like gotcha or anything. I'm just genuinely curious. So you said before with the Constitution that like you didn't sign it, and that's part of the reason because you didn't actively agree to it. And your ANCAP Utopia within whatever region you're in. There's going to be like agreements within the community that supersede like you being there, right, or being born. Like, do you need to refresh those agreements for each person who like comes in? Like, how does explain how that works?
If you're a child that reaches the age of majority, like you're going to have to either voluntarily choose to agree to a covenant community's like rules and laws, or you're going to have to leave.
Okay. So you'll have to like they'll sit down with you and you'll go through it and make sure there's like a meeting of the minds for each of these things, and then
I mean, it just depends on what your situation is, right? Like, so, like, if you're in a covenant community, let's say let's look at the most ANCAP place apart from Prospera in Honduras, which is pure ANCAP, and that exists today and is successful. But setting that aside, right? The Amish, right? Like the Beachy Amish, the Mennonite, like they're basically ANCAPs. I mean, they pay taxes to the federal government, and they receive whatever benefits that entails. But for the most part, they are a covenant community of libertarians they hate government. They most of them hate taxes. I mean, there's a wonderful
They hate the
video
world.
called Dinner with the Amish. It's a great video. You should check it out. It gets rid of a lot of misconceptions and stuff. But like in that community, right? Like if you become a heathen, right, or you become like non-religious Mennonite, they'll excise you from the community, right? Like they're not gonna. The Amish are a little different because they're pacifists, but they're not gonna like even in whatever
They'll shun you.
ANCAP libertarian society. Like there would still be a position where it's like these are the rules that the community agrees to. We're not kicking a 6-year-old out because they don't have the capacity to consent one way or the other. But when you become an adult, right? And I think the Amish is such a great example of this because even most of them do Rumsberger, right? Like they go they leave the community to see if they want to be a part of the community, and that is a process of pure voluntarism at that point, because you've completely left the community. You've left your support system. You've gone out into the world, maybe gone to college, done whatever. And then if you come back of your own free will and volition, deciding that you are going to live to all of the rules that the community has and what those rules and those things entail. So yeah, I mean, there's many different ways
the church can give you, folks.
Oh, fair enough. Thanks for answering my question. Doobie?
So that's a boring conversation. Do you guys want to talk about the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act?
Sure.
Because I'm really curious what you guys think about it.
Okay.
It sucks.
Do you guys know what it is, or does anybody here agree with?
I talked about it on Wix panel for a little bit.
But before you start, Doobie, give us an overview for everyone else who's watching.
Basically, it codifies the a definition of anti-Semitism that's put forward by some Holocaust organization. I forgot what I think it's like Holocaust Remembrance Organization.
I thought it was literally the
I'll get the links for you.
The International Holocaust Remembrance Association.
Yeah. So, and in their definition of anti-Semitism, they have I think the most controversial thing is that it's anti-Semitic if somebody denies the Jewish people the right to self-determination by saying that Israel is a racist endeavor. So that would be considered anti-Semitic.
I sent you a website with the definition.
Yes.
Thank you. This has been passed now, right?
Yeah.
And what they're saying is that they're directing colleges to consider these things when they get like Title IX complaints. Or is it Title IX? I think it is Title IX complaints.
HR 16.
So basically,
118th Congress. It's to provide for the consideration of definition of anti-Semitism act forth by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance for the enforcement of federal anti-discrimination laws concerning education programs and activities and for other purposes. Section 4 definition. Section 2, including contemporary examples of anti-Semitism defined by the IHRA definition. The IHRA definition, contemporary examples include but are not limited to, and the very big controversial one is claims of Jews killing Jesus or blood libel. And so Matthew 27:24, when Pilate said that he could prevail nothing, but rather a tumult was made, he took water and washed his hands before the multitude, saying, I am innocent of the blood of this just person, see ye to it. Then answered all the people, he said, blood be on us and our children. And First Thessalonians, we both killed Lord Jesus and their own prophet and have persecuted us, and they please not God and are contrary to all men. There's two verses in the Bible, Matthew's and Gospel of Matthew and First Thessalonians, that if you wanted to be very uncharitable with that definition, makes those verses of the Bible anti-Semitism.
Yeah, well, I think it's interesting because I think it's just interesting because right now there are a lot of protests around the country, around the world, about Gaza and Israel, and a lot of these protests, a lot of these protesters would say that Israel is a racist ethno state, right? They would say that having a Jewish state is racist. So they've passed a bill, and at the height of this like hubbub, to say that it's anti-Semitic to say that, right? And that they're directing colleges to punish people for this if they get complaints.
Doobie, I think that
So-
you've skipped over, I think, actually one of the most egregious parts of the bill, or the definition of anti-Semitism, which is that it's defined as anti-Semitism if you compare any of the practices of Israel to any of the practices of Nazi Germany. If you make the comparison, right? So if you say,
What is
look,
that? I must miss that one.
oh, I can,
I have a li-
yeah, you can, you'll find it on there if you scroll down.
the first link I sent, it has like 12 12 things which are the definitions that they're going to use, and then the second link is the actual bill itself.
Yeah, so the definition includes that. So if you were to say something along the lines of like, well, I don't like that Israel's putting them in camps. That's what the Nazis did. They put people in camps too. That's anti-Semitism.
Or symbols. So like the watermelon, the kafir could then also be deemed as like anti-Semitic because the watermelon's been used as like a logo for the pro-Palestinians, and then the kafir has always been. So if you could be like, if that then induces fear or induces some type of like emotion out of someone, it could be then seen as like anti-Semitic as well.
This is also another one. So it's the second one to last one, Doobie, where it's drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis. But another one that's just super vague right here, applying double standards by requiring of it, I'm assuming Israel, a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation.
So is there anybody here that agrees that this should have been passed?
No, this bill is actually making me in favor of Gaza, like at this point. Fuck this.
Jesus.
Because what I think it's really
MashaAllah, Habibi, we appreciate it.
I would say the interesting thing about it is about the conversation is about the egregious nature of it, and I find that interesting because it's really just a continuation of like you should already assume this. So like the correct answer here isn't these specific provisions are egregious. The correct answer is I have every right to be and say anti-Semitic things. I have every right to say the Jews are evil red devils that rub their hands together and own the banks, and it would be a better place if all the Jews died.
Please say that somewhere else. Thank you.
It was a great.
Please say that somewhere else.
Here's my thing.
Episode of Prime Ties. It was a great run, everybody.
My thing with this,
to say that about Islam, and you should
this applies. Yeah,
you should be able to say the most anti-Semitic.
This is going to end up as the owner of the channel. I disagree with all of that.
I disavow.
Disavow.
I also disagree with that statement.
Yeah,
right? Like, but you should be able to say that statement without all of these people. Like, just look at the reaction. These people are online, and
my thing with it
is likely to come if you say these things too much and you don't disavow them immediately. That's bullshit, and the egregious nature shouldn't fucking matter. I should be able to say whatever the fuck I want about any cohort or demographic of people, and I should be able to say the most hateful shit, so long as it's not a direct call to action of specific violence against specific people.
Yeah.
Like, and so,
do you think that
do I disagree with this bill? Yeah, obviously. Do I think that it's fucked up that the power of the state might be using Title IX? I mean, I think it's so egregious that it's kind of like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, that like it's probably just going to get shut down and by the courts.
Oh yeah, Supreme Court's going to.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't think so, man.
I think they're going
to. It might, but I really don't know.
My thing with it is that honestly, if it does pass,
if it gets used liberally, it will.
I don't know. I mean, look at the other thing. So this adds anti-Semitism as a definition to like federal anti-discrimination law, which already has like a bunch of shit that you're not allowed to do, and that shit's not being overturned. So I think the argument's going to be
speech and there's a difference between speech and action, right? So like our Title IX, can you deny, for example, under a current legal framework, can you file a Title IX complaint and then have someone expelled from school because they said the N-word in a Call of Duty lobby?
So there'd be issues when it comes to the students potentially doing it, but you could absolutely file like a Title IX complaint if the school or if certain administrators in the school, or if the school took a specific policy or a position, or et cetera, right? So what this sets up is like, if a school said like, we disavow the Auschwitz-like conditions of the people of Gaza that Israel is imposing upon them, that could be enough for a complaint here under the anti-Semitism bill because this would be a violation of the anti-Semitism bill.
I feel like it's two criminals against each other, right? Because you have like a college system that just like steals hundreds of millions of taxpaying dollars in the form of like free student loans and bloated administrative wear, teaching our kids to be fucking commies. So like I don't know that I feel particularly like upset when a school gets bent over. Because like fuck you, you're just a bunch of useless.
Do you guys feel like Israel gets special treatment or special consideration by
Of course
legislators?
they do. Yeah. Of course they do.
Yeah, so like why? Because there are things like the anti-BDS laws, for example, right? And I think this is as bad as the anti-BDS laws. Yeah. So do you think that? I guess I have to be like careful about how I say this because it's like it's going to be hedging toward the Jews controlling the government thing, right? But given that there is a lobby and it is powerful, I would say it's
called AIPAC.
At least it's powerful.
We know it's real.
So that's one of the lobbies, right? There are many lobbies toward this end. It's at least as powerful as the evangelical lobby that people have no issue talking about.
I don't think it's that.
Why do you think it is? I think this bill and the anti-BDS laws are an indication that it is extremely powerful.
Yeah. Oh, okay. This is where I'm going to separate.
Here's why
can I get a thought?
Super different.
Yeah. Let's so two things from Ali was in line, so let's get Ali and then
I'll let Tiberius respond first.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't think that AIPAC is as strong, or actually, let's just say pro-Israel lobbies, right? All of them together. I don't think they're as strong as a lot of people make them out to be. They're definitely not as strong as the evangelical camp in the country, because it now runs the Republican Party by itself, which I never thought could happen. What I do think is the case is that the political class, particularly like what we call the establishment, openly will support them, because they're just... I don't think it's a power thing. I think it's a cohesive... everyone's marching in the same direction without an actual plan. Well, that's what this is.
The evangelicals also support Israel too, right?
Exactly.
So you could say that they are as strong because they not only have their own lobby, but then the support of the largest.
Yes. Yeah. So where I'm going with this is this. The Republicans are like 90% in favor of Israel. The only 10% are like literally the conspiracy theorists that are like, oh, the Jews need to be like, X'd. When it comes to the Democrats, it seems to me that their entire party, or at least the party apparatus, is taking a firm stance and saying we're going to support Israel. They're tired of the protests. They think that, at least from the reports I've seen, they thought that the 2020 summer riots shit. Defund the police was actually a negative for them politically overall. And so what they're doing is they're counteracting this time by stamping down on their own base and saying, we're not letting you get away with shit this time. We're in charge, not you. So I think this is actually just a massive political power play to where the Democratic Party is trying to tell the electorate, we are not crazy leftists and we're shutting this shit down because we're tired of it.
Let's go to Ali.
No. Okay.
Yeah. So the issue with it is that, why is it that only like the Jews get this specific term, anti-Semitism, and then now we get it defined, right? And then now there's all these special provisions to them, because the same rules could just as easily apply to like Arabs and Palestinians. They can claim Semite, they can claim anti-Semitism, they can claim that anything that denounces their country, denounces their living. Like me, for specific, I've lost a home in Lebanon during a bombing from there, so I could easily claim that like anytime Israel wants to claim land or say that this is anti-Semitic towards me, I'm afraid on campuses, these things, white people can then turn around and use this, right? There's a lot of anti-white male sentiment going on lately. If you just get a bill passed that any anti-white male sentiment gets said, now you can't say anything, we can't have any discussions about anything. I just don't understand why, I guess I understand why they're getting special provisions, but anti-Semitism has been, honestly, it's looked at as worse than racism, sexism, trans, fucking whatever it may be, homophobia. Whatever the fuck it may be, it seems that anti-Semitism is the biggest thing when it's only 3% of people in this country. Not even 3%.
So
we don't even throttle it well. Go ahead, buddy.
So I think first and foremost, to deny that AIPAC and Zionist lobbies, right? I'll say Zionist, and I mean this literally. I don't mean this the way stupid fucking leftists mean it. I just mean it in pro-Israel lobbies that are for the continuation and maintaining the power and the legitimacy of the state of Israel.
What do you mean?
No, a ton of leftists use Zionist to mean anybody that isn't pro-Palestine is like a brainwashed Zionist, and like Jewishness is Zionism, and all that. They mean it in a stupid way. So I'm just being clear.
Right.
So what I
You're
would say
not.
is, first and foremost, I think the evidence is pretty clear that they have more power than the evangelical or any other lobbying firms. And the reason I say that is because whilst, yes, there are plenty of firms and lobbies that have significant power within one political structure, the Zionist or pro-Israel lobbies have power within both parties. And you see this all the time where the Democrats get what will happen is AIPAC or another group will fund the more center-leaning pro-Israel Democrat person in a primary, which often forces kind of like the squad type people, the more far left people, kind of out, because if you're not gonna have the support for Israel and you're not gonna do those things, then you're gonna get primaried by a more centrist Democrat that likely is going to be easier to appeal towards the general electorate anyways, right? So you'll see them primary in the Democrats, and then after their person wins, you'll see them fund the Republican in the hopes that the Republican wins. But even when the Republican loses, they don't care because their candidate still won. So they have significant influence and power in both parties, which I think is unique to most lobbying firms, right? Like I agree with you, Tiberius, that like the evangelicals have more power in terms of money and donations in political lobbying than their population would seem to show in the Republican Party, but they don't really have that much power, if any, in, let's say, the Democrat Party. And this is not true of Israel. They have a lot of power throughout all government officials. And then the second thing, sociologic, you presented, why is it that anti-Semitism, why is it that Jews are special? I think, setting aside kind of like power and a discussion of power, I do think that the historical context here makes it kind of obvious, right? Like if we set aside any discussions Kanye West style of like, who was the doctor? It was a Jewish doctor, right? Like we set aside any of that and we just go, let's assume that that every demographic has equal power. Why is it that that anti-Semitism is special? There's a wonderful article by George Simmel, who is a sociologist, in, way back in the day that was obsessed with the fashion industry. But he wrote an article called "The Stranger," and it adequately describes kind of the position that Jews have in society, which is that they often succeed and they do well, and they're utilized by the society in many ways. And at the same time, they're always otherized by society. And so because of this, they become a unique scapegoat during times of political tension that other minority groups or cohorts don't necessarily have in the same way. So when shit hits the fan in culture war, it seems like Jews tend to be the canary in the coal mine. And so it seems that there seems to be some level of special consideration, maybe born out of fear, maybe born out of history, maybe born out of power that Jews have. But I think that is a reason why they're special.
Well, I think the reason this bill is getting passed so quickly is because I think they see, at least the lobbies see that they're losing that, at least with the public. In the public eye, it's no longer that the Jews are this displaced people that are lost, that are scared, that are need a place. That now it's turned and it's become like extremely loud through the public. That's the Palestinians that are going through essentially almost what the Jews went through, barring an actual Holocaust. Which, by the way, at the rate things are going, I mean, I don't know how the answer isn't eventually just like a bomb in Rafah at the end of the day. I don't know how the answer isn't that. So eventually, once that happens, then will Arabs and Muslims be able to claim like the same anti-Semitism fear?
Yeah.
I wouldn't go as far as to say is like they're going through what the Jews went through like historically or something, right? I think what they're going through is really bad. But I think that the way that I would characterize it is more that it's very difficult to claim the status of like an oppressed class or oppressed people when your people tend to do much better than white people or Asians or whatever in the U.S., right? So if you're in the United States, most of the average Jew in the United States is doing much better than the average white person, for example, right? Or much better than the average like Asian. Mm-hmm. Like, so it's very difficult to claim that you're an oppressed class if that's the case. So I think that contradiction.
I think it's both. I think even though it's not a direct correlate, I think people see it as the same thing as it happened like during the time like the Jews were kicked out of, Judea. The Palestinians literally lost their spot on the map, right? And they're being kicked out and declared, right? And so that's why I said until like something like an actual just one bomb hits and tries to kill all these people at one time, barring that, it's kind of the same story. And so people are, I think there's both. It's both things.
I think the narrative.
Many times you're not going to find peace there. You might get armistice for a few years here and there, but you will never find peace in that region. Don't look for it.
Yeah.
Prime who's next?
I'm sorry, Lactoid.
Okay.
So I'm looking into it a little bit more, and I obviously this specific question is not something that I do on a daily basis. But from what I'm reading, this actually could potentially be used to enforce anti-Semitism regulations against students, because under Title VI, universities have an obligation to protect students from harassment, even if that's student-on-student harassment, while simultaneously students have a First Amendment right to freedom of speech. Well, there's kind of this conflict that potentially could arise here, where universities also have to protect students from, certain types of racist harassment or potentially anti-Semitic harassment, but then people also the freedom of expression. I have no doubt that if this gets passed, there are going to be claims of anti-Semitic harassment based on what a lot of the protesters are saying and marching.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, this is an obvious attempt to suppress the protests, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think
it absolutely is. I called that with the political motivations, but the cultural narrative one's a little bit interesting because I don't think most of it matters, or if it does, it's very linear. At least for us Westerners, the Jews are a touchy subject because no one wants to pull a Germans again, right? Everyone's like, oh, we can't touch that. Don't do that again. Don't even get close to it, right? And we will jump back or literally over backwards to make sure that we don't get close. Versus the West never really gave a flying fuck about Muslims.
I think the biggest difference here is this is the only definition I can think of where criticism of a specific country is part of the definition of discrimination or harassment, right? Where there's I can't think of any other example, right? You can criticize Saudi Arabia all you want, despite the fact that country's constitution.
This bill is blatantly a violation of the first.
Much lesser extent.
To a much lesser extent.
There has been during the pandemic, people were like, "That's racist" for people to say that came from China, right? When we're
you're right. There was this claim, but at the same time,
I agree with you that it's
you can usually criticize.
I think it was more
China
racist to call it a Chinese virus because then anyone who was Chinese got associated with the virus directly.
Right.
I think that was the bigger claim.
It's the ethnicity and the state are tied together, and the same is true with China, right? Where when you think about Chinese, you think about China because China is a big power player and enemy. It's not still obviously not the same thing because there isn't a religion associated with that, right? So there's a trifecta with Jews that don't really exist with any other demographic group in the world, which is that when someone says I am Jewish, that often is there is an assumption of Zionism and an attachment to Israel there because of the strong.
Which in of itself is kind of anti-Semitic, though, right?
Right, which is.
But they want you.
But then also,
I mean, not really. It's 90% support.
You're already a nation of Israel.
No, it's
right?
not 100.
If you're born, if your mother is Jewish, right, full-throated, full-blooded Jewish, and you're born, right, you're immediately you immediately have citizenship in Israel. So there is some tying there, even if it's not by your own choice.
But this is common in a lot of countries, right? I'm a Swedish citizen despite never being born there. Can I criticize Russia? Is that hatred
you're
towards
not automatically
Russians?
a Viking.
Well, sure.
You're not a Viking because your mom was Swedish, right? You know what I mean? I'm saying that there's multiple layers.
I get that, but we're talking about specifically criticism of the Israel's policies, because under the definition is if you compare the policies of Israel to that of the Nazis, that's anti-Semitism. I know you're not defending it.
I'm trying to be descriptive here. I'm trying to be descriptive here and say that there's something unique about Jews, right? In the sense that you have a religion that is also passed on in many respects through hereditary matriarchal lines, and you have a nation state in that same thing that is granting citizenship to people born abroad that have never been there, right? Simply by virtue of their birth, even if it's generations later, right? So if you have children and then your children have children and then your children have children, they're not going to be have citizenship in Sweden. But if it was Jews, you would.
Sure.
Right? Like,
They take it further. The closest example I can think of are the Native American tribes in the United States, where you can apply for citizenship, if you can trace your blood ancestry, where it's very much based on like your blood. Probably even more so than it is in Israel.
Tribal affiliation.
Not to be, and Israel seems like the only country that's like actively poaching its specific people. It's bringing people over on this free vacation, and the whole thing is basically a timeshare of like, hey, you can get this house, you can live here, and then you would join this military conscriptly for 2 years, mind you. But it seems to be like the only active country doing this, and it like for us to be so like tied with them, the fact that you can leave here, go to Israel, and just immediately join their army, like that is insanity.
Can I ask one question? Can somebody poke a hole?
You can do that in a bunch of places.
Can somebody poke a hole in this comparison here?
It's a very easy way to get. It's a very easy way to get American citizenship. I knew plenty of people when I was in the Army. First thing they did is join the military, so because it was way easier to get American citizenship.
He's not right.
Yeah, but I feel like it should be weird if like you're leaving an American country to go join another country's military. I feel like it should be weird for us to be like, that's our ally and such.
Like Kurds. People do it with Kurds and stuff all the time, but yeah.
Well, sorry, I want to hear what
last
Foreign Legion.
Last sentence. Do you guys? Because the comparison I was about to make earlier was Saudi Arabia's constitution is the Quran. So is it Islamophobic to criticize Saudi Arabian policy?
Yes.
Based. Okay, gotcha.
I'll bite on that. Yes.
To them, they would think that. Yeah. Now, to us, we're like, no, but to them, they would think that.
I didn't know that was
no, actually, because
their constitution is the Quran.
Yeah, you're not supposed to have that. You're not supposed to have like most Arabs don't like Saudi Arabia. Most Muslims will say like Saudi isn't like a Muslim place. Like it may be like ran and like Sharia law and so on and so forth. Not a lot of people agree with the way it's ran. Like with the same thing with Iran.
Build a mosque in a fucking European country in a heartbeat.
Yeah, same thing with Iran. Like it is also an Islamic Republic. Most people don't like. There are people obviously who agree with it and want the Islamic Republic that are there. Most people outside there, especially Muslims that are outside, don't like necessarily agree with that.
Wahhabism scares the shit out of people. Let's be real.
Agree with it, right? Like,
yeah, and so it's like
balkanization.
So like I don't know. So I don't know if it would be Islamophobic to. So I don't know that it would be Islamophobic to judge like their policy, considering the fact that like most people would probably judge their policy.
Aiko, thanks for joining us. You want to say something?
I was just saying that Islam is balkanized, right, by country. So a lot of, just the Shia-Sunni divide itself is a massive one, where if you're on one side of it, you're not going to approve of the people that are on the other side. But then there's also these, like the debate topic at the high school level this year, like for 4 months in a row, was WANA, which is West Asia, North Africa. And so we just spent a lot of time talking about the divisions between nations, and the divisions between tribes, and the divisions between like religious sects. And it's very difficult. The only thing that unites them seems, at least in the past, has been opposition to Israel or opposition to the West. But when they're left to deal with each other, they don't stay unified for very long. And that's true of a lot of, like, it was the same thing. There's 400 years of religious wars in Europe, where it's very easy to divide people if you don't have some sort of like unifying maybe threat that would sort of like. Even just most recently, when Iran like launched those missiles to Israel, who came to the rescue but Jordan and Saudi Arabia, which you wouldn't expect those two countries to have a great love of Israel, right? But their feelings towards Iran turned out to be greater.
There's that, but there's also like the U.S. allies, and they might have had pressure from us to actually, join in on that, right?
Yeah, there's always pressure all the time, but the fact that they responded to Western pressure over Islamic pressure, like, tells you something. That the unity, like, within Islam isn't all encompassing.
Good point. The fact that our leverage means shit to those people is actually quite telling.
Right.
So
Islam is. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, you.
I was just gonna say Islam has been very It's been very dispersed. As like a collective authority since the caliphates fell apart. Like as soon as the infighting actually started from that, they've never unified in any kind of major religious way.
Going back for a little bit to the previous conversation, like Blacktoid, you said that it would be anti-Semitic to assume that a Jewish person is a Zionist, but like that's what like the pro-Israeli side wants you to do, right? Like they want you to assume that Jews in general are for Zionism, that these things are synonymous with each other. So of course you should assume that.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Absolutely,
yeah.
and we don't, and you know that's a different standard that's not held to any other nationality, right? Or religious group or ethnic group, etc. Someone who's Russian is an ethnic group, right? Someone who's like ethnically Russian is not assumed to have some kind of loyalty to Russia.
Yeah.
Well, but if you're Arab or you're a Muslim, you are assumed to have like allegiance to like Palestine, and then there's a conflict.
Well, if I just wouldn't this be like a stereotype though? If I just assumed some like you're Arab, therefore you must be.
Now,
I mean, it would be. It's just like that's just how it's being presented, right? That is how it seems to be.
Yeah, but now it's being presented in law, though,
it's like
right?
90. What's the percentage? What's the percentage of Muslims that don't fucking agree with Palestinian?
Well, I actually had a
you know what I mean? Like, come on.
Israel
yeah, but you can't legally put the two together like that, though.
Okay. Multiple things on. I agree. One, I can raise his hand, so I want to give it to him. But Bill, you sound a little quiet, and I think that's why people are talking over you, which never happens.
I mean, that's no good.
That's weird.
That's very unlike Phil. Yeah.
Yeah.
God almighty. But no, I was just saying that I have a cousin that lived in Israel for a couple of years, and we talked about this, and I straight up asked him, like, so Judaism, is it a race, religion, or ethnicity? And I'll never forget his answer. He went,
all the above.
Yes.
And then I asked some other buddies, and they said, no, Phil, that's actually the right answer.
Hey, I don't think you're using your mic.
You're not getting louder when you're getting closer. I mean, you might be using a different mic. Yeah.
One moment, you beautiful people.
Aiko, please.
While he's working on that, I just wanted to. I posted something like in the DMs, in the group DM about American Jews like relationship, and there's some really interesting. Like if you were to expect American Jews to feel very emotionally attached to Israel, it's actually only the net Jewish opinion on that is only 25% feel very emotionally attached, and then if you look at the age breakdown. As you get younger, that number appears to if you're under 65, that number drops a little bit. So I don't think that that conflation is warranted in the United States. Yeah, I think if you move over to somewhat attached, you'll see a considerably higher number. But a lot of the more powerful criticism of Israel often comes from diaspora Jews, or even better, like Israeli Jews who live in the area, because the Likud party does not have majority support in the Knesset over there. And so I think that there's a lot of this conflation of being Jewish with approving, not just approving of Israel, but also of approving of Likud and of Netanyahu and of this current attack in Gaza, I don't think is necessarily warranted. I do think that there's sort of a lot of natural pushback that because Jews often get lumped in and attacked as a result, that might make them more like sympathetic or distrustful of protesters, for instance. But the moments in all of this protesting that I thought was most powerful was whenever you see protesters who are Jews themselves holding up a sign that's saying Jews for Palestine or something like that, because then you can you can separate out the anti-Semitism, which I think is present in some of these protests, with the more sort of valid aspects of that protest movement. And I think it's very hard when you look at all of these groups not to just lump them in together whenever it's sort of convenient for whatever argument you're making. I think we have to work very hard to distinguish between groups of actors that are involved in all of this.
Yeah, I think Bjorn had a similar issue. Right?
Your chart, just real quick, your chart shows kind of what we were talking about here very quickly, which is 67% of Jews who say they're Jewish by religion feel either very or somewhat attached to the state of Israel, right? So 2/3 of them feel attached, either very attached, which is 32%. So a third of them feel deeply attached to the state, to a nation state across.
Among Jews by religion, I think, but I think somewhat
is a minority of Jews that are atheist, left wing, Jews in America that are only Jewish by virtue of their birth. And I think that does exactly kind of what we're saying, which is that the thing is convoluted by the fact that it is hereditary, because atheist Jews in America are just they're all pro-Palestine leftists right now, right? Like they hate it.
Or they're just apathetic to it at all. They don't care either way, and they're like, whatever. So it's not necessarily that they're like, there's no attachment, but they don't care, and they probably side.
In this current paradigm, if they're politically active, they're probably.
Yeah, I think with the study you've got you've got very somewhat and not at all. I would assume that these atheist Jews, especially the ones that are pro-Palestine and are leftist or whatever, are going to be lumped into the not at all. So what interests me more is the distinction between the very and the somewhat, which, if you're talking about Jews just as a category, it's only 25% who are very connected. So, I mean, I can imagine, even if you're not religious at all, I can imagine why you would have somewhat of an emotional attachment to Israel, because it is part of your identity growing up. It's part of like the social structure that you're in, right? But what I'm saying is people seem to be assuming that Jews in America are all very attached. And here it's, if you're not going into subsets, if you're just Jewish in general, that's 25%. Look, it's also a very strong intellectual component. I mean, the joke is that a lot of Jews joke that they're atheist and they go to temple every Sunday, that both things are true for them, and they live a life of intellectual tension, shall we say.
Rabbinical Judaism are kind of like that.
Doobie, then
can you hear me at all better?
There we go.
Yeah, much better.
Holy shit!
Okay, I'm back.
Doobie.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think that every protest group has this issue, right? Like BLM had this issue with actual anti-white racists out there, with people who had legitimate grievances or legitimate advocacy. Obviously, the Trump rallies had similar issues that actual racists and Nazis out there, with normal Republicans who don't believe any of that shit. So I think that that's obviously an issue with any massive movement of people. But I think what's happening with these protests, right? And I think this is expressed through this bill, is that there's a push to not just to shut down the debate or shut down the protests entirely, but to pretend that everybody on that side, including the Jews, are anti-Semitic, right? So, because the fact that they've basically equated criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, and now they're encouraging universities to punish people for this. I can't think, like Lexwood was kind of talking about earlier, I can't think of another country that has this kind of political sway, right? So one with the anti-BDS laws that are still on the books in many states across the country, and now this getting pushed through very quickly, it's like a barefaced attempt to shut down criticism of another country. I don't know how this doesn't just inflame actual anti-Semitism. Because now it's hard for me to argue with Nazis who are saying, oh, well, Jews control the United States, Jews control the American government, because obviously they have some influence. Right? Obviously there's a Zionist lobby that does have influence that's able to get these things passed. So it actually it turns into the cycle where they're they're inflaming actual anti-Semitism, where they're trying to stomp out fake anti-Semitism or trying to label people as anti-Semitic.
I just wanted, at this point on the internet, for TikTok at least, the assumption under the TikTok pro-Palestinian hashtag is that the reason this banned TikTok bill is getting passed so quickly versus the other ones that didn't get passed as quickly is because there's so much pro-Palestinian rhetoric on TikTok, and so now the assumption added is that, oh well, because this bill is passed, they just want to shut down speech against Israel. So to Doobie's point, there's also that sector of the internet that thinks this, whether it may not or may not be true. It's how they feel, and that's what they think. It might, actually invoke some real anti-Semitism if that's what their belief is, and the app actually gets banned. I was just adding to the point. There was nothing else I had to say.
Okay.
Now, so if I may, real quick, Prime, there's just one thing I want to read to you, good sir, and that is, with blood and rage of crimson red, we fill men's souls with darkest dread, and twist your minds to pain and hate. We'll burn you all. That is your fate. Red Lantern.
I'm ashamed that I know what that is. Fuck you.
I only know what it is because he does it all the time on panels.
Well, he's the only motherfucker that's wearing these shirts. I gotta drop it, man. I'm sorry.
Fair enough.
But thanks so much. And I wore it for you, actually. I wore this specific Like, otherwise, I've been wearing my X-Men shirts on this panel, but specific, I knew you were going to be here, so.
Thank you. Thank you.
They should have an X-Men off too. Actually, you would think they do. It's surprising.
No,
They don't.
not as cool as a landing
I don't.
core.
He would say something like, "To
I
me,
don't
my
think-
prime case."
Yeah.
I don't think that this is. It's really interesting, this cycle that we seem to be in politics in like the last 10 or 15 years, where people wake up, because what ends up happening is there seems to be this culture war battle that like happens every 2 years. Like the left and the right pick a new thing to fight over. And then it seems to be that there's at least some people that start to realize, because of this specific issue, like how government growth is becoming a problem, and how the philosophy of the left and right is completely undergirded by nothing and nonsense. Like, I almost sometimes I start to become numb to like the current political thing, because it seems like a lot of us are screaming into the void, and like it takes a specific issue to get people to wake up and realize that like the left has become the leftist youth have become completely indoctrinated by agitation, by adopting, as like, I use David Halpern in his Saint Foucault on a gay hagiography, or however you say it, his definition of queer theory, right? And that queer is always in opposition
Hagiography.
to the normative, right? And that queerness is an identity without an essence. And he explains that queerness doesn't exist. There's no such thing as being queer. There is no queer thing. A person is not queer. They are queer when they are in opposition to heteronormativity, when they're in opposition as a political force to destroy the concept of straight, to destroy gender, to destroy these things. And so it's like, people, for whatever reason, now that it's Israel Palestine, people are starting to go, oh, look, the left is crazy. The left is obsessed with an oppressed oppressor dynamic. They lack any ability to engage in a nuanced conversation about this. And the right is doing what they always do to react to this agitation in the worst way possible, which is scramble, panic, and make wide sweeping laws that take away your rights in stupid ways. And it's like,
Yeah,
I don't know how many times this cycle has to repeat before people get it.
I'm going to ignore most of that. The part that interests me is like that this particular fight is undergirded by nothing, right? When we're actually talking about a straight up genocide that's happening, right? An ethnic cleansing campaign is going on. Now, I can maybe give you that maybe some of the conversations that are happening on campuses like aren't like the most informed, right? You do the man on the street type stuff, and if you grab a random person, like, who knows what they'll say, right? And what they're there for, for a specific protest. We've been down this road before, right? So I can give you that much, but like the reaction in general from the left, like this sprouts from the actual real world conflict that's happening, right? The actual deaths that are occurring like right now. And so whether you take if you understand an oppressor-oppressed dynamic, right, which lots of things to say on that, but whatever, right? Whether you buy into that, there are people who are just, responding to the loss of life, right? Because they're humans. And they're saying this is an issue, and that's why I'm in the street.
I agree. I think you're misunderstanding. When I said undergirded by nothing, I mean philosophically and from a knowledge-based perspective. Like I don't discount that when people see, the aftermath that is the campaign of terror that Israel has done in Gaza against Palestinian people, and when they see some of which is propaganda, some of which is just actual footage, that there are genuine feelings there, right? What I'm saying is that the left, by and large, is already been educated for the last 10, 20 years, either through college and now through our school system, as someone through Freirean concepts of creating conscientiation. And this is a regular practice of our schooling, that people view the world through a critical theory lens. They view the world through oppressor dynamics. And so when something occurs, when something pops off, that becomes the current thing that they attach themselves to. And you see many, many people that are massively passionate about Palestine, that know no fucking idea what they're talking about, have no understanding of the history that has occurred there. And what they do know is memorized TikTok talking points. And you get and you can see the same thing with the people that have chosen to pick up Israel. Like Destiny, for example, does the same thing where he's tried to memorize as many talking points as he can, to be good at arguing. Like, I don't disagree with that, but this is what I'm talking about. It's a cycle. It's not like these are people that have been passionate about this their whole lives. It is the current thing. It is whatever. It's the current thing that everybody's mad about. It's the thing that gets you likes on social media and in your friend group. And so and it is the thing that they use to be against Western imperialism. And they don't give a fuck about, let's say, none of them give a fuck about Uyghur Muslims right now. Why?
Or what's happening in Sudan.
Thing.
That's because you don't really have much attack to China. You can't really do. What are you going to protest China for how long before it? Nothing. Like, you have no power there.
Hold on. So I'm trying to build a bridge to you, right? So if we're talking about like the online individuals, right, activists, and left or right, right, like you get that social media credit, that status for being bombastic and pretending like you give a fuck about anything, right? And so you can end up signing on to these like talking points, right? To create content, right? And show that you are the most, anti-Israel, or whatever, however you want to take this. Like you that is something fair enough, right? But like I wanted to pull back a little bit and talk about like that most people don't understand. Well, that's like for most of anything. I don't know if you can go for how many topics, right, that the public is educated on when you're not directly sorry.
I think you broke up. I don't know if you broke up for everybody else.
Okay,
for me for just a second.
Sure. So what I'm saying is that I don't know how many topics like the public at large is educated on, right? Like you'll take an opinion poll and they'll say this is a bad thing, right? Or this is a good thing. But if you ask those individuals to give you a deep analysis, it's like it's just feelings. I think that's just how politics works in general.
You'll be shocked how little the educated are educated on things.
Super quick. I'll clean it up. Maybe I totally understand that most people are dumb on most topics, and most people are uninformed on most topics. What I'm saying is that there is a friend-enemy distinction that occurs within current political movements that isn't tied to the, let's say, other political topics that occur. So when something becomes the thing, right now, Israel-Palestine is the thing. 2 years ago, it might have been Ukraine, or it might have been transgender issues, right?
Mm-hmm.
When the thing is the thing, what ends up happening is there is a collective moral enforcement that occurs from collectivist philosophies, both on the left and the right. The left is more collectivist, but the right over time has become just as collectivist as the left, especially as you see like America First or Kuiper's kind of far right people like respond with their own leftism, which is fascism, right? You have this collective group, right? And so like, I'll give you an example. Like on Twitter the other day, I got a ton of people pissed off at me because I said, in response to a TikTok video someone posted, pro-Palestinian activists aren't sending their best, right? And the kid was insane, right? He was saying like, isn't real is like is a colony by America so that America can kill brown people, and it was founded and is run by America. It's like, that's retarded. Israel was there before America even had hegemonic power. Like that was the British mandate. Like it's very clear that you have these and so when I did that, I had tons and tons of people that immediately identify me as enemy. Oh, you are a Zionist, right? Everyone starts, you're a Zion. It's all talking points. It's all, I'm on the right side of history. There's no understanding that there isn't friend-enemy distinction. Once that philosophy takes over, once that activist agitation takes over, what you have is a political group that is incapable of rational conversation. You have a large portion of the left that is incapable of being like, look, the Nakba was wrong, but this was wrong too. How can we come to agreement on this, et cetera, et cetera? It's all or nothing. It's you're with us or you're against us. And that is a pattern that has been happening for 15 years in American politics.
So Peter Coffin, are you familiar with him at all?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Peter Coffin, I've been subscribed to his channel, and he's like started making videos again. And he's been on this specifically. He's been talking about what he like. You would say their ideologies. He specifically calls them fandoms, right? And he's describing the exact phenomenon that you are. That people aren't actually like necessarily
It's ideological possession from a young
yeah, exactly. Yeah, ideological possession, and he's saying that it's devolved political conversation to the point where, like, it's oftentimes quite pointless because all the things that you're saying, right? But I don't.
Fortunately, the right is starting to respond with a similar fashion.
I wonder though, like So I'm curious what other people have to say as well. Like, is this just a response to social media, right? Like, if Twitter and the whatnot had been there during the Vietnam War, right? Like, would we basically be seeing the same thing, right? Like, we had all the social incentives that we are seeing now. Like, with that, like that student protest, would you be able to say all those same things there as we are now?
Yes and no. Yes, because those incentives, those corrupt incentives, are there for groupthink and for like liking and negative engagement is what gets you the most attention and the most money and the most popularity. So yes, in that regard. No, in the sense that, I mean, the philosophy of people in the 1970s was much, much stronger and far more right wing as a group as a whole. Like the Marxists and the socialists were a minority of Americans. Most Americans now think like a socialist. Most Republicans are socialists. Most of them jump towards the concept of government regulation in the market, and the inherent contradictions of capitalism need to be reined in by the state so that we can, protect the individual workers and people. Like, most of them think in a Marxian way in some regard. That was not true in the 1970s.
Ty.
I'd say it's more you just got to pick up the weapon your enemy's using. Otherwise, if you don't in battle, you're going to lose. Like it or not, that's just the way that works.
That is how fascism starts, yes.
Ty, if you're talking,
that's just how your side doesn't get fucked over.
Oh, I'm muted. Sorry about that.
I'm sure it was brilliant, though. Damn it.
No, I got you. So long and the short here, at least for me, is that as much as I can blame social media, and I have a grudge against social media, I actually am going to blame secularization on this. Like, when you have religion like separated from the state, that's one thing. But when the people identify as like agnostic, atheistic, secular, to where they don't really believe in religion and they're not having the moral conversations within the church and within their family and their peers about like what is the right thing to do, what's the wrong thing to do, we have front-loaded this into our political system. Like, the reason why we're seeing so much dogmatism, so much like zealotry out of our political class is the fact that we don't have that conversation in a separate place called the church. We have it now in politics. I'm just firmly convinced that that's the case. It is.
It's evangelizing. It's very much just they want to preach the evangel of Palestine, if you will, or preach the evangel of climate change, or preach the evangels of tax cuts, whatever. Aside, like
okay. So politics is always going to do that, but there's a separation here. Like, usually your religion informs what you think is moral, right? Because as much as I fucking hate organized religion, the reality seems to be very clear to me that most people need some kind of like rule book or guidebook for like how shit's supposed to fucking work, because figuring it all out by yourself is a pain in the ass, right? So they'll usually have, the tenets of Jesus Christ or whatever the fuck it is.
Atlas Shrugged.
Sure. Actually, yes, right? So when it comes down to it, at least for where I'm at, is that because we have such a society that actually doesn't like put morality, wrong word. Now that we have a society that doesn't encourage a place where people go to have the moral conversations about what is right and what is wrong, we've now front-loaded the conversation into the body politic, and so everything has gotten to the point where, if we're going to talk about oppressor and the oppressed, if we're going to talk about the actual legitimacy of hierarchy and authority and when to use it, when to smack the piss out of somebody because they're being a dumbass, it's all political now. And there's no like subcategory where you're supposed to have a conversation, among your peers and your friends. It's just front loaded.
Is it political or is it philosophical? I think maybe
I think it should be
agree with what you're saying, but for
philosophical.
the wrong reasons.
Yeah, well, that's viewpoint, right? So
Church gave a philosophy of deontological
Yes.
no-go zones, right? The
Yes.
church says these are lines we do not cross because they're against Christian ethics, right? And so I don't know so much that it's the conversations are being had there, so much as the modern day right is consequentialist. They don't have Christian ethics anymore because they're not Christians anymore. And so if you're not Christian anymore, or if you're not a devout Christian or a devout Muslim, then you likely don't have that many deontological positions.
No, Mike
Maybe you've
Johnson was a
arrived-
devout Christian. Look how derived he got in the media just for
Well,
being a devout Christian.
I'm gonna rub some
I
salt
think-
at Phil doing
I'm
this.
saying you might, but I think you might
Being
arrive
attacked from
at
the right
some
at the moment.
rule utilitarian kind of no-go zones as a right winger because you hold some values, right? But at the end of the day, that's a happenstance by strong belief and values that you have. Whereas Christianity, as much as I dislike it because I think ultimately it leads to altruism
Of
and
course.
is part of the problem. But
Atlas Shrugged.
it was a wall against socialism. It was a wall against the greatest abuses of the state because it said, that there were certain things you didn't cross, right? Like Jesus did say, render unto Caesar what is Caesar and render unto God what is God's. But also he was saying that tongue in cheek because Caesar wrote on a coin that he was God. And he was saying, fuck Caesar, don't give him anything, right? So there's a lot of anti-government, anti-value things, anti-state based values, especially with hard moral lines that I think you derive from Christianity, even if you're not a Christian, because if you're a devout Christian, you do have some of those deontological positions. I think maybe pro-life being the only one that still seems to be sticking around. Many of the rest have fallen to the wayside.
I agree. Yeah, this is where I didn't want to completely I wanted to give my position on it, so maybe we could have the synthesis here. But it largely is that, in the way that you framed it, I'm largely with you here. Is that people do not have those more ethical considerations that are from Christianity. Ironically enough, Christianity does kind of want you to be a more small government conservative, because what's your first priority as a Christian? To do the service and will of God, right? If you're not doing that, you're putting the state first. That's kind of antithetical to the religion itself.
It's like when the Pharisee said, "We have no king but Caesar." That's literally, you're saying that you put the state above all else. And so, in this regard, Tiberius is right. As a Christian, you are a Christian first and American second.
What is the will of God, though? That's always the thing, right?
Right.
Sure, you should be doing
Well,
that.
you want to know how you find that out? I'm actually in Second Timothy 3:16. All scripture is breathed out by God and profitable for teaching, for reproof, for correction, and for training in righteousness, that the man of God may be complete, equipped for every good work. So, if you're wondering, there you go. The good book, sir. The good book.
Look, I have no problem getting Eucharist, Cal Rich, and Phil KOE to debate the finer teachings of what Christianity can be. I'm sure I can let them have at it for a century, and we still won't get it figured out. But welcome to religion.
We've only been debating it for 2,000 years.
Phil, is Christianity a concept? Would you say?
No, it's something much, much deeper.
Okay.
But I appreciate the attempted humor there. But no.
I appreciate.
Well, I was going to say, maybe that's why Scott doesn't like it, because he said before he doesn't like it. It might be a concept. That could be.
Well, if it is to him, then that's understandable. If he thinks it's
Makes
just a concept, but it's so much deeper, sir. And don't worry, Fabian, you'll be coming back to the kingdom of God someday soon. It'll come to you.
Scott didn't
Dude,
sign the Bible.
I tried. Unfortunately, I'm not that dumb.
If I was more Muslim, I'd have the Christianity as a concept argument with you, but I'm not
I was
Muslim.
just like you a few years ago, and yet here I am quoting scripture on stream. So it'll happen for you too, sir. You just got to get through a little bit more of this journey.
You could be just like that, Scott.
Oh no, you'll have a few more years of rebellion.
You'll get there eventually. It's not a could; it's an eventual.
No,
I love the patronizing aspect of the Christian that can't defend his own position and instead says, "Once you get older, you'll understand." Like a parent.
No, I'm not saying you'll understand. I'm saying you will.
Child.
I'm just saying what you will. I'm sorry. I can feel it for you, sir. I can feel it. I know you're coming home.
I went to grad school. I went to Liberty for grad school. If I didn't find God there, I'm not finding it.
No, this panel's going to lean more towards
just weren't getting
I have anything to say about it.
My God has a
Existence
digger back than your
exists.
God.
The primacy of consciousness is wrong. There you go. If God is real, here you go. Here's how I feel. You want to really know how I feel? You want to really like go ahead and burn this bridge fully?
Uh-oh.
If God is real and he has an
Because
effect on
bad things
material
happen,
reality,
though.
that means that we can interact with him in material reality. And the moment he attempts to perform a miracle on this world, we can capture him, we can imprison him, we can torture him, and we can hang him in front of the
You already
public
did at
and
his
murder
crucifixion.
God so that
You
we can- so
already
that we can
did,
make him
Fabian, at his crucifixion.
crimes.
I know. You would, of course, do
Whoa,
that.
is that
You would
anti-Semitism?
gleefully do it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, look at him.
anti-Semitism.
Took violence against the Jew.
No, your sin crucified him. So, yeah, sorry,
My
man.
sin-
Like, yeah,
right,
you,
yes,
of course,
yes,
you would
my
gleefully do
sins
so.
in the future. Come on,
And the
man.
past
Don't
and
talk
the
nonsense.
present.
Go talk to the kindergarten children. Like I'm like no one wants to hear you silly. Rich.
Okay. All right. But
Yet I'm doing
but-
so much better.
Such love in the air. Such love.
I know. It's so loving. But, you know, sometimes you get what you give in this life. And Fabian, I'm sorry, Fabian Liberty is what happens when you order Stefan Molyneux from Wish.com. So,
What?
not a single fucking argument you've made about any of the state shit that you couldn't get from a Stefan Molyneux podcast in 2015. So, like, I heard all this. I heard this act before. This is kind of like Dennis Leary copying Bill Hicks.
Damn.
Right.
Okay.
Except you don't have an argument against it. You
I
just have insults.
no, I just told you. I know where you get all your material from. I'm sorry, Carlos Mencia.
Okay. Okay, so let's
Sure.
push past
Sure,
this.
buddy.
Yeah, yeah.
I've
FreedomAinRadios.com is still
Whatever
available. You
hap-
can
whatever
download
is-
that all.
Whatever's happening
about
now.
Israel Palestine from 9 years ago
let's-
before Stefan got banned.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
because shit's totally changed since then. The sides have changed and the people hate each other less. Totally.
Doobie. I'm sure Doobie's gonna say something super intelligent. Go ahead, Doobie.
Nope. Nailed it.
Okay, never mind.
Thank you. Thank you. I did.
Actually, no. I was going to let you know that the wedding stuff I spoke about earlier, it came up, so I have to go. Unfortunately.
All right, understood.
Good to see you, buddy.
Thanks for being
Good
here.
talking to all of you.
Congratulations. I'm
A
getting
great
married in
day.
August.
Thank you.
Take
God
care of
bless.
you well, Doobie.
Oh,
Me too, actually.
I hope you have
wait,
some
wait, hold
tadpoles
on.
pretty soon.
Hold
Wait a
on.
minute.
Yeah, I'm
What the
getting-
fuck?
Are you
Yeah,
are you
actually,
getting
I have
married to
some
the
good
same
news.
woman, maybe?
No.
But
I met this girl at church. We get along wonderfully.
That would be hilarious if they turned out
Doobie.
the same.
That
Yeah,
is
yeah,
is
right.
one perk of Christianity. Apparently,
That
like,
was-
churches are overwhelmingly women. Apparently, I've read somewhere.
Yes.
I mean, well, Doobie and
There's
Kaylee,
more
maybe-
women than men, yeah.
maybe
women
you
are
two
typically
could
more
have,
religious
like
than men.
a double wedding, right? I think that would sounds like fun.
Oh my God.
In August, come on, right?
Oh God.
yeah, that'd be.
We
that'd
should
be really
stream
bad, I think.
stream this wedding.
So who
Either-
else is
either one of
Doobie's
them.
getting married? Who else is getting married?
You.
Lacto's getting married.
Oh, okay.
I'm not getting
Okay.
married.
Oh, wait, somebody else on here? Okay, sweet.
Yeah, Lacto's got a Ukrainian mail order bride.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
Still marriage.
Passport.
But no, I
girl,
will
yeah.
say, guys, within the sound of my voice, find your girl at church, not at the bar or the club. Okay, like that's
Those
how
are
you
the
can
only
find a
three
good
options: church, bar, or club. Nowhere else.
woman. Well, that's where a lot of interaction happens.
Multiple choice dating.
Yeah, like
Okay, well, I'll see you
Gotcha.
guys later. Have a good day.
Bye,
Appreciate
friends.
you, Doobie.
Catch you later, Doobie. So
Take
you're
care,
saying,
Doobie.
God
go
bless.
to the church for my hookups is what you're saying. That's where I should aim.
well, you'll find somebody worth spending a life with.
Phil,
Much,
My girl was
look,
the next Jehovah's Witness. Does that count?
I'm
much
not
more
crazy.
likely, anyway.
I'm going to say this, okay? Look, all best wishes to you. You will agree, though, there are a lot of women who go to church that are also, you know, they'd be the kind that like would maybe hang out with Jesus, if you kind of catch my drift. Like they're the kind of that were like, you know,
nuns.
No.
Women of ill repute, you say?
Yeah,
Now,
women
what I will
women of
say-
ill repute. Or I think it was Scott.
Now, what I
Scott, you
will
said
say is-
slattern, right? I think you
What I
said
will-
Reformed
Allow me
women.
to say this. One of my favorite quotes from Oscar
He means
Wilde
Mary
is,
Magdalene.
hang on. One of my favorite
Wow.
quotes from Oscar Wilde is,
That's too
every
deep for me.
saint has a past and every sinner has a future. Always remember that.
See,
because
that's what I don't like, though, bro.
Sinner.
Like, hold on.
Wait,
This
how
is
do you feel
what
about
I don't
the
like.
You're not a
situation then?
debauched sinner.
Yeah.
Everyone
Not
on
very
this panel
compatible
and
with
everyone
what
on
we're
the
doing.
sound of
This is
my
what I don't
voice
like.
is a debauched sinner.
Black
Let me
Ask
respond to
about
this.
Nala.
Jesus,
No,
that's
no,
all.
Nala.
yeah. So
let's not
this
get it.
is the part that I like bothers me a little bit. Where Nala, yeah, exactly, right? You have like
Please.
like sure, I get it. You're washed clean of your sins, but are you washed clean of your HPV? I don't know. And it seems like kind of like a risk.
Oh my God! Why are we here again?
Well, here's the thing. The reason that you would attend, like, here's the thing: you need to attend a church that actually matches your values. And then, if there's somebody that attends that church regularly for a long time, that's almost kind of like a weird, like, relationship vetting for you, because you already know you line up on so many different values that by the time you go out to first dinner and you're having your discussions, like, you find out, oh yeah, we agree on that, we agree on that, we both like that, we both like, and it just
and they've already had their fun too. So I mean, you don't got to worry about, you know.
All right.
Well, you know, here's the thing: nobody's clean walking into that church. Don't think you're ever like.
Yeah, but some people are dirtier than others.
There's a range. I think.
Whoever you end up shacking up with and making a family with in the end, that person will not be clean of sin. Guaranteed.
All I'm gonna say regarding this lactoid is that most of this shit is curable now. Okay.
Yeah,
most, but not
we have
all.
an answer for that. In the Catholic Church, we have a place called Lourdes. It's in France. You can go to, and you just take a dip in there, and it'll remove all the disease from you.
So she gets to come back to God, get married, and a vacation to France. That seems, geez.
Now the Protestants
turns out they test that water, and it's full of staph.
I would guess it is full of staph. Yeah.
Yeah.
So is that what cleans it out?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it works.
The staph eats it away.
It's the antibiotics.
Those are literally the only two things I know, is that it'll heal you of everything, and there's lots of staph in it. Okay.
What's the name of this river or lake?
It's called the location is called Lourdes, but I put a link in the StreamYard side chat.
Lourdes.
It's a real place. I've been there, and no, I did not come near the water.
Can I
stream coming soon, Prime?
Phil, I want to ask you.
Yes.
I want to ask you a genuine question, and this has nothing to do with your personal, like your actual personal life. But let's say like the timeline was different, and like you met a girl at church, and like she was cleansed of her sins after, like she went through a fucking train of like dicks, right? We're talking like 2000, okay? Like everybody in the city has had her at least twice, okay? That you live in. But now she's been washed.
That would not
clean of
be
sins.
someone I would start a relationship with.
Well, okay, why not?
Because that's not something I desire. That's just my sexual preference.
Okay. So, despite the fact that she's been cleansed of her sins,
about 1,000.
If you have a son, and the son said that he found her really attractive, and that he thought she was cool, and you knew that she fucked everyone in the town and everyone in the city.
Every one of your children's going to make several relationship mistakes. Don't think you can prevent that.
What about marrying her?
Like, that's going to happen.
What about marrying her?
Hold on, pause.
I'm going to advise against it, of course.
So you don't. Why would you advise against it? Everyone has a past, man. God heals, bro. She went to church.
And the future sins
too. What's wrong with you? Why don't you believe
but also
that God
past
heals?
behavior is the best indicator of future behavior. So you will be known by your fruits. You will be known by your work after you are cleansed. And that's why you have to know them for a while. And no, it even says in James chapter 2, you will be known by your works. No, it will be from your works.
The healing didn't.
Now there's somebody that's going to be for that girl, that 2000 girl. There's somebody out there for. It's just not me. I already found the girl of my dreams, and I'm going to spend the rest of my life with her, and I love with her. So it's
not just because you haven't met her yet.
At the end of the day, you give up. At the end of the day, when it's your own child and the stakes are high, you abandon faith for reason, because you know that her past shows that the most likely scenario in her future is that she's gonna be a hoe, she's gonna fuck up over your son's heart, and she's gonna fucking stomp on it.
Right.
And you don't want that for your son. So at the end of the day, when the stakes are high, you give up your stupid fucking God and you use your brain for half a second and you go, no, not there. But when the stakes aren't high and you're talking about,
you have to see what the works are.
All
first.
of a sudden, we believe in.
So yeah, you have to know what their works are. They will be known by their works, like it says in James chapter 2. So if you don't have works,
so their past works aren't part of what's washed away.
No, it's your new works. Once you have actually become washed in the Spirit, those new works that generate from you afterwards,
just a fresh
that
slate.
will be how you're known, because you're a new creature.
Right.
Okay, so let's say the new works are God like she's been. Let's say ever since her conversion, she's never been with a single person, and it's been 5 years.
Then
or whatever.
she will find someone that's perfect for her. I know.
Yeah.
If that's what she
and
prays
that
for,
won't be you, and that won't be me, and that won't be most of the guys here.
There's no amount of cleansing that can.
Well, yeah, I'm already
Bailey's world.
taken. I'm off the market.
Oh, I understand that, but like even if you were not taken, I don't think you would consider this person, would you?
Okay, but Lactoid, if she goes to Lourdes.
Yeah, okay, maybe
as long
then.
as she gets staff. As long as
She
she
might
gets
come back with
staff,
staff,
then yeah.
okay, but
Well, that's
the
the only
rest
way
of
we
it.
can guarantee it worked, Aiko, is if she comes back with staff.
yeah.
It's like
That's like, 'cause I had to be kind of
it's
honest.
like
I
stamp
was
you
known as
get
kind
from
of
a
a whore
club,
for a little
right?
That's your
while.
That's like your
verification.
staff infection. Oh,
you have a wild college days, Phil?
Yeah, let's call it college days. Yeah. I had some wild early
Salad
20s.
days.
I had some wild post divorce. It's been an interesting life. It's been an interesting life. I've had some ups, some serious downs, had some very dear people pass tragically. And that was kind of what brought me to where I'm at now. So, there's 4 ways out of depression, guys: working out, relationship, dog, or Jesus.
I think the medical community has a different answer than.
Nope. That's it. Those are the only
that's
4.
Or running through a bunch of women. Apparently, that's also potentially a solution.
It doesn't help.
The Andrew Tate.
So
good
I wanted
Band-Aid.
to actually hear from our friend Aiko on this subject, right? So, like, what's your interpretation of a scripture here? That, like, if if I had been the one to design this hypothetical, I wouldn't use the one that Lactoid used. But since we're on it,
The number's not high enough for you.
not nearly enough dicks. Not nearly enough dicks.
Yeah.
But assuming you consider like being promiscuous a bad thing, right? An awful thing, and a sin that needs to be washed, right? Do you think like? Well, what's your take? I mean, you already heard the.
Right. So I've got this like 1 or 2 year panel that's coming up. That's going to be like I'll take a long time to get through, where we're doing Dante's Divine Comedy. And one of the things that Dante thought, which I thought was highly influential on me, and was this idea that a lot of times, like our sins are connected to something greater than themselves. And one of the things that he does is he puts in Mount Purgatory, which is purgatory is a place that gets you basically from the world like to heaven, and you work off your sins or whatever. And the top circle, the one that's right next to heaven, is lust. Right next to heaven. And the idea is the very last thing you have to do after you've purged yourself of all the rest of your sins is lust has to, like literally, I don't know how much of a metaphor this is, literally has to burn through you. You walk through a circle of fire. And when you emerge on the other side, you emerge in heaven or whatever. And the idea is that you know how you'll be in a relationship that might start off like totally lustful, but then maybe you intend it to be a one-night stand, something like that. And then it starts to last a little bit longer. You enjoy their company a little bit more, and by the end of it, like you start catching feelings, right? It's like that. Like there are certain behaviors that while it might be better to start them in a more noble way. You're still, we all are flawed in some kind of way, right? But these connections that we make, this is one of the problems I have with porn as a culture, is that it sort of deconnects the possibility of those like meaningful relationships that often will derive from like our more like lustful relationships that you can just like satisfy that like on a computer screen, and there's no possibility for that to lead to something greater. And so I'm like a little bit less like horrified at like people who have more casual relationships than I might otherwise be, because I've seen them in so many of my friends and family members where those relationships turn into something greater, even though like they weren't really thinking with their heart when they started the relationship. They were thinking it was something else. But then they end up falling in love. They end up in a much better place than where it started from. So I feel maybe a little bit less judgment for how those relationships sometimes begin, because they can lead to a better place.
Yeah, what if the only way to meet that you would have met your husband is if you did all the OnlyFans? If you didn't do all the OnlyFans, you might not have met your husband.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Don't put bad ideas into their minds, Ali.
I think it's better to have like a kind of relationship, like as Phil says, if you meet somebody great at church or whatever, you do all the right things, and the first time you get together is on your marriage night or whatever. But that's just not how it works for most people, and that's just not the world that we come from. And I think that even our religious beliefs kind of have to meet us where we're at. And so, yeah.
Aiko, but
like even with Paul.
But like 2000 though, Aiko, 2000. Come on.
Yeah, even Paul.
Aside,
you watch too much
right?
porn, you lose all taste for the kind of people that'll actually fuck you. Yeah,
Even
every
Paul
sin has its
compromised.
inherent punishment in it.
Paul hated sex, right? And he told all of his followers, he said, it is better if you never marry. But then he said, I understand that you have these temptations or whatever, and you have these feelings. And so if you need to, then okay, if you feel like you have to, then go get married. But so in other words, he's starting already there. He's starting to make a compromise on his initial standard, right? And so I kind of feel like that sort of compromise is like something that we have in life as well.
Yeah, my girlfriend's she left. She used to be a Jehovah's Witness and left, and she was actually telling me about that. How that's like within there, it's like discouraged to form a relationship.
Yeah.
If you have to form a relationship and you can't, resist your urge to get married, sure, it's better not to have kids. But if you have to have kids, I mean, sure, because apparently getting married or having kids distracts you from
Paul,
sharing the word. And
now,
so on
in Paul's case, part of that was he thought Jesus was going to come back before the next harvest. So he thought, well, it's really
that call's been made many times.
Yeah.
Many times.
So
one of these days, someone's going to be right.
Conversations away from fucking religion, right? Like, how about something you can actually fucking use with some common sense as opposed to fantasy land, right? Like, just take.
Billions seem to use it just
Noble.
well. Just
your mic is
your
mic is low.
I'd say your mic is sound low.
Your mic's pulling a Phil.
This is Jesus intervening right now. This is what's happening.
Divine intervention.
Divine intervention. Right.
Is it any coincidence that right when you speak ill of God, your mic goes down?
Can you hear me?
No.
Well, Fabian is sitting in the fires of hell right now.
You
You
can't
can see
hear me
the
at all?
flames behind him.
No, we can hear you, but it's so muted.
It's low.
I can hear you just fine. I don't know what everyone else's problem is.
Testing.
By all means, don't turn up.
Blackwood's got divine hearing.
Nothing has changed. But we can still hear.
All right, I'll leave and come back. It's fine.
Okay.
Are we fucking with him or what?
No, he's actually kind of quiet to me.
Okay,
so
gotcha.
I'm not. I don't do any of that bullshit. That's
But he
stupid.
was
quiet now.
Hey, friend.
All right, can you hear me now?
Good.
Turn him up. He's fine to me. I don't understand why you guys.
It's just lower than
just turned him up
not
on
as
my
clear.
end. It's fine.
It's definitely not like your usual mic quality. Just
Start talking closer to your computer. See if that.
Not
I don't
mic,
have a
the computer.
I don't have a mic on my
Go
computer.
yeah, you can still talk now. Get your point out, and you can work on it later. But we can hear you. But it's just you're low.
Am I having a stroke or something?
No one can hear me, then
You sound fine.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
I'm talking.
We
to
just
you
all have
now.
to be quiet.
Obviously, we can hear you. I'm telling
I
you,
won't
but
interrupt you for the next 20 seconds.
Lactoid's gaslighting you a little bit.
I'm not. Fucker.
Well, it look like I said, it looks good on OBS and it looks good on Discord when I.
It's fine.
So.
Go ahead. Just
Something
go
with
ahead.
your server must be doing something weird. I don't know.
Yeah, it must be me.
Yeah. So I said your server. I'm not saying.
Blame it on the black man. I hear you.
I was making Discord the fucking scapegoat. But I mean, if you want it to be your fucking fault, it can be. Right? The white man's fucking Discord's working perfectly fucking fine. So, So yeah, I mean, all of this aside, just take a girl to Barnes and Noble the first time and fucking walk around and have a laugh at the different fucking book sections that exist. And you know what? You'll find out what her values are. You don't need to go to a fucking church and try and meet somebody that your auntie wants to fucking hook you up with and some fucking. Well, it's
They definitely want guys annoying them there
at
at the bookstore.
No, I didn't say.
You
I
take
didn't
them
say
to
go
the
fuck
bookstore.
with random
Yeah, you get the
people
date
at
too.
bookstore. I'm saying when you have a date, take her to the bookstore.
You find them at the
and get some
bar, and then you
coffee,
bring them to the
walk
bookstore
around.
the night after.
Walk around and be like,
I know
here's
it's the
this
bar,
section,
then the
here's that section. You're gonna learn more about her values than you are at a fucking church. Like, it's like the idea that you're gonna have the same values.
You both
you're gonna
attend the
share
same
values
church. That means you have a
because
lot
you're
of the
at
same values. You're not gonna have 100%. It's not gonna be 1 for 1, but it's gonna be very close. It's gonna be like 0.7 to 1 or 0.9 to 1.
You're gonna have the same religious values, but there's
saying is-
life values. There's other things that come
Right,
into
like, What
play.
you're saying, the claim that you're making is that 99.3% of values are closely aligned to all churchgoers, which is insane.
It's not what I said at all, actually. I actually used completely different numbers. So apparently you need to turn up those earbuds too there, my friend, because I actually used completely, entirely different numbers, like 0.7 to 1,
You said you wouldn't interrupt her for 20
1,
seconds, by
or
the way.
0.9 to 1, where the actual, not 93.7 or whatever fucking number you made up out of your ass. So I'm sorry, turn them earbuds up, my friend. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Scott, learn
I
math.
know
It's because he doesn't believe in it. That's
doesn't believe in math.
You're searching, like, hold on, pause.
Come on over, Stock, Stefan Molyneux.
So again, I get it. You're searching for a dub so deeply because you don't have any form of argumentation against my ideas that when you say 0.7
that
to
hurts
1,
so
and I
much.
didn't hear the 1, I just said 99.3 because I thought you were saying that you aligned on everything but.
Yeah, so turn up your earbuds, man.
Is Phil just the alternate
have
Gibbs?
earbuds in. Like, will you just stop? Will you just pay
unironically,
attention
Gibbs
for a
before
moment?
Gibbs.
A little
So
bit
that
more
you can
religious, a
come
little
with
bit
a
less
comeback?
drone bombing, it seems.
No, less degeneracy.
Yeah, I believe in peace. Fuck all that shit. We don't have the right to tell anybody they have to live in a war zones.
No weapons?
fuck
How do you feel about
Weapons.
weapons?
Weapons?
Weapons.
Weapons. I have a Cold Steel Counterattack 2 right
That's
here
a
that I'm going to
weapon.
be reviewing before too long.
Yes, that's a
This
weapon.
is the cheapest thing that appears in a John Wick movie. It's like $45 on Amazon. So
What about weapons, though?
Whooping.
Oh,
Like-
whoopings?
No, he's just
Yeah.
plugging
Who's getting a
random
whooping?
shit.
Yeah.
Well, anybody that wants to hop in the cage with me. That's who's.
So everyone gets a whooping. All right, cool, nice.
Okay.
Gotcha.
That's not so far off from Gibbs.
But
Not that far off.
Would you need a Phil Gibbs debate? We need one.
Oh my god.
I don't think they're into the
And
same
two
women. I'm pretty
moderators.
sure.
Too hard.
Maybe 3.
You'll need some.
But okay. So I have a take. I'm not sure if this is a hot take, right? And it's something I've been playing around with in my head. But so we talk about how people are devoid of community, right? That we live in a very atomized society. And when people bring this up, they'll say, well, it's because the religion is gone, right? We don't have that in our lives, that common meeting point, where people can just like socialize and have people around who seem to give a crap about you, Phil, I see your hand, Phil. So yeah, and they'll say, bring religion back, and that'll solve it. So I agree that religion filled that role in a lot of ways, but I, of course, being a non-believer, I disagree that it's necessary. And I'm thinking that so many of those social ills would be solved with simply better urban planning. That if we had a society that was built around like more common spaces, more communal spaces, that was more densely packed, right? Rather than focusing on single-family homes, and look to other societies that have done this and have successfully built these communities, that we'd see so many of this feeling of loneliness, of isolation, of radicalization. A lot of that would disappear if, on the regular basis, you could find people to interact with. That you could just like if you recreated, and I know a lot of people won't like this, but like the idea, but basically what happens in dorms, right? Like in a good dorm, like on a university campus, right? Like people like that experience because they're constantly meeting new people and are having these interactions, and it feels meaningful and magical. And maybe that's why they look back on those times of fondness. If we replicated that, not exactly dorm life, because that's awful. But if we replicated
full sessions,
yeah, like if we, I think we solved so many of these issues. So
if suburbs were like college towns where things were a little bit more accessible and walking around and like there were multi-family homes and things like that.
No, burn the suburbs. Like they shouldn't be. They
well,
can't
Jesus.
Be so,
okay, let's fight.
If they were like
burn the suburbs.
That's just out of jealousy. That's just out of jealousy.
It's pure jealousy. Let's go.
Allow me to.
I don't have a yard.
Tiberius, and then anyone else.
He's angry that you can't grill.
To answer your question, no, my turn. You said Ty.
I said
Phil first.
Oh, okay. Well, then I can't hear. I'm sorry.
Oh, they tell your earbuds off.
I've got you all like maxed the fuck out right now. Like y'all are really low for me.
Tiberius is actually nice on occasion. But what I will say is there when you're wondering like why is there this big difference in the disposition and the way people think, and why is it that there seems to be this grander loneliness? And I'm not going to say the thing that you think I'm going to say, but this is actually the reason, and this is one of the greatest secrets in the world. There is one fact that every theologian, philosopher, and general thinker is in complete, or anyone that's at least worth their salt, is in complete agreement with. And it is this: we are what we think about. We are the sum total of our thoughts. And look at what we have nowadays to infect our thoughts, our minds, every minute of our day. We have a screen in our face that we all have our daily doom scroll. And you wonder why we have a bit of a black pill defeatist outlook on life. Look at what everybody is intaking. You are what you consume. You are the media that you intake, and we're all influenced by it. That is why we are where we are today.
The media is only a piece of, like, the media is what you're watching when you're inside, away from people, right? And you have no community around you, and so you're watching the most inflammatory thing that makes you feel something, right? Rather than like the humdrum loneliness of your regular existence. So if we were having those communal interactions to begin with, I don't think the media would have that same effect. The reactionary media would have that same effect, right? It's different.
When I found the church
when you can get like when essentially you get to touch grass every time you walk outside because those were your friends around. They're right there.
Now everyone's friends are in chat rooms or in freaking stream chats or comment sections or Discord or whatever.
That's the only place people have a fist fight is in a message board.
Yeah,
exactly.
I think that I definitely think that there's problems with the way that we interact. Like I've had numerous neighbors in the time that I've lived in this house, and I've lived in it for about 8 years. But like I've gone into so many places, urban and rural. Like the only places that I've been consistently is the burbs where people actually know who the fuck their neighbors even are. Like they'll actually take the time to house greet and warm and talk to people. Like the vast majority of time, particularly in urban areas, like people will not find out who lives in them in their next fucking apartment. So there is levels to where what you guys are talking about, I think is kind of real, but I think it's because we're antisocial. The reason why is that like everything that I'm seeing, like I've come to this conclusion, is that we are screaming to have some kind of new philosophical framework. I don't think we need a new religion, but we do need kind of a new social like code that we all actually largely believe in, that allows us to believe in each other. I don't think we have that anymore, and everything in each institution is telling me this, and is screaming it to me, is that no matter how fervent the people who are like committed to actually like maintaining the institutions and making them thrive, is that no one's quite convinced that their institution, that their philosophy or religion or X answers all the fucking questions. Because I don't think many people are very certain about like what the future is going to be. I don't think many people are very certain about like what they can expect from their society or what they can expect from their neighbors. I think for most people, they're just, sorry, I'm spittering. I think most people are incredibly just upset with the fact that they cannot find contentment, not only within their personal lives, but within their own society. There's too many fucking questions. No one has really good answers. And no one believes outside of like a handful of people, what that next solution is. And until we change that, I think we're fucked.
So, okay.
Look at me. I'm happy and blessed. Maybe there's something to it.
So I'll respond to this. And I see you, Scott, and anyone else wants to raise their hand. Okay, Ali. But to respond to you, Ty, and I should have done this at the start. I think there are multiple things people are missing from the church environment. One of them is the spirituality part that you're talking about, right? That people are looking for that sense of meaning and by that they may specifically need something like above them or however they interpret that, right? So there is a section that are just going to be hungry for spirituality one way or the other, and that's a different sort of issue. But I think for the most part, what people are missing from church is community, right? Like when you listen and talk to them, that's what they're missing. They're friends and they feel lonely, and then when they go back to church, right, they're like, oh wow, like I missed it here. This was like an amazing experience. I want to replicate this. So like I want to separate those two problems. I think I agree that what you're saying is true. That for some individuals, they're just like looking for answers and like they feel lost. But I think for most people to relate to each other, they just need common human decency. I actually don't think that they need some like overall like we have to have a consensus necessarily on someone left. Oh, Ali. Consensus on ideology or whatever, right? That we can have like a wide array of individuals with a wide array of thoughts that diverge, but if we can treat each other as treat ourselves as fellow citizens or whatever, right? As neighbors, really, just even common courtesy there. That fills that as long as we have those friends, as long as we get to see those people, as long as we have those interactions, then that manages to cover up all those differences in the end, and it lets us know that those differences aren't so huge in the first place, right? Like talking to Ali, hopefully he'll be back soon. Ali has talked to us about like his religion, right? And like just learning from him, like, and I only talk to him usually like once a week, but like I learned from him and I understand a bit more about like this culture that I'm separated from, and that like it pushes away understanding, like it rather than making it easy to otherize that group, right? Like, hey, I have a person in front of me. I know this person, and like they explain all these questions I have in a non-threatening, non-confrontational environment. I think that would solve things, and I think urban planning can help us get to that area.
I'm back, by the way. I don't know what happened. Welcome back.
Sure. Put you on, and so go ahead, Scott.
So yeah, a couple. Okay, so a couple of things. I don't know why you were singing.
He came back. I welcomed him back.
Okay. So a couple of things. I don't think your take is as hot as you think it is. I don't know why you think that. I think that was one of the large pieces of the puzzle that Robert Putnam gave in Bowling Alone. If you read Bowling Alone, he specifically talks about the urban sprawl that occurred when the boomers came out and moved into the suburbs, kind of as a continuation of Durkheim's Enemy, right? So as man is separated from labor and separated from the community, and is working in a factory where, he's nailing a piece of a shoe as opposed to making all of the shoe, right? And is kind of living in a city where, the nuclear family is supposedly this good thing, even though it's kind of the lowest acceptable thing, right? Like being separated from our grandparents, being separated from our family has been a problem for us. And this concept of the nuclear family is really a kind of a de-evolution of I think what's optimal. And then of course moving into cities meant that we were no longer kind of operating in communities that were roughly within Dunbar's number, right? Which is that most people, when you lived, in the 1800s, everyone in town knew who everyone was, and almost everyone that you interacted with in your life you knew. And so the moment there was an outsider, you knew that it was an outsider. And so what does this mean is this has an effect on our capacity for a high trust society. It has an effect on our ability to assume that the person that we don't know that we're interacting with, whether or not they're someone that's going to defraud us or lie to us or harm us, or whether or not I can trust them when they say, I'm going to, fix your porch for $200, et cetera. And so all of those, lower trust slows things down, but you can't artificially force trust in a society. So in Robert Putnam's Bowling Alone, he talks about how moving to the suburbs was such a problem and such a kind of an extension of this enemy, right? Like an additional level of enemy separate from the community, because what happens is people live in one neighborhood, and yes, they, like Tiberius said, suburbanites, they know their neighbors, right? Because suburbs are more high trust than cities. Obviously, crime rate is way lower. It's the same person next to you. You have a yard. You can see how they take care of themselves, etc. But the problem is that they work in the city. They live in the suburbs, and then they shop in some other area. And so you're no longer shopping, working, and living in the same area. So your community is completely separate. I mean, there are a lot of things. I think everyone should read Bowling Alone. It's an amazing piece of work. Obviously, it really describes how Gen X and the boomers kind of fell apart without really having much to say about millennials, and Gen Z weren't even a thought. But yeah, you should definitely read that, because I do agree for the most part with Prime, because the issue that I have is that urban planning is almost always a disastrous failure. It sounds nice on paper, but when governments try and plan how humans live, it is ever more complicated than the other complicated government projects, right? Like there are problems with every government. There's no such thing as a successful government program. It's impossible. But when the government attempts to do something like lower the price of milk with a tax subsidy, that's relatively simple. Obviously, they have to steal money from somewhere, or they have to lose money in order to do so. But they can reduce the tax of milk. Trying to plan urban areas is really, really difficult. The best thing you can do is get rid of laws and regulations that make it illegal to build properties, to make it illegal to build apartment buildings, make it illegal to get rid of price control, rent control. You want to fix the community, get rid of rent control, get rid of minimum wage, get rid of price controls, and get rid of NIMBY laws that make it illegal to build apartment buildings in an area because you want your nice like lakeside area.
So I'll respond to that, and then we'll go to Ali and Ty, and anyone else want to? Okay. So I'm glad that we already agreed on the basics of the idea. So that's great. I disagree on urban planning, and I guess, but if it was done by, actually, maybe I can't go that far. I was gonna say, well, like if it was done by a private, venture, right? Like planning an urban space, right? Then I'd be fine a bit. But the problem is
they're almost always corrupt.
Yeah, exactly.
The private ones are even worse than the government doing it, because the private ones is like, I know a couple people in local politics, so I get this thing forcibly built, and I have no competition in order to do so.
Yeah.
Happens all the time, and it destroys.
Exactly. So I disagree with that. So one, I disagree. I think there are obviously I think that there can be successful like government projects, right? But we're just going to have to leave that part alone. But urban planning comes down to lots of things, right? But if you have a government that's actually behind the project, what you can do is for these areas, you can set up these apartments. First of all, it's all about architecture. A big part of this is architecture. You can set them up and so that they have these communal spaces, right? You can set them up so that it encourages people to run into each other. You can have areas that give people a more or less like complete daily life, right? So that this area has schools. It has where they'll get their supplies, their shopping areas, right? You can create these little enclaves that
we call those suburbs.
That encourage people. No, the problem, but we don't call them suburbs. Actually, no, not what I'm talking about. Because what I'm talking about is a space that's like a few square miles. Where suburbs it's massive, right? And it requires a car.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it.
Yeah. But no, but it's actually no. Actually, no. I'm glad you said that, because it's an important distinction. Because other people might actually have that same question in your mind, like, "Are you describing a suburb?" No, I'm not describing a suburb. I'm actually, because another thing is the car in and of itself, because the car encourages a level of atomization, right? Once you go into your car, this is you on your separate journey, rather than like using public transportation, or rather not having using transportation at all, because you have a walkable area where most of your daily functions happen, even maybe you have to work somewhere else, right? Like that's the society that I'm talking about. And others have done exactly this. Other nations have had these spaces, and people enjoy a higher level of life satisfaction. So I believe that yes, you can have this level of urban plan that's not actually that difficult. Like if you are,
China
if you have the government behind it,
it's impossible for China to do it. Why is it impossible for China to do it? China builds cities that no one wants to live in, right? Like the Chinese Communist Party does everything they can to build walkable, livable cities. They spend billions of dollars doing so, and people won't move there. And the universities, for example, will say that they're going to move there, and then they just put up a gate with a single small building. Like
those
it's not I'm just saying it's easy to do.
We don't.
They built them really shitty a decade ago to cook their GDP numbers.
So
what I'm saying is, your argument is that because some places somewhere have built via central planning walkable cities, and you think they're nice, that like that process is repeatable. The problem is that evidence shows that process isn't necessarily repeatable. You can step into a community and give them something that they may desire and get lucky, but you can also step into a community and give them something that the market doesn't want, which is what we see in China, right? Where they build cities hoping that these public transportation livable cities will work. The market doesn't want it, so they don't work. Like the right way to do this is to get rid of the regulations that
the ghost cities were to show that there was new building and new construction going on in China, so they could cook their GDP numbers about 10 years, 15 years ago.
Yeah,
that's why
I think there's a lot. I think
they were built really shitty, really slapdash, and that's why nobody's wanting to move in.
I don't disagree that tofu construction exists, but it's not an argument against what I'm saying. Like China builds
that's just one of the reasons why they're not moving there.
Yeah, I'm saying that, well, what I would say is that one, what China was doing, there are so many interests involved in it that go beyond like a straight up government planning of these spaces. That there were so many other agendas there that like that whole thing fell apart. But I don't know if I would ever. If the Chinese Communist Party was even trying to do the thing that I'm talking about, right? Like I've never heard that they were necessarily trying to make
it
like
will work,
walkable.
It will work when I'm the socialist in charge. Got it.
No. I'm saying that I don't know if the project that I'm talking about is the project that they're doing. Like this is the first time I'm hearing that myself. But my understanding of the way that of what they were doing is completely different, right? Like the point is like to build the housing was to juice their economy, right? And then the places that I'm thinking of, like that wasn't the goal. But in any case, the point is that like
you're going to plan a building of new towns and cities without tons of business interests and corruption being involved. Like it's not fucking possible that the government's not going to involve the private market at all and then just build a fucking a ghost town. Like who are they going to sell the properties to? Eventually it's going to be private interest. Like private business is going to be deeply infected with whatever you attempt to do if you would try to do this in America. And what you're going to do is you're going to have bidding for government contracts via friendships and anti-competition practices. It's going to be 10, 20 times what it would be if the market just built it. The only thing that you need to do is get rid of those zoning laws and regulations that keep the suburbs from being exactly what you want them to be, which is building apartments, building communities where people live in these places. If you get rid of those laws, the market will do it for you.
No, the suburbs is absolutely not what I want. I want high density
because the suburbs have NIMBYs. Right, because the suburbs have zoning laws that make what you want illegal.
Oh, like I don't care about the zoning laws. So like the thing that I will agree with you is that
zoning
it would be difficult.
Number one,
I agree with you. I agree with you. Shut up. I literally just said I agree with you. You don't have to interrupt me to say like the same thing that I agree with you. Like so, what is that? Like the thing that the other thing I agree with you is on how difficult this would to be replicated in America with the political system that we have. That private interests would come in and wouldn't dealing with private developers. If we go through that route, that makes this all more difficult because if they're
build it without
making an investment, I would have the government build it. I'd have the government build it, right? I'd have the government finance it, build it myself. I would. I would do that. Right, I don't know why you're asking about that because it's obvious. It should be obvious to you exactly what I was going to do. Right? I know. That's not what I'm saying.
It'll take 4,000 years for it to get built.
No, okay, all right. So I get it. You guys disagree that the government can do anything, right? And so we're gonna have to disagree on that completely.
No,
So
I don't disagree.
At
with the
least
government.
subcontract that
That's
shit
not what I said.
out.
we're gonna leave that alone because we're not gonna work that part out, right? Fair enough. I'm saying that I agree with you that within our the American context is actually very difficult to do. I don't think it's impossible, but I think it's very difficult to do because we will have these other private interests involved. But I'll get back to you. I promise I'll get back to you. But I got to let these other people in. So Ali and then Ty.
I was gonna say, I think it's less about the city
Alright.
planning. I think it has less to do with like city planning and.
Oh, you got unmuted.
The voice of God.
Yeah, I had to.
I was muted.
No,
No,
you're
you-
unmuted.
You're good.
And
All right, cool.
yeah.
We were getting an
So-
echo. It was pretty trippy. It was
Are we
like a
good now?
Jaggers. It was like a fish
Yeah, you're
concert.
good. You're good.
You're good.
Yeah. So honestly, I don't think I've lived in cities, I've lived in college towns, I've lived in suburbs, I live in a suburb now. I don't think the issue is like rebuilding the suburbs or getting rid of them and having them be more walkable, because at the end of the day, like you could make a walkable city or town if it's not like pertaining to your interest, you're going to go to the city and go to the shows in the city and do that. I think the internet's provided a good space for people to like find common interests, and so like Tiberius's point, yeah, probably like a new philosophy. I've never seen more community than at these fucking EDM raves. All right, these shows, these festivals, I've never seen. I go to one every year. It's Electric Forest. It's a camping festival. It's 5 days. Yo, fuck your religion, your skin color, your none of that shit matters. Are you here to party? Cool. Are you here to pass crystals around?
Sounds awful.
Cool. That's
Bass
all it is
the
right?
true God. If the vibrations,
Yes.
man. How
Exactly. Ketamine is Jesus. Bass is God, and that's all it is. Okay.
So you're really
And
into
so-
Beastie Boys because people did, in fact,
Beastie
your
Boys.
forefathers fought
Yeah.
for your right. Party.
God.
So
Showing
I
your
think
age. Phil.
realistically, what the issue is so many things have been priced out
And
for
my
so
wisdom.
many people.
Classical music is great.
Like there's
Classical. Sorry,
According to
Ali.
Futurama, yes, actually.
You're good.
Yeah.
My brother, my brother was into anime. They have a convention that comes around every year. So then you have all these people from all over the place come, find community. They gather. They're outside. They're mingling. They're in interperson, whatever it is.
Common.
But the problem
Lack of
is
deodorant.
that it starts at $60, and then the next year it's $100, and then the following year it's $200, and now it's a $600 convention. And no one can afford that, so they're just gonna sit their asses at home. And so I think the bigger issue, honestly, is that the places where people find community have now been co-opted, and now it's just like a money suck. Because it used to be that I could go to this music festival that I go to for $150 for 5 days. It is now a $700 ticket. So
Ty.
Yeah, I'm going to reply to you, Prime. Yeah, to the last thing that we were actually engaging with. Maybe I'm a little bit more nihilist. Like, there's levels to where, like, you know, just general hope and human decency goes there. But I'm at least a little bit here with Scott that like we have a very antitrust society, and part of the problem, in my honest opinion, is the Overton window is too large. There's a threshold of opinions that you're willing to accept, and there's a threshold for when you're not, right? Once you get to that point where your ethics tell you that Israel is the good guy, and you hear some jackass saying that we need to support Palestine, you don't want to be involved in a society with those people anymore, right? Because you're literally talking about people who break every ethical and moral code that you have. And that's kind of the issue right now, is that everyone's trying to figure it out for themselves. A lot of people don't have a lot of that instruction manuals that they really need to have it all figured out. And so we're fighting over every fucking issue. And what's worse is that because we are fighting and no one has the right answer, the political spectrum has radically shifted in both directions to the extreme. And so everyone's coalescing around every little nitpick fucking thing that they possibly can find,
Hasn't shifted
because
to the extreme.
Oh, it's definitely shifted to the extreme in both categories. Like
The right
No,
has,
no.
The right
The
has
problem-
moved left.
But
The left and right don't
continuously.
agree
the
on less and
problem-
less than they ever did before.
Tiberius.
Like Donald
so
Trump
where
is
I
exactly
disagree
the
with
same
you,
president as fucking Bill Clinton. They have the
uh,
same policies.
where I disagree with you
Sure.
Is
He was the
that,
first
like,
president since
is
Harding to
that
not
these
get us
things
into
can't
any
be
new wars.
overcome by simple exposure, right? Like, look, and it's happened here, right? Like, we've gathered people of different ideologies, and we've done this over many months and years, right? But like, I have an understanding of libertarians that I didn't have before, right?
Mhm.
There were these
and socialists as well.
And Canadians too.
The Canadians, right? Yeah.
Wait, what a Canadian was allowed on.
Yeah, right. Yeah. but yeah, but we've actually had a chance to like force this community, and through that we have level of understanding. I think even Scott here has level of understanding of a person like me with a completely different political understanding they didn't have at the start, right? And it doesn't mean he has to agree with me, right? Mm-hmm. But it makes I may not be the enemy that I was before, right? And vice versa. And so, like, if we have these spaces where people can, like, you hear across the courtyard, hey, like, free Palestine, like, from the river to the sea. And you're like, oh, that's bullshit, right? You're going to go over there and give them, a piece of your mind, right? And then you have that conversation and you talk about it, right? And you're living in that same neighborhood and you guys just get to interact continuously. You understand that, yes, I disagree maybe fundamentally on this particular issue, but that person on the other side of the conversation isn't an enemy. We've literally separated ourselves by a political ideology physically, and in terms of physical spaces, right? Across this nation. And I think that's definitely part of that problem. When you can so easily otherwise people, like I was talking about with in terms of Muslim individuals, right? When you can so easily otherwise those people because you never interact with them, well, then that'll lead you to it. I'm not saying that this will solve those political disputes. I'm saying that it doesn't become so vitriolic in the way that you're describing. And I don't think it's because there's a lack of some sort of unifying ideology. I think it's simply a lack of interaction of those common spaces that we can work it out.
Yeah, I think it's both. And I think I can separate this really well. We've built a community here, right? Like we all kind of know each other. We're kind of inoculated, for lack of a better term, against each other's ideas because we kind of know what we're all going to argue at this point. Like, every now and again somebody will throw us a curveball, right? But we're all kind of friends and family or whatever the hell else that you may be, right? Estranged others, whatever position you want to hit. The problem is that when I ask my fellow Americans what is this country supposed to be? What is the social contract? What does this country supposed to do? The problem isn't, to me, that we have different opinions on what it is. The problem is that the range of what that opinion is like incoherent from one group of people to the next. Like, how are we supposed to even be Americans when none of us have any agreement on what being American actually is? I think that's what I'm trying to express and say. And I know it's a hard question to answer, and I know it's a hard question to even have that conversation, but I think we're there.
Why not? I don't think Constitution. So people have another person has brought this up, and I forget who it was who said this to me, right? But saying that the Constitution is our unifying document.
It is.
That doesn't mean we necessarily agree on all of its pieces, right? But at the very end, it's like the center point of our national identity. And so, why can't that be the thing?
I don't think it's enough. And the reason why is that the Constitution's a living document, right? So we can add or subtract to that document if we build up enough, political momentum, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
Well, what's supposed to be added or subtracted? If we don't have that conversation where we're at least saying we're conservatives and that we're okay with the Constitution where it is, or if we are progressive, we need to add, or regressive, we need to subtract.
But even in Christianity, right? If let's say that I know your answer isn't Christianity, but let's say if it was Christianity, they have their disagreements all the time. They splinter constantly, right? So there is no
they
ideology.
all still agree on the Nicene Creed.
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure.
Except the Eastern Orthodox, they're a little weird.
Exactly, right? So, you could say the Bible is their unifying document, but even then, they disagree all the goddamn time what the Bible says. So, I don't know if you can't find it there. I'm not sure where else you can find a better example of that, right?
No, you already said where's the best place to look. The Bible. Thank you.
So
Case closed. God bless.
Damn it, Phil.
Prime. Yes.
Okay.
Fucking A right.
So
go ahead, buddy.
You muted me even better.
Constitution that we do in Scripture.
So there's
now he can't hear me when I correct him.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Oh, I thought you said you muted me. Okay,
No.
I was like, well, now you can't even hear me when I correct him. Okay.
No. Okay, so there's
Life of the
an
party,
issue
fake
here
liberty.
that Tiberius.
I didn't do it.
Kaylee, please shut the fuck up. So, anyways,
Yeah, Tiberius.
There's a difference here, right? And I to piggyback off of Tiberius, right? When you look at research studies, you find something that is happening in the American left, especially, that is really like, I don't want to say it's special because it has happened in communist revolutions and things like that before, but for the most part, it is unique in American history, which is that left-wing white people have an out-group preference, right? Like that's something that doesn't fit like normal thinking patterns, right? When we're talking, it's one thing to say we have disagreements on the minutia, or we have disagreements on how we ought organize society or government, et cetera, to a certain degree. But there was a presumption of a love of the fatherland, of a love of America, of a love of like what it means to be American, right? And what has occurred in the last 20 years with the modern left has been a hatred for America, a hatred for a shameful. No, don't even like ask any critical race theorist or people that believe in CRT. Well, I saw it in your face, right? Like about like the 1619 Project or the history of America. And what you will hear from a large portion of our youth is that America is a racist country to its core, that it's always been racist and evil, that it's never lived up to any of the fake ideals that it's set forward in the Constitution or the Declaration of Independence, that this is all bullshit, and it's a white supremacist nation. And it's not like a 1% of us that believe that. And so when you have a group of people that have an out-group preference, right, which is strange, like blacks don't have an out-group preference. They have the strongest in-group preference, also known as, objectively speaking, the most racist group of people in demographic in society, in American society, right? Followed by Hispanics, followed by Asians, followed by Native Americans. And what you get is when you get to whites, white conservatives have less of an out-group preference than any other race as a whole, but white liberals, white left-leaning people have an out-group preference. They dislike their own skin color. They dislike their own ethnicity. They dislike where they come from, and they dislike and have a distaste towards America as a concept. I don't necessarily disagree with them, but you're going to get tension when you get to that position where the right is moving slowly more and more socialist and accepting more and more government and has these values that are still based upon an ideal of America and of their people and of their culture. And the left is moving so far, and they just hate this country. They hate it.
So
have we ever had a group like that in history that has an explicit out-group preference?
So I'm ignoring the in-group out-group thing, right? So
we haven't had polling to know that for sure.
The thing, so the list of objections to America that you started off with, right? Like I signed on to most of those things, but the difference is, I think, the thing that I think you're missing for a lot of people, and I feel that, okay, I want to phrase this very carefully, right? Because I can't speak for everyone. Obviously, I can't speak for everyone on the left. Mm-hmm. There's almost certainly people who fit to a T what you've just described. But I think for a lot of us, I think there's a large cohort of us that actually do love and are loyal to this country despite this, right? So I think what's happening on the left is, it's been happening for decades, as you said, is a reckoning with the actual history of this country that's just been ignored previously, right? We're looking into that history, and we're rediscovering these narratives that were suppressed, that were ignored, especially from marginalized individuals, right? Their voices that just weren't heard, and their stories of utter tragedy of what this country has done to them, and we're saying that we see this, we acknowledge this, we need to have an accounting of all of these things. And once we do that, we can become the country, right? We can't reach our ideals until we have this accounting, until we have this reckoning. So until we actually and I think you must agree with this on a certain level, right? That if we completely ignore racism, right? Like anti-Black racism, that there's no way that we can actually be an egalitarian society, right? If we didn't actually go through the civil rights period, even if you maybe disagree with some of the legislation and all that, right? If we didn't have that reckoning, like we couldn't have moved closer to an actually.
I don't disagree with you.
Okay, great. So
think of it this way. Think of it this way, right? I don't necessarily disagree with you, right? I welcome the collapse, if it brings apart libertarianism as opposed to a Marxist revolution, but if the left is leading it, it won't. Fine. When you say accounting, that's a very vague word with a lot baked in there, but let's set that aside, right? Let's, set the revolutionary aspect of the left aside for just a moment. And what I'm trying to state is that when you look at the 1970s Vietnam and 60s Vietnam protests, what do you have? What you have in the Vietnam protests is you have the neocon right saying we cannot let one country fall to the domino of communism. And what you have on the left is you do have Marxist agitators, without a doubt. You do have leftist agitators. But what we saw was the moment the Vietnam War ended, there was a collapse of that hippie movement. And that's why you had like the Weather Underground Project and shit with nobody with them anymore, right? Because the commies were this really small portion, growing, but small portion. Majority of the left were saying, you have not lived up to your principles as a nation. And so what everyone was agreeing on, both the Burkean conservatives, both the neocons, the William F. Buckley types, and the majority of the left were all saying, America is this beacon of democracy, this beacon of hope. And we disagree on how we're presenting that in the world. That is not what we have today. What we have today is that you have a right wing who has lost their religion, that is consequentialist, that is spiraling out of without anything to really grab onto. And the one thing they're trying to hold on to is the concept of America as a beacon, as a city upon a hill, as like liberal democracy and the social contract and individual liberty and individual rights. And then you have a movement that says individual liberty. Don't you know that the Constitution is racist? Don't you know that all the founding fathers statues need to be toppled? I mean, that's in critical race theory and introduction, right? So the college textbook right off the bat says it's against the Constitution, it's against liberal democracy, it's against the concept of America. When you have people that are attacking the one thing that is undergirding the values of the right, you can't have a fucking conversation. It's just thesis, antithesis. It's just fights.
I don't think it has to be that way, and I want to interact with you on
The
this more.
synthesis,
I
I don't think anybody's going to like what comes from that.
because I really like where you're going with this. I like this conversation, but I want to get Corey in, and then I actually do want to move on because we've like gone past our time, and I do want to get to our picked out topic, but I do want to have this continued conversation with you because it's super interesting. Corey, please.
Well, I'm just going to springboard pretty much off of what you just said, Prime, where I think you worded it so, despite the fact that I'm Canadian, I don't actually hate the United States, or I don't hate Canada either. And I think there's, an assumption that some people make, I would say largely on the right, in terms of like, any criticism towards your country is like, that means you don't love your country or that you don't like your country. Where I say patriotism is, let's say, good. I contrast that with, and the research contrast that with nationalism. I just like, pretty much an excessive love of your country, and that you just cannot criticize it. That any criticism is just seen as like, well, yeah, pretty much like you don't actually love your country. Where, in my example as a Canadian, like, I like Canada. I have a lot of criticisms, and I think Canada falls short on many metrics. And I think also, as you correctly put it, Canada has a reckoning when it comes to marginalized communities like Indigenous communities, etc. And despite the fact that, I have a lot of criticisms of my own province, Quebec, I still think Quebec is like the best province to live in. And I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. Where, yeah, I think criticizing and, having a sort of reckoning is not incompatible with like loving your country or with patriotism. You can be a patriot and still love your country and criticize it. But yeah, nationalism, not a good thing.
You apologize for Nickelback?
No, absolutely not. Nickelback has got some bangers. Absolutely.
Fuck. All right, Corey. I don't know.
I apologize for Justin Bieber. I don't apologize for Ryan Gosling. I don't apologize for Jim Carrey.
Pamela Anderson.
We don't need apologies for those.
I don't apologize for
we
Celine
only need
Dion.
apologies for Nickelback. I'm sorry. That's man, that's
but yeah, okay. I agree with you there that I think it's I don't think you I don't think you truly love your country if you don't criticize it at some point, right? Like if you aren't looking at it with a critical eye, right? Not necessarily critical race theory. I'm not saying that, right? Because but I'm saying just look with a critical eye as to its structure, it's the way the direction it's going. If you're not looking at it that way, then you don't actually love it. You love an idea of it, right? You love what's ever in your imagination, but you're not loving it for all its flaws.
That's the argument I made about the Vietnam protesters, right? Like they were critical of the country for not living up to expectations. That is radically different than people that are critical of the concept of America itself and just saying it's a white supremacist nation and that like egalitarianism is a myth and a lie.
I don't think that saying that it's a white supremacist nation is incompatible with what I just said. Right? Like
you don't think so? You don't think that saying that the very idea of your nation is nothing but white supremacy?
And what ideals and principles are appealing to?
There are not many nations that I think we can point to that don't have a bloody, ugly history. All of them have some sort of bloody, ugly history.
That
right?
doesn't matter.
But
that doesn't matter. Like when we're talking about whether or not you are able to share a concept of patriotism, or as Bakunin put it, a love of the fatherland, not a love of the nation, right? A love of the concept of America, right? Not necessarily the government itself.
But
you can't say all of our history and all of it is white supremacy and whites need a
you can absolutely say that.
They need
you can absolutely say that. You can absolutely say that. And here's how I, as an extreme leftist,
when you do that.
As an extreme leftist, I think, as you would put it, right? Here's how I justify that. I think that America.
I would just say leftist.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, friend. It's like the nicest thing you've said to me in a while.
I promise it's not, but it's okay.
It's just the right distinctions of how the left infinitely divides itself. It's just all the left.
But in any case, like the point is that you can. I believe that this nation has the ability to change, right? Like has like the legal ability, right? The structures in it to change from what it was, right? This isn't a monarchy, right? And we don't have to roll the dice for a benevolent king to fix our problems. No, we actually have through the will of the people, we can fix most of our issues. And so I hold out hope for that. I that's why I participate in the democratic system. That's why I tell people to vote, because I have a faith in this. Yeah, it's a faith, not a trust, I guess, but a faith in our system to be able to correct itself. So I don't think those things are incompatible. I see the white supremacist past and present, but that doesn't mean that it always has to be that way. We can change it. It has changed. We have had movement in the past. We are a better nation than we were previously, and I think that can continue on to the future. But it takes immense political will, and it takes acknowledging what we are to begin with, acknowledging the problem, so we can address it.
You're talking past the issue, because what you're describing is you're saying, I believe that the political process of liberal democracy can be used to achieve my means. That is not the same thing as sharing a love for the history and the foundation and the ideals that created the nation. These are two totally different things. To say, I believe that I can use liberal democracy to bring about the appropriate level of policies and structure that will achieve the means of the egalitarian society that I wish, is just talking about the political strategy and the weaknesses and strengths of the political system that we're in. That is not the same thing as saying, I believe the founding fathers pushed forward Enlightenment principles further in the birth of a nation that was able to go against the concept of monarchy.
I do believe that. I think that's written within the Constitution, right? With a lot of other horrible things. But I think in the end, no, hold on. Right. I don't have to love, but I don't have to love. No. I don't have to love every line of the Constitution.
You have to believe in these
things. Okay, great.
I'm not. I'm an anarchist. Fuck the government. I'm with you. Let's destroy it. What I'm saying is when we talk about a high trust society, and when we talk about being able to compromise on political policies throughout a nation that is a liberal democracy, what I'm saying is you have to have a shared core value structure that values your history, that values your ethnicity, that values how you got to where you are today and the ideals that founded that document in this nation. And if you don't have those, what you have is political warfare, not a system of like kumbaya where people are coming together under a social contract theory. That's what I'm saying.
I really want. Okay, so I really want to like dig into this more because I think it's a really interesting conversation. I think you're saying a lot of fun stuff that I want to examine, but like we have this other topic, and I really want to get to it. So we'll have to pause this for now. So to the audience out there, this is a Rubbery Roundtable, which we do Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We got a great group of guests here. I'm going to introduce them quickly, and they'll also give their opening statements at the same time, so we can get to it. But guys, if you've been enjoying this content so far, hit the follow button. In case you haven't done so, if you're out there, just like jump to the channel, hit the follow button. If you are on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. Consider supporting this channel if you haven't done so yet. Like if you liked all the conversations we had so far, been super wide ranging, and I think a lot of a viable perspective, different perspectives. So help me help you by bringing this to you. If you have Amazon Prime, it's Prime Gaming, use that 1 free sub per month here, or resub, all that good stuff. That's how I make this happen. It doesn't happen without your assistance. So if you're out there, consider doing it. If you haven't done so yet, you'll get your emotes, you get ad-free viewing. So like, ads won't interrupt when Scott is on his rant. I know you want to hear every second of it to be enlightened, right? So to avoid that, consider subbing to the channel. Okay. So I'm going to introduce the topic first, and then I'm going to go down. You guys can introduce yourself if you want to, or just jump into the opening statement, whatever you want to do. It doesn't matter. So topic is the Boy Scouts of America is changing its name to Scouting America. This comes after allowing girls, gays, and trans individuals into their ranks. The Boy Scouts have faced tremendous challenges, mostly in the form of lawsuits due to a massive, decades-long sex abuse scandal. So the rebrand comes at a time when the organization is teetering on the edge and needs to refocus the public attention on its positive aspect. But should people ever forgive an organization that has failed in such an epic fashion to protect children? And should organizations that have such disastrous systemic failures be allowed to continue? Should there be a corporate death penalty which would be enacted to protect the public from dangerous actors in the same way we have an individual death penalty? So yeah, I started this because of an article I saw on the Boy Scouts, now Scouting America. I didn't know that they had, actually maybe I might have heard years ago they were letting in girls, but I forgot that. But the Boy Scouts had been a blanket ban on trans people and on gay individuals, right? And they weren't allowed gay scouts, scout leaders either. But they've reversed all of that. All that's gone. They have apparently at least 3,000 or so Eagle Scouts, female Eagle Scouts at this point. So the girls have gone through the program, right? So this happened a few years ago. So they've graduated. So they're expanding themselves. But this is also a corporation or an organization that's declared bankruptcy because of 8,000 accusations brought against them about sex abuse. And they're dealing with a whole list of lawsuits. So it's really bad. And they're trying to turn things around. And this is a rebranding effort. So one, should we ever give our trust to them? Should any, after hearing all of that, should you, if you were a parent or not, trust your child with an organization like this? But beyond just the Boy Scouts, right? We could use that as a jumping off point. But just in general, when we see these systemic failures in our society, should we destroy these organizations because they've committed so much harm, much greater harm than an individual could on their own, right? So shouldn't there be a consequence, and should that consequence be disillusionment? Let's go to our friend Lactoid.
So first comment is Boy Scouts of America. I dislike the name change. I think it's fine to have exclusionary spaces, and I think sometimes there needs to be male-only spaces, and there needs to be women's-only spaces. And I think Boy Scouts was one of the few male-only spaces that was acceptable, and I think it makes sense. Same thing with fraternities. I think there are benefits to that you can get from those kind of organizations, and it's a shame that that's essentially going away. I think there's going to be negative consequences to that. In terms of the organization itself, yeah, I mean, my understanding is that based on the lawsuits, there's a lot of problems. It's very similar to the Catholic Church scandal, where even at relatively high levels, there was a lot of cover-ups happening, which is fucked up. And I think the people who covered it up should be held personally responsible. I think the people who did it should be held personally responsible. But in terms of destroying the entire organization, to me, that would be similar to wiping out the entire organization of, I don't know, the Catholic Church, right? The organization, I think, is separate from the people who've done misdeeds here. And I think there's value in the organization that should be able to continue while the bad is rooted out. So in terms of generally speaking, do I think organizations should be able to kind of have like the corporate death penalty? Corporations are just fictions anyway. To be honest with you, I'm kind of skeptical of whether a corporation should exist as like a legal entity. It's just sort of this thing that we invented to allow rich people to dodge liability when they fuck up and kill people, or when they don't want to pay back their loans. I don't like that concept, generally speaking, and I don't. So sure, they could call themselves the Boy Scouts going forward, but I don't like this idea of, well, we're going to just eliminate the idea here. We're going to eliminate the organization and all the people that are invested into it now because of shit that was going on back in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, or really before the people who are alive now that we can hold responsible were around. So, yeah, I think keep the Boy Scouts. It's not a bad organization overall, or it could be a good organization overall, but it's probably not going to be, and it was a bad organization.
Thanks, Sam. Let's go to Scott.
Surprisingly, I agree with everything that Lactoid said.
That's
including
socialist?
the fact
Yeah,
that
fair enough. Yeah.
No, including that corporations aren't fucking like right, like the concept of like limited liability corporation is an insane anti-free market practice. If you as an individual, if you own stock, your stock should be able to be liquidated. And that's just how it should be. If you own 20% of a company and you're personally responsible, then 20% of the company, guess what? Fucking it's gone, bitch. Come up with the funds. And if Boy Scouts can't, then they deserve to die. That being said, I do think there's a couple of things I might add to this. So number one, the concept of forced inclusivity in organizations is really just a means of it's a means of destroying community and destroying the concept of whiteness or the health of white people. It's an attack on whites. Is really what it is. It's an attack on white men. White men are not allowed to have their own spaces. Everyone else is allowed to have their own space. If white men get together and have their own space, there are demands that is wrong and evil, and they need to be inclusive, and they need to add people, and then they add them, and then those spaces kind of evaporate because those spaces were a culture for white guys. We've seen this in pretty much every space that white in nerd culture, for example, where it's mostly white dudes that had other people in, and it was like, there's not enough inclusivity in Dungeons and Dragons or Magic the Gathering or in whatever. How dare your Dungeon Master's God have a picture with a woman with her breasts? That's offensive to women. And it's like, what the fuck? And we saw it with Gamergate. We've seen over and over and over again that when white guys try and have their spaces to hang out, racists and sexists come at them, try and destroy those spaces whilst maintaining that they have the right to their own spaces, right? They can have a woman's team. They can have women's only spaces. If you go to college, you can have non-white POC spaces to protect them, but heaven forbid white people have that. That would be horrible and evil and racist. In terms of the name change, again, I kind of don't give a fuck about the name change of a place that let a whole bunch of kids get molested. Like, I don't like, what I mean? Like, I kind of like all of these people should have all of their assets completely taken away, which would almost certainly kill the organization. But assuming the organization could survive that, I would say that places where adults have access to children, especially where they have access to males only, is almost certainly going to be rife with child molesters. When you have power and there's a place where you can gain power and you can be separate from parents and there aren't girls around because there's a culture of silence amongst boys that exists more than with girls, you're going to get predators that utilize that as best as they can. And so the Boy Scouts is kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. They should never have covered up things. And they absolutely did horrible things. And those people and their assets belong to be completely gone. But at the same time, it was kind of like a bound to happen thing. And as culture moved forward and we became more open about sexual abuse, you know, people start talking, and all of a sudden these spaces that have been like this for years start being brought forward. Lastly, the name change. It's kind of like Children's Fund, you know, where it's really like them just trying to get money from places that they, as the corporation's culture shifts, they need to get money from places. Oh, and the very last thing, I'm sorry. Fuck the Boy Scouts or the Scouting America, whatever you want to call them, in the sense that they get boosted from the government. They don't get direct government funds, but they don't get direct government funds, but they do. The National Guard and the Army constantly lets them use campsites. They use their transportation. They use their tents. Like the Army gets mobilized when they're not doing anything to help out Boy Scouting events. And like that shouldn't, like that special consideration shouldn't exist for them, because it's an anti-competition practice against other groups being able to compete against Boy Scouts.
Okay, thank you so much. Phil Kelly.
Well, I will say for everybody within the sound of my voice, it is I, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes you the podcast coward, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, one handsome man if I do say so myself, Phil KOE. You can, of course, find me at KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter-X, depending on your political persuasion. That's K as in King, O as in, oh my God, you can find KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. E as in extremely happy to know you can find KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. And right before I get to that, folks, join us May 18th, Saturday night at 8 for the 5th annual Andre the Giant Beer Bash. Join us for that party, folks. It's going to be great. KOE Nation on YouTube and Twitch. You can find that. Now, we're going to get right into Boy Scouts of America. I promise y'all, Scouts honor. Now, first of all, I got to say, Fabian, there is a white people only space. It's called ghost hunting. Okay, if you go to ghost hunting, like you're more likely to find a ghost than anything other than white people hunting for ghosts. Okay, like that's a little bit of a warp of a Joe Rogan bit, but no, I've seen that in my own life. No, like so there is such a thing as white only spaces like ghost hunts and shit like that. Now, what I will say is I was actually in Scouts as a kid. I was a Boy Scout. I didn't make it to Eagle, but I did help in a couple of cookie drives and all that kind of stuff. You know, so yep, Scouts honor. I learned a couple of knots. I learned how to fold the flag properly, you know, like just really basic citizenship stuff like that. But the reality of this is that boys and girls from the ages 7 to about 16 need their own spaces to help them come up to learn how to be proper men, to learn how to be proper women, to learn how to be proper citizens in society. And those are two different messages. Okay, the way that you relay that to a man or a young boy that's growing up versus the way you relay that to a young girl growing up is going to be two different ways. I know this. I teach children's Sundays, children's Bible studies on Wednesday now, and you have to teach two entirely different ways if you want to actually get through to especially kids this age. And so this is very unfortunate that this space where young boys do learn citizenship, do learn. Now, again, like it's been stated, that is going to attract the worst among us. So if that organization hopes to survive in the future, they're going to have some form of accountability to the point where everybody can see what's going on. I mean, short of live streaming the camping trip, I really don't know where they go from there, because it's unfortunate because this does teach great traditions, but it's kind of like the previous discussions we were having. It's this very strange thing where, like in America and especially in the West, people want belief without believers. They want people to do things within the organizations just for their own sake. And people don't do it just for its own sake. They need to believe that they are contributing to something greater than themselves. And this is why the church is one of the few things that's even left in the West where you can contribute to that outside of say like you want to join the military or something, but that's also not ethereal. That's not spiritual. That doesn't spiritually feed you. That's just giving to the government in essence. And so when you want the belief without the believers, the thing that you got to understand is the changing of the Boy Scouts to Scouts America. It's going to sound like a strange little bird walk, but it's really not. You want to know one of the reasons why Dune 2 was so tremendously successful? Because it didn't shit on its fans or the source material. It actually was like, it actually did something for the people who actually liked that material. And so this is another one of those, like, okay, people who used to be in Boy Scouts, are you going to, like, I'm curious, like, just a quick show of hands, how many people on this panel were in Scouts? Was there anybody in Boy Scouts at all? Okay, me, Ty, it looks like, all right, like, Ty and Lactoid. All right, the three of us, gentlemen. You take, if you have a son, you putting him in Scouts?
Probably not.
No.
Exactly. I'm sorry. They are no longer adhering to the principles that founded them. And so we shouldn't be shocked that, like, when this happens, and so it's going to be the unfortunate reality is, well, can Scouts continue? If belief can continue without believers, sure. No, let's be frank. By the end of the century, there will be no more Scouts of America. And folks, that is my entire statement on that. Scouts honor.
Thank you so much. All right. Let's please speed it up so we get to the conversation. But Aiko, go ahead.
Yeah, I used to work with the Scouts, and it was really interesting because there was a time when, so I worked for a place called RAI, which some of you might have heard of. I worked up at the corporate offices up in Seattle, and we kind of had it rolled out a national program to try and, because we sold things like, it was a company that actually it's a co-op that sold like things like tents and sleeping bags and stuff like that. So we had a strong interest in people that, would go out and do camping and stuff like that. And what we found was that trying to work with the Girl Scouts, they don't do anything like that. So for a while, I tried to sort of make connections with individual Girl Scout troops that were interested in actual scouting that they could do. And so a lot of the girls that were interested in that kind of stuff that would join up for Girl Scouts thinking that they were going to get to do that. And then they get there and they're learning like computer skills and sewing and things like that. Although sewing is a scouting skill. But most of what they were learning was stuff that was sort of stereotypically assigned to girls. And so they weren't able to get that in the Girl Scouts, which is why some girls wanted to be in Boy Scouts, because it would give them the sorts of activities that they sort of associated with scouting. So that's one of the reasons. I can talk about like that whole journey was like, but I think that that's one of the reasons why scouting is trying to do this. One of the things I noticed when I was there was in the 1970s, 1980s, somewhere around there, the Mormons started picking up more and more seats, like on the top council or whatever, that started running the Scouts. And it became more of a Mormon organization from then on. And it sort of like shifted, because the old values of the Scouts had to do specifically with scouting, and then it became sort of more religiously focused as the years went on, and that sort of changed like what the Scouts were. So a lot of this resistance to inclusivity came from sort of the new characteristics of the Scouts. I'm not sure they would have met that much resistance had that movement like not taken place. So then all of these scandals arrive, and it gets associated with the scandals that happen under other religious organizations. Of course, you know about the Catholic Church, but every denomination has had a scandal like that. And that sort of association, I think, is what ultimately broke it. So the Mormons have left the Scouts. I think they did that around 2017, and that exit was completed around 2020. And now that hold at the top of the organization is fundamentally shifted. So they kind of have an opportunity now, because they're trying to make a break with their past, because they did have, I think people don't realize how big the scandal was. Like they were on the hook for many, many, many millions of dollars. And it's amazing to me that they've survived it all. And I wouldn't have been, in the wake of all that, I wouldn't have objected to just letting the floodgates open, and if they collapse from all their liability, well, that's just a consequence of what's happened. But I do take what Galactoid says seriously, because it is true, I think, that an organization, as it moves forward, it can fundamentally change. And one of those fundamental changes has happened with all the people at the top sort of being gone. So there's always this weird question that you have to ask yourself: is it the same organization after it cleans house? Like it might have the same name, but one of the reasons one of the reasons they changed their name is because I think they're trying to hit that tipping point where they're not necessarily associated exactly with who they were in the past. Maybe it's good timing.
I realize that the acronym for Scouting America is SA, and that's no good. Let's go to.
They didn't think of this at all.
Yeah.
I probably don't have anything revolutionary to add at this point. I think a lot of my thoughts are going to echo, but largely, I don't have a problem with an institution trying to change itself, particularly if it's had problems. Institutions are nice. If you can actually salvage them and make something of it, that's great. Unfortunately, that's very rare. Usually, once you get to that terminal point, your institution is just begging to die, and maybe we need to put it out of its misery. Second part, though, is that if you're not meeting your goals, I'm cool with you trying to change in particular. However, we're talking about an institution that's supposed to limit itself to its user base is like 53% of children, and you're telling me you're not successful. Yeah, sucks to suck. Skill issue. Get better. Anyway, I literally have nothing further to add on that one. So go ahead, Corey.
Before that, and Corey will enjoy this.
Incoming.
Hours ago that you got a YouTube thing. Is that what you're about to say?
Look. Thank you, Infallible Fowl, for $5.
It's a question for the religion topic, I'm sure.
He says, okay, right? I didn't say it. He said, how did Fabian go from grandstanding that the left hates the government to the government, to fuck the government in the same rant? Do people take him seriously? Thank you, Infallible Fowl, for asking that. And for providing. We do take our friend Scott seriously, and he's just that amazing. He can do both at the same time. But okay, so let's go to our friend Corey. But thank you, Infallible Fowl, if you're still there. That was 20 minutes. That was only 20 minutes ago. It was only 20 minutes ago.
A new
Crimson
record.
Potentate of punctuality over.
Thank you, Infallible Fowl. Hope you're still there. Thank you.
You need some kind of alarm that comes on, like in big red lights that tells you whenever something like that.
Do you want me to respond to that or no?
You can respond. Okay, yeah, it's quickly, like 30 seconds.
I don't really get. It was two things can be true at the same time, even though that's not really what I was saying. But there you go. He's retarded in two different ways in one statement. It's amazing.
But thank you, Infallible Fowl, for the donation.
We do. Thank you. No matter what your IQ level is.
Give him money or give me money. I'll call you retard in different ways.
Okay. Thank you. Corey.
You have such smart people. Social relationships these days.
Only smart people give money to me. Just putting that out there. All right. So let's go to Corey.
So I will try to keep it brief. But pretty much, I echo just about everything that Aiko mentioned in terms of when is an organization new. If in fact all the bad actors are gone, I don't have any real objection of the Scouts of America trying to rebuild and whatever. If the Catholic Church doesn't need to be rebranded, I don't see why this institution has to rebrand. The only thing that I will add is that I don't, at least as far as I know, this is not like a forced.
We haven't fired Jesus yet. Just saying.
Well, I'm working on it. If I don't see how this is forced inclusion, at least as far as I know, could be wrong. Definitely correct me if I'm wrong. But they're largely they seem to be responding to the lack of enrollment. They're just trying to boost their numbers to get people a part of it. And also, the argument of you need to go to Boy Scouts to learn how to be a boy or a man. I don't see why you can't. Whatever. Is there anything that stops you from being part of both? Let's say the Boy Scouts and an Eagle, a Girl Scout being both part of the Girl Scouts and the Boy Scouts, at least as of now. Like I don't see why it can't just be both.
Scouting is growing, by the way. It's not shrinking. It's growing.
Yeah, I think it's growing now as a result of, I think, them trying to be more inclusive. But I think the enrollment was going up. But yeah, I'll leave it there for now.
Thanks so much. And Ali.
When I was young, I wanted to go away to camp. I wanted to join one of these scouts things. I was like, oh, Mom, I want to go to summer camp. It's a month long. I just go. I was a kid, and she looked at me. She's like, are you fucking retarded? I'm not going to send you away to some camp where I don't know anybody, where you're just gone for a month. You're 8 years old. You have no idea what you're doing. They have no idea what they're doing. And, now as an adult, that makes sense considering all the allegations that came with these camps and these, daycares and these fucking scouts and shit. So I think fuck them. Don't have a community of people that have long listing allegations. I don't give a fuck who is running the foundation at the top. These problems will eventually happen again. And so, I don't think that should exist at such like a large scale. If you want, we do need clubs and communities for like girls and boys growing up, but that should be more community, like within your own city. It shouldn't be some national group and then God knows who's running it and then you're just going away. And also, you should never send kids away for camp, right? Like with people, that's probably not the best idea to do. Take your kids camping if you want. I blame the parents. They're checking out. They're pushing their responsibilities onto like camp leaders and daycares and teachers. And they're not assuming any responsibility of parents on their own. And beyond it being SA, I mean, Scouting America for little kids is not the greatest, plan of action. But yeah.
All right.
Can I
go ahead?
So just jump into it. I'm actually, if we made like the camp leaders or whatever wear body cams, just like cops, if they wear body cams throughout the entire camping experience, wouldn't that kind of solve the problem? Seems like, and parents could log into the webcam and watch directly.
Watch live. Yeah.
Watch live.
Cool.
Yeah. I was about to say, I don't know how else you get rid of that.
I mean, why don't we just strap body cams onto all kids, make it mandatory for kids to just wear body cams at all points in time?
Carry them around
when they're little kids.
Well, yeah, but have it just be right here so that
you know what? I'm
actually can tap in.
Yeah, if kids. So generally no, but if we got a bunch of little kids out in the woods, maybe it would be a good idea to put transponders.
Honestly, maybe generally.
Yeah, maybe it'd be a good idea to make sure they're not getting lost or attacked by bears. Because bears aren't that dangerous, apparently, according to some people.
Well, then why wouldn't they wear them regularly? Why shouldn't it just be general practice that if your kid leaves the house by themselves, right, and they're 7 to 14, that they have a body cam wearing around, and that so if anything happens,
I'm not opposed. Yeah. It's a good idea. I'm not opposed.
All right.
There's some TikTokers that already do that.
There's a joke that Bill Burr had in the early 2000s about watching a Duracell commercial. And then a woman hits a button, and then Kevin just comes out of the woods to her, and he's like, "Hey, man, don't tell me about batteries. What the fuck was on Kevin?" And it's kind of funny to watch the culture and our concept of privacy because of cell phones and everything change right before our eyes, where everyone's like, "Yeah, strap a fucking camera to the kid, fucking track their GPS location at all times." We're now in a world where just everyone is kind of okay with it. I don't know that that's
there's 7.
bad.
They should just all be streaming it as well. They might as well make money off of it too.
Well, hold on.
I don't know that I want them making money off of the.
They should be incentivized.
Well, if we're going to put them on body cams, they might as well upload to Kick and call it a day.
I mean, I would say that it might be a bad idea to have your children on camera and people donating. I don't. Yeah, let's not.
They're doing it anyways.
But I don't necessarily think that it's bad or good to have things be filmed. I don't think that that's actually a bad idea per se. I don't know that you should. I would be very, very leery of forcing. I don't know.
Sorry, let's not get lost.
I feel like that's kind of scary.
Let's focus on.
If you voluntarily want to do that, that might be a pretty good way to get around many of those problems.
The
problem is trust, right? I don't trust some dude with my kid. I can gain that trust if that guy's wearing a body camera. Now, so long as he, kind of joking here, but so long as it's not like the police where they can just turn it off whenever they want, and then apparently nobody cares and they're not in trouble for it. But if they actually have to keep the fucking camera on at all times and you get in serious trouble and lawsuits entail at the moment that thing cuts off, or there isn't a backup.
But then do you just have I
don't know, that might be a solution.
Yeah, but then if you'd have to have cameras, one running at night in all the cabins, right? Because the camera, they'd have to be streaming. And then like where do you not have cameras? And then now we have the issue of, okay, they can go to these non-cameraed areas and go to the bathrooms, locker rooms, whatever it may be. So like the cameras doesn't even really solve the issue.
You could just do it for the adults, right? Like obviously the children might abuse each other, but if the concern is that there's going to be adult camp counselors and or scout leaders, troop leaders that are going to abuse children, if it's required that they be filming first person perspective on their chest at all times, including in the middle of the night, then there is no risk of the adults doing something off camera per se.
That's probably a better option,
like,
yeah.
Unless they're like a fucking cat bar.
Now I will say, like, give me just one moment here, because there's something that we're kind of like, the reason that they do these trips in the first place is so that kids can get out into nature and experience like what it's like being out in the wood, like having his body camera and you're streaming on.
They should do that with their parents.
Phil, the problem is that
they should do that with their parents.
Hold on, because yes, what you're saying there, Ali, is what I did one time when my daughter was 7. I took her out to this little patch of woods that my great grandfather. We've been farming it since his time. There's a little tiny spring. I let her go out into the woods. I let her even go around a little hill and have some unstructured time alone out in the woods. And when I found her about 15 minutes later, you know what she was doing? She was poking a rotten log with a stick. That is as much fun and learning and good time that as a child can possibly have at that age. And that's what you need to, and that's what's being lost here when you do all this. And that's why ultimately Scouts is
you can still poke a log while wearing a body camera.
Stick a fork in it. It's not going to be here by the time 2000.
Well, it's a surveillance state, Corey.
The problem was
is up, not down.
The problem is that kids were experiencing more than just nature, right? That was the issue that we were having. And that's
kids were getting fucked.
Well, yeah, but that's the reason why this
kids are getting fucked.
Why it became an institution in the first place.
Kids getting fucked
because it was no.
Well, I want to say two kids getting fucked.
No, Phil. I understand.
I'm not saying that there's a lot of the counselors did good things.
Phil. So you agree that, like, sure, nature's great, getting out in nature, etc. But it's still, we have to balance this desire to be, purely out in the woods without any technology with the fact that this is a documented issue of kids getting abused. So this is,
and that's why Scouts is done. There's
no
good answer.
I think there is a good answer, honestly. I think the idea of putting body cams on the camp counselors or the camp leaders, I think that could be a solution, right? Not only does it document the entire trip for whatever purposes, but it's a safety tool. It allows parents to feel more comfortable sending their kids to scouting. I know I would feel a lot more comfortable if I had a kid and I was thinking about sending him to scouting. I'd be way more comfortable if I knew that the adults there have cameras on that are always going, and if there's any issue.
Public school teachers?
No, public school teachers.
I think public schools should have cameras in all of them for the exact same reason, Phil.
So some of the schools around me have been implementing. There's a social media specifically for parents and teachers. So there's a social media that they've been using for parents and teachers specifically, where the teachers can upload from stories essentially of what's going on in their class and blah, 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 and you can kind of see what's going on, and the parents are the only ones that have access to this. And so it is essential, almost like having body cams. It may not be 24/7, it may be up to the teacher's discretion what they're showing, but we are kind of getting there. I don't see a problem with teachers wearing body cams.
Just like social media, where you upload the best parts, right, of your life. That's what.
Well, it's one step, right? Yeah, it's one step.
I would say there's a substantive difference between camp counselors and schools, because there are laws that demand.
Yeah, statistically, your child's far more likely to get assaulted in a public school than by a camp counselor. Statistically. Whether by raw numbers or by aggregate.
I don't know
look that up.
Is that even true?
Again,
that's based on the amount of time spent. It's going to be amount of time spent in schools are way more than camps.
Go ahead.
Regardless, that shit's probably true.
Excuse me. Let's just let Scott
okay.
go.
Right. That's you're literally doing the low IQ feminist take of I would rather be in the woods.
Giving you numbers that are right. Sorry, man. I don't know what you're fucking sorry,
no, you're literally,
that's just so low IQ. Quote accurate statistics that are correct. My God, man.
I understand that you don't understand basics.
Need a better gimmick.
It's not a gimmick to just understand.
Yeah, it is. It's the Molyneux gimmick from 2015, man. We've already established this. He even used milk taxes as his example against price controls, dude. The exact same example you used a few hours ago. So yeah. Like, but no. You're totally original. Everything that's coming out of your mouth is totally your own thoughts. Totally, man.
I don't know.
Phil's firing rockets today.
It's fun.
I definitely. Actually, I came up with that concept.
I know it's not fun for you, but it's fun for me.
Hold on, sorry.
I came up with that concept while listening to
I'm sure you did.
Basic Economics again by Sol. When he was discussing price controls, I thought about dairy, specifically dairy subsidies as it pertains to ice cream. But setting that aside,
just happens to be Molyneux's exact same example.
I don't
Totally
know
coincidence.
why you think I'm copying fucking stuff on Molyneux.
Because you fucking are, man. I heard all these arguments.
Let's move past. I don't want to talk about Stefan Molyneux. I don't want to talk about that bald.
Is ice cream socialist?
I don't listen.
Let's talk about
Ben and Jerry's is
these arguments. If you heard these arguments 8 years ago, you would think you would have been able to come up with a counterexample in this fucking decade, but apparently you can't. So please shut.
Been doing a great time all night, man.
You've
been getting flustered and fucking. Your humors are just getting all over the place all night. Yes, so yeah, I'm apparently not doing that bad, my man.
You being an obnoxious retard is not evidence of me losing.
Oh, I thought calling people names is a bad thing, like you were saying a few years not too long ago. Now you're using the R word and shit. Like, I'm sorry, man. That's way worse than anything I've called you all night.
Hey.
You apparently don't know anybody in your life with actual developmental issues.
Whoa.
You have no empathy for it.
Guys, knock it off. No, seriously. Knock it up. I don't want to talk about this. You can save it for your own time. Go ahead. I don't care. But like now, I do want to talk about this specific issue. And there's so much more. Not just the Boy Scouts I want to discuss.
Am I allowed to make an argument now?
Please.
All right. So, as it pertains to, I fucking forgot what I was going to.
Okay.
I just want to say on the low level thing, like the reason why that's not true about the likelihood of getting molested or whatever doesn't really have to do with like who a teacher is or who a scout leader is. It really has to do with the kind of access they have, right? So a teacher has access to kids for like an hour or an hour and a half at a time during the day with cameras everywhere, whereas a camp counselor like has that 24-hour access. You know, if you're sending off somebody and you're entrusting one person with care of children without proper supervision, of course the molestation rates are going to skyrocket under that kind of situation. And public schools have a lot more things in place to like prevent that sort of thing from happening. So in terms of molestation rates, now I don't know, the raw numbers might be different because every single kid in America goes to school as opposed to whatever percentage like goes to overnight camps and stuff like that.
Just per capita, man.
Yeah, but your per capita odds of getting molested are going to be much, much higher at these camps than they are going to be at a public school.
So,
obviously.
Okay, so is Lactoid, let's get back to him, right? Lactoid, you said something interesting at the start. You talked about why we shouldn't get rid of these organizations in general.
Sex-segregated organizations?
No. That I wasn't going to go in that direction, though I do want to talk about that at some point too. That's also really important. But that, we'll have different people within an organization, right? At some point. And, like the current organization doesn't necessarily reflect the past organization. Maybe that's the case, or maybe not, right? And I'm not sure if it should actually matter. So, like, the example that I go to for topics like this is piece of shit Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo is like the epitome of corporate scams. Like Wells Fargo again and again. Like
first.
Yeah. A Wells Fargo again and again robs its customers. If you have a Wells Fargo's account, they're probably robbing you now. We just haven't revealed that scam. Like, don't believe me. Look into the past. Like, actually, and I've gone on rants on stream, right? Where I've gone through articles showing like the endless history of scandals that Wells Fargo has gone through. How many times they've robbed their customers blind, right? And then we find them, right? We slap them on the wrist and then just do it again, right? It's literally just the cost of doing business, and their business is robbing you. Close your Wells Fargo's account. In any case, right? With this,
not to be true, it's actual legal advice.
No, I agree.
You're welcome,
Wells
Prime.
Fargo, they stole from me too.
Yeah, exactly. See, right there. It's like they do it all the time. But so if there's an organization like this, right, that has continuous these systemic failures, why shouldn't we end that organization? Right, whether they be in a corporate structure or not, right?
I don't understand. So like if so let's say there are 20 people responsible for bad actions, right? And so I'm trying to understand your argument from one of two perspectives. Either do you mean because the public deserves to see some level of justice in that there's like a feelings that like justice has been served by the place being liquidated, or is it your belief that it is necessarily true that if enough people do something that it has created a culture that like all of the other people must be tainted in some regard? Because if it's the first one, I don't understand why we would get rid of a business just because of people's feelings, because people hate all kinds of businesses. And if it's the second one, I don't understand where that link is, that like middle management must be infected by like, child molestation that occurred in the 60s in Boy Scouts, right? Like I don't see how that one necessitates the other. And so I guess I don't get the argument.
Sure, yeah. So one, I think there needs to be a sense of justice, right? Like I think that and we can get that multiple ways. One, I think the leadership should just go to jail, right? Like we should be imposing jail sentences on leadership when these things happen, because they'll just blame it on lower middle management,
cover up or like negligence. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, 100%. There should be consequences.
And let
but two, the other reason
take care of the people that covered up child molestation.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Please.
I said, and let the prisoners in federal prison deal with the people that go to jail for covering up child molestation.
Okay, that's one way, sure. But also,
I'm not advocating for anything other than letting them have to be
to mix with them, to mix with everyone else, right? Yeah, sure. But the other reason is to literally protect the public. That at some point, right, that the because the harm is so great and there's a pattern of harm, right? That's why I pick Wells Fargo, because it's not just like this one instance of like massive systemic failure. They just keep doing it, and they're doing it now. I'm telling you, they're doing it now. We just haven't found out about it. They're doing it now. But anyway, they keep doing that. So to protect the public, right? If there is an organization that has like if there was an organization that was endlessly polluting, right? And we find them, we even send people to jail, but it just simply doesn't stop polluting. Well, then at some point to protect the public, then that corporation might need to be liquidated, right? Its assets sold to another or multiple other corporations that will follow the law, that will protect the environment, right? So like,
as I said, like, do you believe that that there is a certain critical mass of infractions or leadership that it must necessitate that the structure itself and all, because the structure is made up of individuals, do you believe that middle management deserve to like lose their job? I'm not actually, the only argument I'm actually hearing is that you seem to be making a connection without making that argument explicitly. Like, is it true that like if the whole board of directors is evil and then all the board of directors getting taken care of, that the people underneath them must be evil in some capacity? They must be tainted or corrupted. They deserve to lose their job, their pension, their stock in the company that they had, right? That they were like putting part of, like, why do they deserve to be punished in some regard?
They may not necessarily deserve to be punished, but it's not about them. It's about the public, right? So like people lose their jobs for all kinds of reasons. We're watching this in the game industry where people doing their jobs.
So like, let them eat cake, give them an execution.
So
no, I don't think it's that.
We're watching this within the game industry right now, where people are losing their job despite them doing their jobs correctly. But the suits, they've made a horrible bet. But the people who get crushed are the people below, right? But that's just the way business is, right? We accept that within normal business operations, where the C-suite makes a bad bet, and they Now the business tanks, right? But the people who get fired tend to be the ones at the bottom. They suffer the most, right? So we accept that there.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I'm willing to carry that over when the C-suite has done something horrible, and maybe not just like once, right? It might have to happen like a repeated pattern of systemic failures. Like I'm willing to move on where this line is, but where it shows that there is a rot within the corporate environment that keeps harming the public, well then yes, like people are going to lose their jobs. And
what would be
it's threat elimination.
The question was originally, I want to just Wells Fargo's been around since like the mid 1800s. Prime, let's say it was discovered that like in the late 1800s they committed a bunch of scandals and scams, and then like for more than 100 years they've been impeccably good. Let's just say, I know they're not.
Pinkertons, the Pinkertons exist right now.
They've washed away their sins.
No, so like right now, all of the scam artists that existed within Wells Fargo are long dead, right? There's not a single scammer left in Wells Fargo, but the company did in the late 1800s commit a whole bunch of scams. Do you think Wells Fargo should be shut down today? Let's say in this example.
Well, like I said, like it may not just have to be like one example, it might have to be a pattern. And like, of course, like yes, we do with justice in general. Hey, you have like you have all these mitigating circumstances, right? Like you've shown yourself to be a good person, so we'll take that to account. And when we're carrying out our judgment, like that's fine.
I'm not referring to that. I'm saying that like, okay, late 1800s, there's a ton of scams, like repeated behavior. Okay. And then throughout the entire 1900s, like no scams, and then into the 2000s, no scams. So all the people that did the scams that are part of the organization are dead. What I'm trying to get at is like, you seem to have
a danger to the public.
Well, right. So, but if we got rid of
That's the point.
Right. So if right now we were able to target the individuals at Wells Fargo that were creating the danger to the public, we could remove them while leaving the rest of Wells Fargo. It seems like the position that you've taken is sort of more pro-corporate personhood than me and Scott are willing to accept, right? We don't think that a company necessarily should be held responsible for a company's actions. The individuals that reside within the company should be held personally responsible for their crimes.
I'm taking the personhood stance that the United States government is taking, right? The United States government says that the corporations are people and that they should be able to speak, right? They have a First Amendment right to speak. So if the United States government is taking that stance, right, that it has all these these rights of an individual, then why shouldn't they have the punishments of an individual? So yeah, in your example, it seems in that case that the corporation is no longer a threat to the public. And so if I was the one in charge of the case, like, okay, well, we'll fine you maybe or whatever. We can't send the perpetrators to jail, but maybe we can find the organization,
right? Which we do.
This is what I was describing earlier.
Corporations are people too.
So hold on.
I don't
Prime.
believe they're people, but sorry.
Prime.
This is what I was describing earlier philosophically.
Hold on. Hold on. Before
there are organizations like, so I understand that you want this to be applied to Wells Fargo as well. But there are organizations that do more or less like get the death penalty, right? Where they're shuttered down, they're forced to liquidate, they're renamed into like a recovery corporation. The government will put some specific CEO who's like FTX is the best example.
Yeah, I was gonna say yeah.
So and that guy also did the same thing with Enron. So
Enron, yep.
Yeah, so like it happens, right? When the companies do like misbehave to some point, like the government says, whoa, we're gonna like kill you now. Whether or not Wells Fargo deserves that or not, I guess is up for debate. Well, but like I hate the concept of corporate personhood generally. I think that it's a way for rich people to dodge responsibility.
I 100% agree with you. I don't want rich people to dodge responsibility as well. The people who caused a 2008 financial crisis, they should be in jail. They aren't in jail.
The ones that committed fraud, yes.
Yeah, they should absolutely have been put in jail. So I agree with you. The other thing I was going to say, what was the other thing I was going to say? But I understand though that we our society treats corporations as people now, right? And if they have all these well, but you don't disagree with me, right?
Yeah, there's citizens united. It's like there's some concept of like a corporate personhood, of corporate entity, like it's a legal entity. For some purposes, it's considered a person, but like for a lot of purposes,
for all the
it's
others,
not.
especially in terms of like the obligations, no, they aren't, right? And the consequences, they aren't. So that's a problem. But and it's not, and my enmity isn't like just directed at like the corporate structure, though I think that the corporate structure induces a lot of like mass psychosis, right? And the people are allowed to disperse responsibility for their terrible actions within the corporate structure. So there's that. But I'm talking about any particular organization that has these repeated systemic failures that maybe like to protect the public from further harm, that they shouldn't exist in the future.
Or we can target the harmful elements. We can target the harmful elements.
We should.
Yes, but we can keep Wells Fargo like the good parts, right?
But we should. I'm saying that like so. Here's where my system would work. Wells Fargo does a thing, right? A bad thing, because that's what they do continuously. So they do the bad thing one time, right? And we go in, we crack skulls, and meaning that we send a lot of people to jail, right? We actually have punishments for them, or maybe if it's a small infraction, it starts as a fine. But anyway, but it escalates. So you do that thing again. We see that doesn't stop. We send people to jail.
Now it's a different bank.
Yeah, we start with C-suite, right? And if it proves that it's a different bank afterwards, with continued like a good corporate citizenship, whatever that means, right? Then there's no action needs to be taken.
Well, it has to be a different bank. If you replace the people, like all organization is just made up of its people. If you remove the troublemakers and there's still problems, it means that you didn't get them all.
No, I don't know about that, right?
Could be because something systemic, or
it could be something systemic, exactly, right? So
like certain policies in place, sure.
So you can get rid of the police chief, you can get rid of the mayor, you can get rid of the DA, you can get rid of all these people, the leadership of this organization, right? Like even the top officers, replace them, and then find all the same problems still exist because the incentives are exactly.
Oh, like if all the workers were like involved in that.
So no, I'm talking about dude. You know what I'm talking about, Lactoid.
I don't, because again, if there is some kind of policy in place or like lack of oversight that's leading to this issue, part of the the remedy could be like, hey, we're getting rid of the troublemakers, and going forward, you have to do this now. And if there are problems going forward, that all that means is that you didn't catch all the troublemakers, or you didn't fix the policy well enough. That doesn't mean you got to kill all the good parts of the organization.
Lactoid, allow me to translate here just for a minute, okay? It's like, corporation has a lot of money. Corporation does things that folks on the left don't like. So the left wants to be able to replace the C-suite within the corporation with their political allies. That's actually what's going on here. We could pretend it's otherwise, but that's crime.
Isn't that what the right's advocating for, though? It's like, hey,
That's exactly what the left wants to do.
But that's what the right's arguing for here in this case, though.
So with the bank,
let me actually hold on.
I've
been trying.
And
we'll go to Scott, then Ali. Okay.
Go off.
This is why it's really important for people to read objectivist philosophy, honestly. Because once you understand objectivist philosophy, you can see the philosophy speaking through people. And Prime Guys, this isn't anything personally against you, but I can see the philosophy speaking through you. You're using definition through negation. You're defining your political praxis by the current standard, which is what socialism is, right? It's the movement of history through dialectics, through the concept of thesis, antithesis, and then synthesizing those together. As I said before, what I was trying to say, it's just like how David Halpern describes queer theory. Queerness is an identity without an essence. It doesn't actually exist in a stable place. It's like, that corporations aren't people, but because the political system states that corporations are people, you use that as a means of negation against the thing that you dislike. And what you were talking about the spirit of the thing. You were speaking as if the tools and the institution create the mind, as opposed to the mind creates the reality. You are saying that the institution is systemic, that the workers within the corrupt institution are created by the institution itself, that they're molded by the collective being of the corporation, and that after a certain point we must destroy that spiritual thing that you recognize isn't a person and isn't reality, and reject the concept of changing the policies and getting rid of the people that are the bad actors because of bad actions. This is mysticism and leftist philosophy in play 101. And KOE, I don't think that you're wrong in what you just said. I think what you're talking about is what will happen. That is what historically occurs, but it's not the reason why. I don't think the motivation per se is to put in their political people in charge of the corporation so much as it is as the hatred towards the concept of wealth, towards the institution itself and the issues, and that is how those corrupt systems get taken advantage of.
So I'm gonna move on. Someone will Ali type. Corey, did I skip over you previously? Did I do that?
No, I don't believe so. Not this time.
Good. Great. I was like, all right. So Ali, Ty, and Corey. I can yell at Scott later.
So the bank argument's a little bit different to me because you can just go to a different bank. You can go to a credit union that doesn't fuck you over. It's not, you can't shut down banking as like an industry or an institution in general. So like if Wells Fargo's fucking you over, you leave. Then the public safety can be handled within like public opinion. The problem with here is that the Boy Scouts, I don't know that there are many different options you can go to. It's one organization. So regardless of it's a rebrand, so like you may not like the Boy Scouts becoming Scouting of America, but I think you'd have the same problem if a completely new organization came out, was like, hey, we're the new Boy Scouts. This is new leadership, right? You'd still end up having the same problems because the spirit of the industry is that kids are going to be alone with adults. And then so I don't know if you have more of an issue with like the specific corporation that is Scouting America or just like the industry that is like Scouts and camps in general, like daycares and stuff like that. So because like when you guys are arguing the banks, it's like really seems Wells Fargo specific, not banking specific. Whereas with this, it's really like the whole,
Well, Wells Fargo is not the only bank that does.
Yeah, you can go to a different bank.
Yeah. I agree, and there are lots of other banks that should have been
in Banco de Vaticano.
But when it comes to the
financial crisis, absolutely, there should be more. Now, 100%. Like Wells Fargo, I'm just using it as an example because they are particularly egregious. You should close your Wells Fargo accounts.
Yeah, I'm going to go open one now just because of that Prime.
Yeah, so like with the Scouts,
stick it to the left.
Though, with the Scouts, a rebrand doesn't do very much because, in your opinion, a rebrand is just
self-harm.
Yeah, it's just a rebrand is just like, okay, it's like, a new name. They're just trying to skirt under the bullshit that they've had before. If anyone looks up the name now, it won't be linked to all these like so on and so forth. But even if a new corporation came out and we're the new Boy Scouts of America, you're still gonna have the same intrinsic problems, just like when you find them out later. So the problem is the industry, not the like corporation. Which I think to Lactoid's point is like shutting down the corporation.
And I think body cams are like the solution to this systemic issue, like making sure adults are always under supervision when they're around children.
Or also when they're around my money, right? When
sure, this is a good point. Sure. Yes, yeah. People, financial, like people in like high positions of financial power, should probably be monitored to some extent. I think everybody should be like your job should be monitored to some extent. This is the point of management.
Oh wait! Actually, I have a question here, Lactoid. Like, to what degree? Like, are we talking just like the company should watch them? We talking the FBI should watch them? Like, what level of monitor are we talking about?
It would obviously like depend on like the level of vulnerability that's associated with their task. So around children, I'm like very much more okay with like constant surveillance on behalf of the job. When it comes to
like
by their supervisors, by their supervisors in the job, right? So like if you are in the Boy Scouts, it would be like you would have the cameras on there, and that camera footage would be available to like the board, or like some kind of separate reviewing agency, or et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, so I get you there, and I have a barometer question for both Prime and Lactoid because I don't know whose side I really want to come in on here because I think there's some arguments that I actually agree with from both. Just in general, Prime, like how generally do you think? When you look at corporations, like, do you think that they're generally negative, positive, kind of like lukewarm?
I think they're generally neutral, right?
Okay.
I think most corporations are profit-seeking organizations, and that's okay, right? And I think most of the time, like the business of doing business is perfectly fine. I think that along the path, people get screwed over, but that happens within life in general, and like in any organization, not like just within a corporate environment, certainly. But people get, the unfortunate things happen. But so that's not what I'm talking about. Like I'm talking about like big failures. But yeah,
right. So the problem is I'm trying to like figure out whose side I really agree with here more, because I think they're both right. So like I just need to ask Lactoid, because I agree with you pretty much largely in what you said. So like Lactoid, just real quick. Should people not be held responsible for the actions of an entity that they are a part of or enable, right? Because you are on the board of a corporation. How liable you are for that corporation's failure versus the person who's literally just the fucking teller at the bottom, right?
Yeah,
like,
I think
they don't make decisions.
I think people need to be held, regardless of what kind of organization they're part of. People need to be held responsible for their actions, and if they're in a position of authority and they have an obligation, a duty that they've taken on to prevent certain actions from happening, then you can hold them personally responsible to some extent as well. So, and this would just be a general rule across any organization, right? If you're the person tasked with preventing the child abuse, and like you just like, or here, a better example, if you're the person tasked with like stopping the school shooter and you don't, you hide outside the school during the whole time, you've taken on that duty and you have neglectfully failed at that duty. And I think there should be some consequences on you for that reason. Just in the same way, like the person doing the shooting should also get like severe consequences, probably worse consequences, right? It's going to be a case by case basis. But like whenever you're in charge, there's a level of responsibility that comes there that I'm willing to hold you personally responsible for. What I don't like is I can open up Lactoid LLC, put my assets on it, and then own that with a shell company called Lactoid 2 LLC, and then have that be through 8 other shell companies, all called Lactoid LLC 1894. I've seen this, right? Getting to specific people, you got to like go down the chain to actually get to where the money is. And like when you see it happen time and time again, like I have, like the whole system you begin to realize like how contrived the whole system is. We're really pretending these things are people. Like they're literally we came up with them. We wrote them on a fucking piece of paper.
Okay, so like this is where I'm a little lost.
Corporations' feelings, Lactoid.
I know.
Okay, so I'm kind of anti-corporate. I'm like minus 20 out of 100, right? Because while corporations can serve a very valuable purpose, is that like I do hold them severely liable for the shit that they will pull off, particularly like negative connotations, what they do. What I do have an ethical problem with is when you destroy a corporation and you fuck over the bottom people who have no authority within it, but they're just like, cogs in the wheel. Like, do we have some kind of like ethical responsibility to like either say fuck you because you're just part of it and you're an enabler, or is it like, hey, you deserve some kind of compensation? Like, so we liquidate the assets and they get it.
Let me respond to this. So real quick. That's the strength of my system as opposed to Prime's terrible system, which is that for me, like the people who are held responsible are the people who did it and the people who are in charge of them to make sure they don't do it. If you're not in charge of them to make sure they don't do it and you didn't do it, you shouldn't get punished because you're just an individual who's part of an organization that you didn't do the bad thing and you weren't held, you're not responsible for doing the bad thing.
Clean out the executive though. I mean, it's kind of like you want punishment without consequence.
So hold on. So multiple things here. One, I think if we're doing a full liquidation, we've gotten to the point of that, I'm fine with like the workers being compensated, right? Like for the loss of their job. So getting a piece of that liquidation process. Like I hadn't thought of that, but I think it's a good idea. So I like it. But furthermore, on the other hand, Lactoid, like you are fine. I know you're fine, right? Because I've heard you be fine.
I'm damn fine.
Workers look like losing their jobs, right? For the choices of management, right? That like, they made a bad bet, but like, and we have to like right size the corporation.
You don't like your hair anymore? You're gone.
Yeah. Like we are seeing exactly this, and I just happen to be watching the video game industry at this very moment, right? But there are other examples of this, we know that, but I'm just happen to be looking at that one.
Well, nobody's entitled. I don't think people are entitled to any kind of like end of a contract, right? People are entitled to a job. People are entitled to someone's labor. But what people are entitled to is to not be held, not be coerced against by a government entity unless there's like specific parameters that are set, like they've committed a crime.
So is that it? So is it that they aren't being first of all, they aren't being held responsible by a government regulator. They're not going to jail, right? They're not going to jail. And if it was like the SEC that decided that your corporation is completely fraudulent and they shut it down, would you? Let me ask you that: if the SEC found a corporation to be completely fraudulent, like some sort of financial institution, to be completely fraudulent in what they were doing, right? Well, there's somebody there who's just a cog in the wheel. But that organization is going to be dissolved. We've seen this happen already, right? Like, do you think that that corporation should continue to exist afterwards, despite the whole thing is like a fucking Ponzi scheme, let's say?
Yeah, I guess I would be opposed to entire organizations just being dissolved outright by the SEC. To engage with your question, though, because I could imagine, I think FTX is a great example of this, where you remove some key players and the whole organization essentially kind of folds, because the whole thing is kind of kept together by a few key players and some tricks. And so, yes, there's going to be people who lose their jobs. That's understandable.
The Pareto principle of any organization. About 20% of the people are going to make up about 80% of the productivity of any particular organization.
Yeah, I don't know about. I'm not sure about
Here, Prime. Here, let me ask you
Prime.
this, Prime. Maybe this can help. If you, let's say, a CEO is found guilty of rape, okay, terrible crime. Obviously, the shareholders didn't do it. The workers didn't do it. This CEO raped a secretary. So you remove the CEO, but it turns out that despite being horrible, a horrible person, he was actually an incredibly good CEO. And now the company starts performing very poorly because you've removed the CEO. Surely you think the company should be allowed to fire their workers when they're losing money, right?
I have the perfect analogy to ask for you guys on this.
Well, I want an answer though.
No. So you're saying that the CEO was removed and replaced with someone who was not.
And went to prison.
And there was a business downturn. And should the workers be let go? Yeah, I'm saying I accept this. I do I accept. Okay, so I don't know why.
Well, no. So I accept them being able to be let go if the company is okay, we're losing a bunch of money, we've got to let people go. What I'm not okay with is the government saying oh, the CEO raped, therefore this whole company is really a rape company. So we're going to shut down the whole thing.
Why? But even in the system, I proposed to, that wouldn't be the case, right? So you the thing I specifically outlined would not include that. I don't know why you're even talking about it. But going back to what I was saying previously, now I'm trying to find the difference here. Because if you agree with me that a Ponzi scheme, right? I set up an organization. I'm doing it right now, right? Corporation Alpha. Corporation Alpha is a Ponzi scheme, right? I get you all to join the top row here, right? And then I pay you back with the middle row and then the next row, right? Ponzi scheme. If that's found out, and then I have other people under me who are working with me, right? And that corporation is shut down because it is a fraudulent organization, correct? And you already admit that that's okay. So what's the difference between that and then
what I said is the people who are engaged in the fraudulent portion, they get punished.
It was specifically set up to no. I'm not saying that everyone goes to jail, right? I go to jail. I'm not
saying that you're saying that everyone goes to jail. What I'm saying is that the government action should be limited to only the individuals that are responsible. And yes, if the company needs those individuals to survive, that doesn't mean that the government has an obligation to keep the corporation alive. What I'm not okay with though is when you're talking about Wells Fargo, the example that you used, I would not be okay with the government coming in and just shutting down Wells Fargo. They can go in and pull out key players, and yes, if that leads Wells Fargo to collapse, then they collapse.
I think we're missing each other. Right?
I think we might be.
If someone else can maybe restate this better, then I'll accept that.
I can tell you what's going on here.
Okay.
Here's the issue.
Because you're a leftist.
I think, and I tried to do this in the very beginning, which I said I gave you two options: option A or option B. What I think you are trying to describe is that you believe certain places have so many people in them that are acting negatively that there is the entire corporation is corrupted in some capacity because there's so much going on. So, for example, Blizzard Entertainment, right? When we found out that Bobby Kotick was letting his VP, his president of creative directors, and all of these different people in Blizzard were like sexually assaulting or harassing girls, to the point where they were doing cube crawls where dudes were drinking at the work and then going up to girls in cubicles and like talking about their breasts and shit. And there might even have been like there was dozens and dozens of things going on. And you're saying, look, there's so much corruption here that like getting rid of one guy or getting rid of one person, like this company has a corporation. I'm not confident if we got rid of 4 or 5 people that there wouldn't still be cube crawls, that there wouldn't still be people that adopted these behaviors and all of these things, continuing this behavior because it's become endemic to the corporation itself. And what Lactoid and I are saying in counter to that is get rid of every bad person that did a bad thing. But if you get rid of the company itself,
I'm sorry,
as a
Scott,
means,
you missed my point.
You are using the state to punish.
You've missed my point here. The thing I'm specifically trying to draw out with Lactoid here. I'm saying I have set up a fraudulent organization. The point of this organization.
We agree in that. Oh no, Paul.
No.
New example. If the whole company is corrupt because the entire business model is fraud, yes, destroy the entire business.
Okay, so you agree with that, Lactoid, right? Well, hold on. I just want to make sure because Lactoid hasn't. You've said that.
Exactly
Lactoid to say that. Lactoid. If I set up a Ponzi scheme and I have some honest employees under me, right? But it's a Ponzi scheme. The government should be able to shut the organization down so it doesn't continue doing a Ponzi scheme.
I mean, if the employees want to keep the name and like do work that's not a Ponzi scheme, they should be allowed to. But like obviously the Ponzi scheme element needs to be like forcibly removed, and the people who engage in any kind of Ponzi scheme behavior need to go to jail, right?
It's a moot point because 100% of the business was fraudulent. Therefore, 100% of the business's assets would have to go to pay.
But Prime said there was some honest employees. That's the thing, right? Prime said there was like
some honest employees.
Yeah,
but
so it's 99%. So it's like 99%.
I honestly don't know that they're doing a Ponzi scheme.
There's actually been a very recent example of this in corporate America. WWE, look up the accusations against Vince McMahon right now. Some really ghastly stuff. He's fighting charges of sex trafficking, of all kinds of crazy shit right now. They got rid of him completely. They cleaned house of anybody that even had the stink of Vince McMahon on him. And the WWE is rolling on. They just had one of their most profitable WrestleManias in the company fucking history. The Rock is now on the TKO board. They did a complete sweep. Now the McMahons, other than Paul Levesque, his son-in-law, there's nobody with any power there now. The Rock now has more power than Vince McMahon in professional wrestling as of this year.
Speaking Chinese to me, Phil.
Prime.
I still have a question.
Sure, and I will get to that. 1,000 bits from Naritas and he said they gave it to me because for Phil's counter to Scott's BS. So
well, thank you.
I appreciate it.
I'll do it for free. I'll do it even again. It's the least.
You are doing it for free, I believe.
Yeah.
This is a hobby for me. I don't even understand why anybody...
subs, but thank you, Naritas, for helping.
Yeah.
So, go ahead, Lactoid. Respond to me. Ty also wants to respond. I think someone else.
I think like.
Oh no, Corey never got to finish.
Corey never got his point.
Okay,
Corey, go for it.
Well, I'm interrupting the flow. Like,
no, fuck his flow. Fuck his flow.
Wow.
All right.
But the Fubu Jack is so nice though, and he is fine.
You can pass each other because you don't understand each other's philosophy.
It sort of relates to. I think it does relate, but it might not be as interesting as I find it to be. But I think there is an interesting conversation to be had of like, can a corporation be set up such that it's inherently of like. Inherently sort of corrupts or like turns good actors into bad actors. Like I take the point that let's say in the Boy Scouts, as Scott brought up, like that probably attracts certain bad actors that want access to children. But I can imagine a world or a scenario where I think there's abundant evidence that, we unfortunately many humans were products of our environments. Everyone knows the Stanford prison. Pardon me?
That's why I use the example of Blizzard, because like literally they were doing cube crawls.
Yeah.
Like the regular employees are drinking and like making comments about women's breasts at the fucking job. Like it was that endemic to the company culture.
Yeah, there might be something built into how we set up corporations that like it just turns people into bad actors. Again, I was going to allude to like the most people know of the Stanford Prison Experiment, whatever, the Stanley Milgram experiment. Like, yeah, for whatever reason, you set things up properly in a certain way, and people can do horrific things for whatever reason. And maybe some corporations actually run like that. I don't know, but I think there's something that might be going on there.
The example that you brought up before, Prime, like the Ponzi scheme from the beginning, I guess this would be like more along the lines of what Corey's referring to as the sick company, like the 100%, like the problematic company. Like there's something endemic about it. But the problem is the examples that we were talking about before, like Wells Fargo. I mean, Wells Fargo's, for however much you hate it, maybe like you'll rhetorically call it like a Ponzi scheme. A lot. But like the whole organization is not like a Ponzi scheme, right? It is a bank, right?
You probably just build the pharmaceutical industry.
Pharma companies. Well, like
pharma companies are probably better than banks.
Well, you also have the scouting, the Boy Scouts, for example. Like, there's some good elements. There has been some good elements of the organization, and so when we're talking about nuking a company, like I'm just saying that, like, yeah, unless literally 100% of everything is like destroyed, then by the virtue of like excising the bad, you would naturally destroy the entire company since you've just gotten rid of all the bad. But if it's like 50% bad, slice, cut off, amputate the 50% that's infected, and then the 50% that's not infected, there's no reason to kill them.
Just right. Let's see if this works across the board, though, right? Because you asked me about like that downturn and remove the CEO, right? But if the CEOs of a corporation make a bad decision, right? They make a bad, like, not a legal one, right? But just like, bad product rollout, right?
Okay.
They think that gamers want more live services. Turns out gamers, like, keep telling them they don't want live services, right? And they have a disastrous game, I don't know, right? That kills a Justice League or something. I don't know. But in that case, right? Should then the people who punish, like, it should be like the C-suite, right? The management, all the people who made those decisions, right? The first people, at the very least, the first people who should get fired, you would agree that when there's a bad product rollout, should be the people at the top then, right? Because they made a bad decision.
Sure. Yeah, I wouldn't enforce this by law because the hiring and firing is within that, that organization's discretionary.
Well, it's
what I think, yeah, like if I was, let's say I owned a corporation 100% and like management made a bad decision, I would target them first. I think Kevin O'Leary said that like the first person to go in any of the companies that he buys is the CEO. Like he'll buy a company and then like if the CEO doesn't do exactly what he wants, he just gets rid of them because he doesn't think they're that useful.
Well, okay, well that makes sense because Kevin O'Leary is a higher power. But in most companies, there isn't a higher power, and the
that's not true. CEOs are workers. I'm not kidding you. They work for the shareholders.
They work for the shareholders may not.
Most CEOs also are owners.
Or if sorry, hold on. I'm not gonna. I don't want to.
They're not even capitalists according to Marx.
I don't want to get distracted by that, right? My point, I specifically said the C-suite any which way, right? So you clear out the C-suite. Let's say, or if it's not a corporation, let's move away with the corporate structure because it trips us up.
It's a democracy.
It's another.
It is. You vote. The shareholders vote for the board of directors. They're the representatives. Right?
No. It's another organization, a company that doesn't have a corporate structure, right? Where they have
a single member LLC that does not have a corporate structure.
Yeah, right. And they have but they have people who work under them, right? So should management be taken out from the top? My point is that like you're saying that it's fine that if they make one kind of bad decision, it's fine to clear them out from the top, right? That you're okay.
Yes, if they make an illegal, if they do illegal things, yes.
Yeah. So I'm saying that for legal things as well, they've made a bad decision. It was their decision, right? One or the other to do that product rollout the way they did. And they fucked up. So they go first, right? And we see if we can salvage the corporation.
If the board fires them, like the people in charge.
There is no board, right? So we're trying to save this company.
Well, then who do you hold on?
In the single runner
LLC
thing.
Who fires them?
Maybe they're
nationalizing the company, like
yeah. Maybe
You think the government should nationalize companies that make poor decisions?
Or if it's going to.
You're just advocating for communism. You think I'm going to agree with it? Let's just have the government control it. What do you think, Lactoid? Good idea. Good idea. Yeah. Okay.
Totally.
I'm not. Or no. Have the workers control it, right?
Socialism.
There it is.
Now we have socialism.
We can organize them into councils. We call them Soviets.
Yes.
No, you just came in. Hold on. So you mentioned that earlier, and Lactoid made fun of it because some of these employees might be some of the ones that are culpable, right? But there's another alternative to this. I worked that company I mentioned before, REI. It was a co-op, but it was not a worker-owned co-op. It was a member-owned co-op, and that structure might work a little bit better for this because it is the customers who are the ones at risk of getting ripped off that would then own the company.
Welcome to most insurance companies. Look it up. Insurance companies. If you look up a mutual insurance company, I mean, major companies like Geico, for example, like these are mutual insurance companies, which means the owners of the company are the policyholders.
Right.
Credit unions are another example.
Yeah, credit unions are exactly what I was going to bring up. Like that is sort of the closest thing in the banking industry to what I lived with. But it was really interesting because like REI, what REI does is it takes the profit that it makes at the end of the year, and then it adds that up, and then it gives it back to the members, who are the owners of the company. Or of the co-op. And 1 year, it's almost always 10%, but 1 year they gave a 5% dividend, and everyone went nuts. That happened about 30. I think it happened in the 80s, so 40 years ago. And ever since then, they've done 10% every year consistently since then, because they didn't want to cross the members because the members own the co-op.
They vote for the leadership.
The government should have taken over Citigroup. They should have fired everyone in the C-suite. They should have the shareholders should have taken a massive haircut. The company should have been liquidated and spread between other corporations. And then those assets could have been also employees that could have gone as well. And if they weren't going to get hired, they should have gotten a share of the liquidation. But the ones who should be made whole first would have been the customers of that of Citibank.
I don't understand. Why should the government have taken them over? To what end? What's the point of the government taking them over? Why not just let business fail?
Isn't that what he said?
Because of
forced liquidation?
Because of
class struggle revenge.
Yeah, because of the I hear you that maybe we should just let it fail, and I think maybe for most corporations we could let it fail, but like in the Citigroup's case, that might have caused more damage. So yeah, like,
what do you mean more damage?
I think
government has insured those deposits, right? So government now has an interest in making sure that that its investment doesn't bring it, that they don't encourage other companies to take advantage of that sort of protection for the customers.
The best way to not encourage that is to let the business fail.
Well, if it fails,
make bad market decisions.
If it fails, all of that money that's being insured will now have to be paid by the taxpayers to make the depositors whole.
Yeah, so we should liquidate that company.
I agree. Right, like engaging in a consequential analysis of less taxation because you did an evil thing from the onset, which was insure businesses via the taxpayer, is not really an answer to the question.
But you just asked but what you asked was to what end?
$34 trillion in debt. But you 12%.
You said the phrase. You asked the question to what end, and then you're surprised that the government has a consequential answer to what end.
No. I'm not asking about. That's not what I said. I asked Prime Kais why the government should have overseen the collapse and nationalized it.
He likes government.
Why not just let them fail?
Well, I do like government. That's true. That's absolutely true. Don't ever forget that. I love government. Right? I want to fuck it.
I know you. Yeah.
But
governments are people
too. The reason why was what I
keep you warm at night.
What I said combined with what Aiko said. Yeah, that's exactly why. Because all of those reasons. But hold on, I gotta let in Ty and Ollie. They've been waiting a long time.
I really appreciate it because, like, I feel like I have a perfect litmus test for this conversation. If I need to explain the reference, I will. But should Los Pollos Hermanos from Breaking Bad been broken up forcibly by the government? And if I need to explain any of that, like, I will. But like, I think this is a great litmus test for, like, that
was a well-run chicken joint. Okay, like I think, like, so there was some cocaine in the back or some meth in the back room. So sorry,
it's like
it was just a lab under the chicken coop.
I know. I think no. I'll answer your question directly. No, I don't think Los Pollos Hermanos should have broken up because it wasn't. I don't know.
It should have been replaced with leftists.
Because look, to be fair, it is a front, right? It's a front from an illegal organization. But I don't even remember the time because I haven't seen the show in a long time. Like,
but they supported the local firefighters and the police and stuff.
I forget if the Los Pollos came first or like his Fering's involvement in the drug corporation came first. I forget.
I don't think that matters too much for me.
No. The drug ring came first, and
Breaking Bad. That shit sucked after the third.
They bought Los Pollos Hermanos, I think, like after the.
Okay.
Their organization got so big, they had to figure out new ways to launder the money.
Yeah,
and that's how Los Pollos Hermanos.
Quick rundown for you, Light Toy, because I really wanted your opinion on this. You have a chicken restaurant, Mexican style, chicken restaurant. They are very successful. Have like 28 locations throughout the entire Southwest.
Great moist chicken.
They're huge like benefactors for like charities and all the shit, like all the good things for a corporation. Plot twist: they are a front for a massive methamphetamine laundering organization that has pretty much taken over the North Mexican cartel. Like, it is that huge, multi-billion dollars worth of stuff.
Other than that one little thing, Gustavo Fring, the CEO, great stand-up guy.
Do they sell?
Should this? Yeah, like
had meth labs on
5 out of 5 stars, all of it.
Like his employees well. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And then what happens? All right. The CEO is basically caught up into it, and because he's running the whole thing behind the scenes, where it's a giant drug laundering organization. Okay.
Spoiler alert.
Should this company be allowed to continue, or is the poison so innately ingrained into it to where it should be dissolved?
So I have 2 answers. The first answer is. The only crime that comes with drugs is the fact the government keeps them illegal, because fuck the drug war.
He does a few other things.
Well, maybe the other things we can hold him responsible for, but the drugs should be legalized. My body, my choice. But the answer as to let's assume that it was something that I felt should be illegal. No, I don't see a reason to close the whole restaurant. You get rid of the meth. Meth is bad. Let's just assume. You get rid of the meth part.
Oh, you killed a lot of people.
Yeah, you get rid of the meth. You get rid of the meth part. You get rid of the murderers. You get rid of the murderers, right? The people who are killing a bunch of people. You get rid of the people that knew about that whole kind of like syndicate and organized like blah blah blah. You remove them, and then the restaurants, they get to keep all their chicken recipes. They get to keep their restaurants open serving chicken. They just don't get to serve meth anymore.
Who's going to run them though? You fired everyone.
Yeah. No. There would be like new people that would rise to the ranks and become the runners of the new and improved Los Pollos Hermanos.
What to assist? Like, you can put it like in some sort of conservatorship until they can like
something conservatorship. Yeah. Figure out something.
I agree. I wouldn't shut it down because again, within the system that I had stated previously, right? That you would start by firing the people in the C-suite. All the people who made decisions, right? And then you would let's see how it goes from there. But then they do it again. All right, then we clear them out again. Then they do it again.
Okay,
all right, maybe this organization.
So method was fine. What if Local had a child trafficking ring?
So this is too much.
Same concept. Get rid of the child traffickers. Keep the chicken.
Okay. Hold on. Let me say one thing. I'll say one thing to Ali, and then you can go. I'll say one thing to Ali. Okay, please. Thank you. I love you.
That is an individual choice.
Because I wanted to talk. Because I at some point wanted to take this to the Catholic Church. Which is even better. What the Catholic Church has been abusing kids literally for millennia, right? We only are keeping track of or seeing decades long abuse because past that everyone's dead, right? Like that's the only reason. Like the further back you go, the less accountability the Catholic Church has because it's more powerful. So yes, there's moral abuse. And Martin Luther, talked about the sexual abuse, right? The parties with the boys happening in the Vatican, right? So that was part of his problem, the Catholic Church. So for centuries, the Catholic Church has been doing this. And so, like, should that organization continue on? I think that's an interesting question. But all right, so let's
you're gonna abolish the Catholics?
It's very
I wouldn't abolish the Catholic. I wouldn't
just the Vatican.
Okay.
Just the Vatican.
Retarded conversation for like an hour and a half. It is so meaningless. Here's why it's so fucking meaningless.
Okay.
If you it's really this simple. If you have a company worth $100 million and it requires $50 million to maintain all of its day-to-day operations on the legitimate parts of its business, and there is enough crime where the restitution is more than $50 million, you don't need to destroy the company. The company will simply be destroyed by paying restitution to the victims of the crimes it committed. If the crimes that the individuals that actually committed within the company are like $10 million, then you still have $40 million left over. And there's no reason to get rid of the chicken joint. We're using these like absurd, extreme examples where they wouldn't fit within the process anyways.
There's no reason
because like, for example, the Breaking Bad situation, it's like if you murder a bunch of people, the amount of money that you're going to have to pay to restitution for murdering family members and all of this other shit is going to be way more than the value of the chicken joints anyways. So there's no reason to maintain.
But that's not the case with the Boy Scouts, right? The Boy Scouts were able to pay the fines and now they still succeed.
Because if someone owns those chicken joints and they're responsible for restitution to the victims, then they have to sell those chicken joints.
You're just saying and not enough kids got raped.
Has a very special chef named Walter White that can bring in millions in a matter of weeks.
We should retain that guy. Yeah.
So if the Boy Scouts get hit with the fines, but they can pay the fines and still continue to operate, then no, the like that issue still remains. Like
how many people did they really kill? Like 10?
If you get
they can
rid
afford
of
that.
all of the people that did bad,
how good's
things,
this chicken though?
And you pay restitution to everybody. Let's say, because Boy Scouts of America is a charity organization as well, right? So let's assume for whatever reason, somehow magically, fucking every person on the Epstein client list fucking comes together and rubs their nickels together and fucking gives Boy Scouts or Scouting America fucking $3 trillion. I don't know how the fuck they got it. Fucking somehow they did it. And they pay back restitution to every single victim that has ever existed throughout the company's history. And they still have $1 trillion left. Then there's no reason to shut down Boy Scouts of America, save one, which is that people, the community, and this is the philosophical problem here, the community feels that they have a right to restitution because of a sense of justice, a sense that bad things happen to bad people. It's an argument, it's a collectivist argument about the spirit of the enemy of the class struggle being destroyed. If you get rid of all the bad people from Wells Fargo and Wells Fargo pays back restitution for everything that it did, there's no reason to shut down that business other than this philosophical need to eat the rich. It's not actually an argument about restitution and property rights.
Scott, why would Wells Fargo need to pay back the victims as opposed to the people who actually did the crime? Shouldn't they personally have to pay them back? Why should Wells Fargo have to pay anything?
Okay. Well, Wells Fargo as an entity shouldn't exist separate from its owners, right?
We agree.
So obviously, right? Like I'm saying, in a situation where someone is a private owner of the company, right? Where let's say they haven't made it public. Wells Fargo is obviously a publicly traded company, so it's going to be different because the stockholders don't have any problems there. Every individual should be punished for that. But even in the instance where a company, right, is 100% privately owned, that is when the calculation comes in. In a company that is publicly traded, there's no fucking reason to steal money from the public shareholders so that other people can feel good about eating the rich because they want Wells Fargo to collapse. Like, go fuck yourself.
So in any case, like you said, oh well, this isn't an argument about restitution and property rights. Of course not, because I don't give a fuck about that. Of course, that doesn't factor into anything that I'm saying.
That is
exactly great. So I don't know why you even brought that up. Right? Great.
Trying to create
sure you can say that.
I don't know
say that I just want to eat the rich. You can ignore everything else that I've said, right? And just like inject your perspective in there that it must be that I just want to eat the rich, right? Okay, go ahead.
I want to eat good
Please
chicken.
go ahead.
I mean, the original conversation was about the Boy Scouts,
but
not about being
but then. Feel free, but don't come at me saying, "Well, you're not respecting property." I don't give a fuck about your property rights at all, right? So that's understood. So let's move past. So then that was pointless. So it was pointless to interject that. All right, so we can move past that. Thank you. But
you just got exposed for your bullshit, and now you
I got exposed. Hold on, you come in here and you argue, right? You yell at Gibbs, you yell at KOE, you tell them, "Oh, you're not adding anything to the conversation, right?" But you stop the conversation. You get hell accept because you haven't gotten a chance to talk in the last 5 minutes, and then you tell us, and then you go down this whole route just to say, "Hey, it turns out crime is not an ANCAP." Oh, who could have known? Any which way, moving on with our lives. Moving on with our lives. Moving on with our lives. Thank you. Corey,
let me know if you ever find an argument.
I'm writing it down in my notebook.
Let me know if you're ever man enough to debate anything.
Yeah, please. Because thank you. Right. Today I learned, right?
With your spaghetti argument. Spaghetti argument, man. Again. Throwing shit to the wall.
I'm just announcing that I'm flipping sides.
It's chicken, not spaghetti.
Thank you. Noted. Yes.
Pollo
spaghetti and fried chicken. Yes, thank you. Let's go, Corey.
Wait, that wasn't a black thing. Just to be clear, that was a Breaking Bad reference. Okay.
Peace, love, and fried chicken.
I just want to be clear. Okay.
That's what I already said. Noted. Right? I already said it. Corey.
I didn't think it was a black thing until you said that.
Yeah, all the non.
No, I caught it. When Prime said like, "Oh, fried chicken," and I'm like, "Wait a minute, no."
No, I didn't think that until you said this is a black.
You made it a black thing.
It's not a black thing. It's a Breaking Bad.
It
wasn't a black thing until you.
It is now.
It was a black thing.
All right.
It's like, oh no, did I do a racism?
It's that goddamn Fubu jacket.
Let's go to Corey and let's go to Ty.
So Scott, I'm curious. So for let's say a company and restitution, do you think let's say they're a company that has resulted in death? Let's say the opioid crisis and certain companies being held accountable. Do you think is there a cap in your world on the price of a human life in terms of how much a company should pay if it resulted in death? Out of curiosity, and what would you do, or how it would work if now the company it has resulted in potentially death, but they've gone to the point that they are failing and they can't pay restitution. What would happen in that scenario?
You can put a price on life voluntarily beforehand. You can't put a price on life after the life has been taken. Right. So if I insure you, I can say in the event of death, etc., this is what you'll be paid out. But value is subjective, right? And because value is subjective, it's difficult to determine. It in many respects almost impossible to determine. Because the only way you can really determine what someone how much someone values something, is by how much work they're willing to put in order to return said thing to them, right? So the TV could be worth a market value of $4,000, but if they're not willing to work the hours to make $4,000 to get the TV back, then it's not actually worth $4,000 to them. It might only be worth $2,000 to them or $1,000 to them. So you kind of have to. So this is a problem with our. You're in a bit of a convoluted situation because our current legal framework exists. So there are kind of already pseudo voluntary associations that aren't voluntary, and they ought be in this. So you're thrown into a realm of contradictions. The only thing I can say is that if person A kills person B, even if it's through gross negligence, something that they absolutely should have known or should have resolved, or they knew it would kill them and they went ahead with whatever anyways, then there's no argument whatsoever that they can give that they themselves not be killed in exchange to the victims. So I think, for example, the families of Purdue Pharma, I think that got away after paying out some money and then escaped to Italy. I think the proper restitution is to bring them back and publicly hang them.
Okay, fair enough. So just to also, I guess, put a pin in it. Do you think there should be any sort of monetary cap on the value of human life? As in, is it feasible in your world of this company needs to pay $1 trillion because it resulted in the death of this person?
I mean, so resulted in the death
Yes,
is what's
cap
vague
it.
here, right? So like if someone intentionally kills, right? If person A intentionally kills person B and person A owns a company with $1 trillion of value, no, there should be no cap there. But if what you're talking about is like, oh, someone died because like the brakes weren't good enough and like, you know, they knew the brakes were a problem, but like research said that it was within acceptable range and you know what I mean? Like that becomes like a different thing.
Yeah, that's right.
What I would
I was
say
curious if you
is
had like if there's any sort of monetary cap.
reality shows us, right? Reality shows us that society will be crippled if we don't cap it. And at the same time, reality also shows us that there can be no cap. So how do you resolve this? The resolution is that in order for me to do business with you at all, we need to agree to a cap in order for me to even want to touch you. Because not doing business with someone that refuses to have an insurance policy, that refuses to have like a way for us to resolve these potential conflicts, is like anathema to me, to the success and health of business.
And this is why we have government.
Corey-
Just fucking saying.
Corey, my answer is cap the damages.
No,
I know. I think that's a bad answer, and I disagree strongly.
It's a necessary answer. Otherwise, you get juries that go fucking crazy, and will destroy
I gotta bounce out of
entire
here.
companies.
well, the contradiction is
all
not
right.
the juries. The contradiction is
Ty?
not that. The contradiction is the jury system and the current legal
I'm
framework,
just-
which is not a monopoly.
I'm going to close out. Actually, I'm probably going to flip because of Lactoid and Fabian on this one. Like having basically saying, hey, it's merit based. If the company can survive the negative PR and withstand the financial damage of that full transition and still survive and make it through, okay, cool. You've earned the right to your own existence. I can buy that. I can definitely roll with that. So thank you all very much. I got to bounce out of here. It's 12 o'clock in the midnight, but love you all very much, and we'll catch you next time.
Peace.
Appreciate it.
Have a
Pleasure,
good one.
Ty. Take care. Be well.
Bye. Yeah, so well, sorry, before I say anything else, I want to make sure if there's anyone else who wants to talk.
Yeah,
Ali or
Well,
Caitlin.
I think the conversations just become two completely different things when it comes to like once again the banks and so on and so forth. It's simply your money. They're robbing you. You get up and leave. I think the original conversation being about the Boy Scouts specific, or like relating it to like the Catholic Church. Once again, I do think it like you would be correct in just like ending the industry, not the corporation. I just don't know how it doesn't if you continue the Boy Scouts, it's not like there's going to stop being problems. You're just always going to find problems. It's just going to be eventual. I don't know that you're ever going to prevent problems unless you have them under 24-hour surveillance in terms of like camp.
Should we make it illegal to send your kids to camp?
Following camps should exist, really. Yeah, I don't know. It should be illegal for you to send your kids to camp. I just don't know if like these like national programs, like if there's like a community based, like it's a city based program, like the community makes the group, elects the leaders, so on and so forth. So there's more like accountability. Sure, I don't know if it should be illegal to go camping, but I don't know that there should be just like
that doesn't fit the data.
corporate that does
Right,
that.
like who's most likely to rape, molest a child? Are people that you know and people that you trust. It's not strangers. Strangers are not the most likely person to molest children. Most likely to molest children are uncles, family, friends that have been around that you trust, right? So the concept that like it's somehow better because it's community driven is not actually like it doesn't support the reality. Like I understand that like we might feel better because we feel like we trust them, but that feeling of trust is what allows us to let our guard down and allows the children to be molested in the first place, is because we feel like, oh, that's Timmy. Timmy would never do that. And because of that, we don't watch Timmy and we don't put a camera on the teddy bear to make sure that nothing happens. Right?
Well, then potentially I might say that like group camping without parental supervision might, just like that doesn't need to be a thing that exists.
I mean, the Boy Scouts of America used to do that, by the way. Like it used to be a requirement that you had to be a parent in order to be of a children in Boy Scouts in order to be a troop leader. That used to be the standard. And so all of these events that people would go to, all of the camp counselors would be, all of the people out would be parents of like one of the kids in the troop. So you'd have multiple people out and they'd be parents. So like you probably had less issues back then. I think maybe
that was
maybe
my
there's something to be
case.
said about the birth rates.
Maybe
There's something about the birth rates and letting in
scout
random
leader
gay
was-
dudes that
I'm
don't
just
have
saying
their
I don't
brother's best
necessarily
friends in
see
there,
an
you know what I
end.
mean? Like-
I don't necessarily see an end to like child abuse through Boy Scouts and through like these things just because they rebrand or change their name or change ownership. I still think like within the industry itself, there's too many like bad parties that are participating, and so that like if the case is that maybe we just don't allow Boy Scouts or camping without parental supervision, sure, I don't know if it should be illegal, but like to the Prime's point about like disbanding thing, I don't think the Boy Scouts should exist at this point.
Doesn't really matter what we think about it. Boys, Scouts is going to be gone by the end of the century. Doesn't really matter what we think about it.
Well, no.
I went Mormons pulled out, to be honest.
To Electric wants to go next. I'll give him the mic. But Electric, you asked me previously what I wanted to do with the Catholic Church, and I'm not banning. I wouldn't ban Catholics, right? Like, and I wouldn't ban like the practice of religion. Do whatever you want, right? I would ban the organization where we will operate in this country. I would say that the Catholic Church is a prime example of one that doesn't seem to be able to get its act together, right? It's not the first time. Like our current dynamic with the Catholic Church, it being caught with its pants down, is not the first time that happened, though, right? Like there have been sex scandals involving children with the Catholic Church previously, and all the other times it's like, oh yeah, but we'll do better in the future, right? But then they didn't. I think it's actually
the Catholic Church doesn't have a right to Vatican City. I'm sorry. The amount of fucking gold and everything in the Vatican belongs restitution for the victims of people that they covered up. I mean,
we can
Boston
agree.
alone is like probably a fucking $1 billion worth of damages from how many kids they fucking covered up being raped in that area, right?
Exactly. And so Catholics can still organize themselves, right? They can organize themselves into the Neo-Catholic Church if they want to, right? They can create another organization, but a separate organization from the one in the Vatican, if that still exists.
So, okay, a couple things.
Instead of a Cantist Catholic. Ones who believe that the Pope is the Antichrist.
I'm sure every Catholic will.
Their biggest church is in Omaha, Nebraska.
The Catholic Church rebranding is a non-starter for the Catholic Church, right? This is an organization that believes itself to be like the unbroken, like, voice of God, and you're saying, well, they should just rebrand. That's not how it works.
I didn't say that. Is that what I said?
Well, you're talking about like, Catholics can form
Neo-Catholic, kind of.
Catholics, Neo-Catholic organizations within America. Like,
no, I'm not.
Catholic Church works.
No. Hold on. To be clear, I'm not calling this a rebrand. I'm saying that we're ending that previous organization, that line.
Yeah, that's just not acceptable to them.
I'm saying that structure has proven itself to be poisonous, to be incapable of riding its ship, and so they
like World War, but
because at the sure at the start,
this is kind of fun to listen to, isn't it?
Well, I'm saying, look, I understand that this solution would never happen. To be very clear, right? That this is not. Yeah. I get that much, right?
Is dichotomy.
But I'm saying what should happen, right? If we actually want to protect children, we actually take these things fucking seriously, is that we would say that the Catholic organization, the one that because there is like the Vatican Corporation, right? Like that's how it's organized, right? There's the Vatican Corporation, and then that is in control, through whatever means of all these other organizations throughout the world. Like that does not have the ability to do business within the United States, right? And the Catholics can decide whatever they want to do, right? Do they want to do a Neo-Catholic Church? I don't know. I don't care, right? That's up to them. Let them decide that. But whatever it is, does not have any corporate relationship, does not have any organizational relationship with the millennial child molesters. Yeah,
this could potentially work.
That's not a rebrand.
It is kind of, because
it's not a rebrand. Hold on,
I'm asserting that it is, and here's the reason why. Potentially, this could work for some Protestant churches, but for the Catholic Church, it's a non-starter, right? Because when you go up the organizational tree, you get to the Pope. That's the whole fucking point of the organization. And if you're saying, well, there needs to be some kind of cutoff between like the corporate structure here, you're saying the Catholics in America, they just shouldn't answer to the Pope anymore. The Vatican shouldn't have control of over.
It's a new sect. It's a new sect of Catholicism.
Yeah, you're talking about a schism.
My pastor would be like, "This motherfucker's spitting."
So
you have to get rid of the First Amendment for that in order to accomplish that.
I mean, this is literally a schism.
Look, the thing is that
both the freedom of association and the
I had a number of things I needed to go through.
I was the one practicing Catholic on this panel. I would like to hear his perspective. I used to be a Catholic, but Icah's the one practicing Catholic.
So I'd
like to hear.
Well, I'm just saying a rebrand. Like you can make. Let's say you do get rid of the First Amendment and accomplish all of this. It wouldn't result in a rebrand. It would result, because this has happened to the church before. It would, if it happened in China. It's happened in many countries where the church has become illegal for one reason or another. What would happen is it would just operate underground in secret. And in fact, Prime, you would probably, your solution would probably result in the greatest comeback in history of the Catholic Church. Like it would become so popular if you did that to it and forced it underground. Yeah, because that's the history of the church. Like Christians have to
Catholic.
Christians have to make it up that they're being oppressed in the West today in order to like get at least a handful of people to believe them enough to. But if you actually made it true, actually made it happen, brought us back to the 3rd century, that would probably be the best thing that ever happened to Catholic Church.
I think that's a fair criticism. I'll take that. Right, I'll take that one. I think that. But hold on. But I also think that right in this moment in the year of our Lord 2024, that we have an emotional distance away from what happened, like when the revelations were coming out, right? Because this is the things that people were talking about back then, where Catholics were talking about. It's not like I was the first one to come up with this idea, right? So I think that within the wake of that, like that might have been different, because I think there are these moments, right? These like branching points in history where if we had taken a different side, I think the cultural momentum might have given us a different result there. But maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. That maybe that the hold within the Catholic Church is too strong within individuals, and you just end up getting underground churches, and they do their whole victimization thing. So that's fair. But I do accept your criticism. But hold on, Latoid has been trying to get this out, so let's get.
So for those reasons and more, I'm opposed to criminalizing the Catholic Church in America. I also don't think the Vatican, being technically a state with a significant amount of gold or other items of value, necessarily should have that wealth expropriated just because some citizens of the country, some cardinals and other people, were engaged in child molestation. Yes, and I understand it happened at high levels, and those higher levels should be pursued by Interpol, and there should be an international effort on that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the Vatican should be destroyed as a legal entity.
But it was done with organizational resources. So I'm curious, and I'll let Scott answer this, but it was done with organizational resources. With
it wasn't done with the gold.
Seemingly, it wasn't. I mean, it was done with their money. It was done with the money of
sure. So the people, right? I understand the people who did it and the people who oversaw that money. Sure, you can go after them. But the gold and shit that's in the Vatican, that's ancient shit given by the King of Spain back in whatever fucking century. This is
if they get. But if
How
they don't
much
have
can you
enough to
squeeze
cover
out of a monk that took a
restitution,
vow of
right?
poverty?
I'm taking Scott's argument, right?
No,
They have enough to.
That's not my argument. Please
Okay,
don't
go
put
ahead.
that argument.
Oh, well, then I'll do it
It's
myself.
very
Then.
simple.
Fine. Okay, fine. Then I'll finish my words. Then no problem. That's my words. But if we are suing them and they don't have enough to cover it, right? Then it
Who are
would
you
require confiscation of their other assets. Why would those?
I don't think that you should be able to sue the Vatican. I think that you should be able to go after the specific people who were engaged in criminal practices or oversaw criminal practices. But the Vatican as as a country,
can you not sue? Hold on, then now I have to ask: can you not sue an organization in general? You can't sue Walmart for if Walmart does crime.
This is what we've been talking about. This is yes,
right.
we believe in the abolishment of this idea of corporate personhood. This idea of you can sue a company.
Yeah.
The company shouldn't exist as a legal entity, and if it doesn't exist, if it doesn't exist as a legal entity, you by definition can't sue it.
Hold on. Okay, so you're talking. All right. Okay, you're mixing things here. You're saying I just want to get rid of corporate ownership in general, and fine. Okay,
no, corporate entities as things that exist.
Sure, great. I agree. I vaguely agree with you. And Aiko, I see your hand there. So I agree with you. But we're still living in a world where they exist, right? And so I'm saying that within this world that exists, should we have the ability to sue corporations?
Okay, well, yeah, sure. If we're talking about the world that exists, but then here's your problem. Then, if we want to deal in the world that exists, suing another fucking country is not as easy as suing another corporation in America under the laws of America, because the Vatican
It is in this case.
The Vatican
It is in this case. I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because when these scandals were happening, and before the big reforms that happened under Benedict, the church had certain immunities, or people in the United States, priests and bishops and stuff like that, had certain immunities because they were considered to be part of the Vatican, and any crimes that happened had to be investigated by the Vatican, and the local police weren't supposed to get involved. And that policy got changed under Benedict. And so that policy got changed under Benedict, and now the policy is if something goes wrong, you immediately report to the local authorities.
That bolsters my point.
But back then, because that agreement wasn't there, then ultimately it was the Vatican that was responsible for what happens, because they were claiming to have policing powers over their own people above the local police.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, like, for example, we can't just Russia invaded Ukraine. We could try to sue. We're going to sue Russia. Sure, we could do that, and then we get a piece of paper that says we decided we sued them under our laws, and we decided we win. And then what?
Well, that's not the parallel. The parallel would be if Russia committed crimes in the United States. We would then hold Russia responsible, right?
No, but pursuing Russia in a lawsuit. Good fucking luck. Pursuing the Vatican, trying to get the gold out of the Vatican with a lawsuit. Good fucking luck. If we're dealing in the real world, you're not going to be able to do it.
This judge made his ruling. Now let him enforce it.
Am I incorrect in this? Because I think we had a conversation about this. Maybe I was watching a video on this, right? But my understanding is that the Vatican, there is the Vatican, the sovereign state, but there's also Vatican, the corporation. That there is a
Vatican, the
sure, but one reports to the other. It's sort of like how China owns, TikTok. There's a corporation in between the two, but it's still ultimately China that owns it all.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that, but there is a corporation to sue. Because he's saying, at least, I think you're saying, and maybe I'm incorrect, right? That it's just a sovereign nation. How can you sue a sovereign nation? I'm saying there's a corporate entity to sue here.
It doesn't matter.
I think you're saying you can't collect no matter what.
And
you
it's
can't collect.
Then TikTok is another great example, right? Because we were able to take action against TikTok.
Now we're going back to banning it from America. You guys are just deliberately prime. Please let me finish sentence, because what I'm trying to say is we don't on principle we don't believe in the existence of corporate entities, and you're saying no. Let's deal in the real world where there are corporate entities. Great, okay. There is some fucking corporation, let's say, that calls itself the Vatican. Good luck under the reality we currently live in. Good luck getting the gold out of the Vatican. What are you going to do? You're going to sue them? You're going to get the Vatican to enforce?
So okay. So I think maybe that's the.
Are you going to invade the Vatican?
Hold on. Yeah. I think that's the break that we're having here. Because I didn't put this idea about the gold here. That was Scott, right?
And I was disagreeing with it.
Okay, great. So so let me say this. So I don't care necessarily about the gold. My point was that the gold isn't untouchable, and that I thought you were saying that it simply shouldn't be touched, not that it couldn't be touched. What I'm saying,
I don't think it should be in principle, but it also can't be in reality.
Now let me finish. What I'm saying is that if we're suing them and it's a whatever amount, right, and they don't have the liquid assets to do so, and they had to sell off their gold, well, that's fine. I don't care about the individual gold bars, right? And hey, we have to give these gold bars to victims in Boston or whatever. That's not the point.
That's not what I'm saying.
I'm saying that. Well, then what difference? What do we care about? Then why are we talking about
here? So
I think maybe we.
Yes, if the gold of the Vatican was personally owned by people who molested children, then when we go after those people, and assuming they're also under the laws of the United States, then we can go after those people and we can get the gold. But there's several breaks in reality here. A, it's not in America. It's not under American law. It's in the Vatican. It's a different state. Good luck. Two, if the gold's not owned by the individuals who molested people, it's owned by the sovereign entity of the Vatican, right? These are gifts given by ancient rulers. This shit's been around forever.
That has nothing to do with my argument, though.
The criminals in question took
vows. Okay.
I don't know how much you can squeeze out.
I'm just confused.
I'm just talking about liquidating assets. That's all I'm talking about.
Whose assets? Whose assets?
I'm saying that if the church needs to cover it, right?
The whole church,
the Vatican corporation that is run by the Vatican.
Yeah. I don't particularly care what assets it is, as long as if we are suing the church.
Why is the whole church responsible?
Why wouldn't what Aiko said previously, first of all, right? And then beyond that, the Vatican leadership in the Vatican was part of the crime. So I don't know.
Okay. Again, yes, then hold that leadership responsible personally. Why go after the whole Vatican? This is the exact same problem we talked about with Wells Fargo.
I agree that first of all, we should do both. We should have those people accountable, actually be in jail. But I don't know how. But if you're saying, hold on. But if you're telling me that it's impossible to sue the Vatican, right? That is just like, oh, wow, that's crazy talk to sue the Vatican. Okay, right? Well, then on the same note, but even more so, we have the Vatican employees in a different country, in a sovereign nation, right? How are we going to hold them responsible? But for the exact same reason you just said.
I think he's saying you can't sue the corporation. He's saying you can sue the individual.
I know what he said. I know what he said.
No, that's not even what he's saying. Okay, hold on. Let's break this down. Okay. So let's talk about solely in theory now. We're not talking about the real world for a second. We get to the real world. We can get there in 1 second. But this is just solely in principle and theory.
Sure.
Do you agree with me that just like we should go after only the people that molested children and only the people that oversaw the molesting of children, and they don't own the gold? So we can't get the gold because they don't own it. We can only go after them and their assets, right? Do you agree with that?
No.
Okay,
no, I don't agree.
Why should you be able to get gold?
Poverty, they have no assets.
Why should you be? They don't have no assets. So how are you getting to the gold by going after the people responsible?
Hold on. Listen, I don't give a fuck about the gold. The only point of bringing the gold was that, like, if they need it to cover
who needs it?
Their liabilities. The Vatican Corporation, if they need it to cover their liabilities. That's all that I'm saying. So what I'm saying, I guess you should go for those individuals. Absolutely, put them in jail, under the jail, and take all their assets as well. But also,
we're in theory only. No. We're in theory. We're in theory. The corporation doesn't exist. Remember, we're against the corporation existing. So we're purely in theory realm. There is no such thing as the Vatican Corporation. There are only the individual child molesters, and we go after them. But none of them own the gold.
Oh, okay. Then that's the case. Then
then we can't get the gold, right?
Yeah, sure, fair. Okay.
Great. That's the world that me and Scott want to live in, okay? Now, the world that we currently exist in, there are corporations that you can sue, and there is this concept of collective responsibility.
Okay.
But the problem with applying this to the real world is there's other impediments with suing the Vatican, aka they're not under under our law. They're not under American jurisdiction. We can't enforce rules.
But hold on. But we do this all the time. We sue foreign companies all the time. From the United States, right? And why do they respect our judgments? Tell me why. So you know why?
Yeah, because we can prevent them from operating within the United States. We can work to confiscate their assets within the United States. But ultimately, and we saw this a lot in 2008, there were a lot of Chinese corporations that were fraudulent corporations. This was about the time of the collapse, by the way. There was a lot of Chinese corporations that were fraudulent, and Chinese law specifically did not criminalize stock fraud if it happened outside of China. It only criminalized stock fraud if it happened within China. So the US couldn't do shit against all those companies. They didn't get in any trouble at all. None of them ever got in trouble. They didn't have to pay a penny because we didn't have jurisdiction over them. So we had to sit in our hands. We couldn't do shit.
I'm saying there might be ways to shield those corporations. And if the Vatican can do that, then that's one thing.
They can.
But I don't think they can. I think that the Vatican has bank accounts here in the United States, right? Right? We can seize Vatican bank accounts, correct?
I don't know how many bank accounts the Vatican has in the United States.
Okay, well then I'll answer the question for you. They absolutely have bank accounts in the United States. The United States federal system, right?
This is like, give me some of that internet money.
We can absolutely sanction the Vatican. We can absolutely impose consequences.
We're going to sanction the Vatican?
Hold on. You're telling me that there's no way of doing this, right? I'm saying there's a pathway.
You're right. It's possible. Okay. Legally, we could sanction the Vatican.
Great.
It is completely unfeasible. It's
great. Hold on. But it's also But we don't have to do
Joe Biden's
We can start by suing them. And hey, if you don't respect the judgments, we can seize your bank.
You're right. You're right. Okay, we could sue. We could sue the Vatican,
and just like we did to the Vatican, correct? Because in reality, we did to the Vatican.
We could sue.
We could and we did.
I don't know. I don't know if we did to the Vatican.
We could and we did.
Okay.
We did.
Hey, hold on. I'll look into whether or not we did. I'm sure the United States, you could sue some entity called the Vatican. I'm sure. And
we sued archdioceses for the most part. If you're talking about the scandal, if you're talking about something outside the scandal, I don't know. If you're talking about the scandal, it was usually the archdiocese that would get sued, and then they would there were always conversations about how much you could expect them to pay before they would go bankrupt and or have to close down hospitals and other things that they fund, stuff like that.
Okay,
those were the conversations. So that wasn't the Vatican. That was bank accounts. This is to Prime's point. Each archdiocese has its own bank account, and the diocese underneath them. Yeah, I'm sure they have thousands of bank accounts all across the United States.
Sure, I have no doubt that if we have like an archdiocese that's like organized with the United States, of course you could sue them, right? And that'll be a lot easier than trying to go after the Vatican or like some kind of international organization associated with the Vatican. And I'm not saying that this is impossible. You could sue them, and then you could get the government to like impose sanctions or impose some kind of judgment and try to seize U.S. assets or apply sanctions to Vatican business. But like, it's possible.
I don't know why you lawyer brained me this entire time, right? Just to tell me that, oh yeah, like I was right, that you can sue the Vatican.
He's a lawyer.
Right? You lawyer
Actually, if Courthouse News Service says the European Court of Human Rights found Vatican City is protected by state immunity from lawsuits
because of course you can sue the Vatican. Now,
victims of clergy of sexual abuse.
If you're going to tell me that sometimes suing
European Court of Human Rights says you can't sue the Vatican.
If you're telling me that sometimes lawsuits fail, then yes, I agree. Sometimes lawsuits fail for all kinds of reasons. But you have to fight me on this. I'm saying
no.
The Vatican is protected by state immunity from lawsuits.
This started by me just saying. I don't think you should take the gold, and I don't think you can take the gold. This was primarily to Scott. And I know that he's got a more nuanced position on this, but I just wanted to emphasize that if the theory here of going after the Catholic Church is plundering the Vatican, this is bad for multiple levels. It's bad because I don't think the Vatican is necessarily collectively responsible for the pedophilic acts of some of the clergy, even at high levels. I don't think that the gold is owned by those people who did something wrong. And also, if we want to ignore that part and just talk about the Vatican has some kind of collective responsibility, well, then good fucking luck trying to get the gold out of them. If you're saying we can get some money from Catholic organizations here in America, knock yourself out, right? In the real world, I understand how that can happen. In the theory world, I would like it to be the case that only the people who did something wrong get punished, so we don't shut down Catholic hospitals. I think that'd be a bad idea, generally speaking.
We should probably shut down Catholic hospitals. No. Go ahead, Scott.
In the real or theory world, ain't nobody getting that gold out of that vault.
So, in the theory world, we have to understand that the Vatican Bank is owned by no one. It's managed by the Catholic, by representatives directly under the Pope, but it's not actually owned by anyone. And so the problem with having in the real world, there are assets that are managed, but they don't actually belong to a single property owner. Nobody has property over them. The gold is
they would say it all belongs to Christ.
It's in a magical fucking limbo state where property. Prime, are you there?
Shit, I think he froze.
Yep, he's frozen.
All right, revel, fucking bedlam.
Oh my god, I waited so long.
This is sweet. Oh, what's that, Prime? You think capitalism's based? Oh, dude, I knew it. I fucking knew it. He'll be back. Don't worry, folks. But in that meantime, be sure to subscribe to Prime Kai's here on YouTube, the Reverie panel. Great time, folks. Definitely give him, I think we might be shutting down here soon. I'm not sure, folks. But if you're still within the sound of my voice, be sure to give a subscribe right here to the Reverie panel. We hope Prime joins us here very, very soon. And of course, give me, KOE Nation, a subscribe on YouTube as well. Sorry, folks. I'm never above shameless self-promotion. It's never going to happen. Ever. Okay. And I hope you join me May 18th for the Andre the Giant Memorial Beer Bash we're going to do. It's our 5th annual. It's
oh my God, dude.
Awesome. Well, iCal, maybe you can answer this question. You're muted, iCal, I believe.
Yeah, he's talking to somebody.
No, just wanted to say the church has paid out $4 billion I think that was relevant to the conversation because it's not from the gold in the Vatican vault in Vatican City, but the church has paid over the years.
Isn't that a pretty small sum
Prime,
of
money?
Yeah, for sure. Prime isn't here.
I don't think any amount of money is going to be sufficient to the task.
So
if we're still going on Twitch.
Okay. So
I think we're just going on Lactoid.
Okay. Thank you, KOE. Appreciate that status update that nobody asked for. So anyways, to actually
I'm letting everybody else know.
Oh my fucking.
Oh, I just can't even right now.
So in theory, the question is well, who owns the gold? Because it's very unlikely that this is unhomesteaded gold, right? Like it's not like it's never had a first user or an owner at some point. And so what you have to understand is that almost all of the assets that the Vatican would have, for the most part, are going to be stolen property, just like any other nation state. Getting gifts from a Spanish king, right? That conquered people and murdered people to get the gold that they gave to the Vatican is at some point in time stolen property. And so
a lot of it is North American gold and South American gold.
Right. So it's like, well, we recognize that this property is already stolen property to begin with. It belongs to somebody. So when you're trying to understand, and again, this is obviously in theory land because it's going to be so difficult to actually do this. So the question then becomes, well, who is prima facie owner of assets? And the prima facie owner of any form of asset are those that are able to prove that they are owed restitution in some capacity. So, for example, if we look at the current conflict in Israel-Palestine, right? There's a lot of fucking conflict there. There's a lot of evil. There's a lot of stolen land. There's a lot of murder. There's a lot of things. But if I'm a Palestinian in Jordan right now, and I have in my hands a property deed to land from my grandmother that I was forced out of during the Nakba, right? I have physical proof that this specific property is mine. I'm prima facie owner of that property, right? There's no argument unless someone has some other form of documentation that supersedes mine that shows that my great-great-great-grandfather stole it or something, right? I ought to be the one that is given that land because I have proof that it's my land. And so it becomes this causal chain of how we figure things out. And so what I would think the most practical way of determining how we figure out certain things is, was the money used in the cover up? Right? So it's when we talk about the gold in the Vatican bank, I don't think the kids that were molested are going to have a very strong claim to the gold in the Vatican bank. It's stolen, it belongs to somebody, right? But there's probably better claims to that gold. But if a company under the control of the Pope, right, utilize resources in its active bank account or whatever, right, to fly a priest that was molesting kids in Ireland over to France or over to South America or somewhere else, right? I think the company that was managing assets in its day-to-day operation
did that with George Pell.
Right. Those assets, I think, are absolutely something that we can go after because the funds were used in the participation of the crime. So the individuals that were engaged in the criminal activity were exercising their authority with funds that are also stolen funds, right? Because the Vatican Corporation is one that has all of this restitution that's owed for all of the property it has as an entity, as a state. So I would say that the gold itself in the bank is a complicated, convoluted way of determining who that belongs to. But in terms of victims of sexual abuse, managed assets in companies that were utilized in ferrying people from point A to point B, I think are absolutely up for grabs in quote unquote theory land. In reality, as Lactoid and most people have agreed, the ability to sue a nation state that is also tied to one of the largest religions and the largest charity organization in the world is nigh fucking impossible without starting a world war, right? It's even harder than suing a nation state that isn't the seat of a religious power, right? It would be hard. It would be easier to sue China than it would be to sue the Vatican because the Vatican is obviously going to I think Italy might immediately declare war. Like, I don't know that they would, but they might. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're gonna cause some serious fucking problems if you go too heavy-handed with your suits or your demands by force. Because ultimately, you have to use the power of violence, right? Like, you can sue someone and say, "Aha, it's our money," right? But if the Vatican goes, "Or else what?" And the answer to that has to either be, "We won't think very nice of you," or it has to be, "We're going to use guns to seize your assets." And the moment you use guns to seize your assets, you've declared war on the Vatican and Catholicism. And like, I don't think, obviously, declaring war on Catholicism is like not a good look for any country. It's just like it won't work, obviously.
Well, it's like Eichau said, it'd be like the single greatest like Catholic recruitment tool in like 500 fucking years. Are you kidding me? Like
someone in my chat said the Spanish liberated natives from Aztec tyranny. It's kind of not wrong to a certain extent. I mean,
I've been doing a lot of research in the fall of the Aztec Empire, and it's not really quite cut and dry. There's its own politics, its own Game of Thrones to the entire fall of the Aztec Empire. It's a fascinating story that nobody truly knows.
Oh, sorry, guys.
There you go. Tenochtitlan fell to disease. There you go. That's the fall.
So, sorry, guys.
Destroyed by disease.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, guys. Yeah, my internet is proper fucked. Anyway, yeah, there's no point in. I didn't make any money this stream, so it doesn't fucking matter. So, yeah. Thanks, guys, for coming through. I do appreciate it. I'm sorry that it ended so abruptly. But I appreciate every single one of you for coming through. Phil KOE, man, like I really miss you. And I was so happy that you managed to join us today, friend.
Anytime, sir. Like I said, this is a kind of special one. We got a lot of rain because it's planting season. I would actually still be on the drill right now, drilling beans right now, if there wasn't the rain. So I do appreciate, and once planting season's over, definitely get a hold of me more, and I'll swing by any old time. And yeah, I finally got good news to report for a change, Prime. Usually last couple of times you'd swing by, I was just a bummer of a fuck to talk to, but now I actually got some good news. So thank you, sir. God bless. Travel well.
I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. Follow me and read Ayn Rand. I don't know what to tell you.
Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged is a wonderful book. I used to read it once a year. Very good, good writer. Whether you agree.
Fuck that. It is. I looked
Prime, are you
at
there?
an audiobook. It's 67 hours. Like,
can you hear me?
Reading it once a year. Fuck
yeah. We can hear you.
Yeah,
now I'm in the Bible more. So, but
I got disconnected again while you were talking. But yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying, thanks for being here.
This is what happens when you try to take the fucking gold from Christ. You think we fucking did stupid.
Yeah,
you're like,
that's why.
God smites your internet completely.
I mean, look at the timing, right? I'm defending God. You're shitting on God. My internet's fine. I don't know about yours, but
right. No fucking solar
Lord
winds
works in
coming
a
at my
mysterious
internet.
You're forced to concede.
in fact, my internet's faster than it's ever been. This is crazy.
I don't know. You got some solar winds right behind you, Scott. Oh, he's got.
That's all AI. That's all. It's an AI image that I made.
He was so happy this whole panel long. He was so happy. I'm so glad. That was fun. That was just fun. It's been a while since I've given somebody just a right proper scolding. I'll admit that was there was just aspects I just enjoyed.
You're muted, Eichau. But Lactoid, just a potentially quick question. So, what would you cap, monetary compensation for a human life at?
Out the top of my head, I don't really know what the actual cap would be. I mean, we're talking millions, not billions.
The average life insurance payment's about $50,000 to $150,000,
and not even hundreds of millions.
Yeah, about like
so like whatever, tens of so
maybe
whatever. Okay,
maybe 5 million.
I'm a strong proponent of tort reform. Even though it would hurt me, my career-wise, but I think generally speaking, our society becoming more litigious is a negative, not a positive. It takes a tremendous amount of resources to maintain the system. Blood-sucking parasites like myself are not cheap, And it's
on the other hand,
a real
I've been
problem.
I've been in boardrooms before where the discussion basically was, if we can limit our liability to like X amount of dollars for each incident that happens, then we can justify doing it, and we'll just pay out whenever the bad thing happens,
Sure.
because we can rely on tort reform to protect us from any consequences that would disincentivize us from that behavior.
Yes,
I've
and
watched those conversations happen.
And this can be a good thing. It is crazy, absolutely crazy, that we live in a country where I'm allowed to purchase semi-automatic firearms. Okay, which is, I'm not shitting against it. We can do it, but lawn darts can't buy lawn darts. Why is that? Because some kid somewhere got a lawn dart in the head.
Well, can you somehow make a makeshift assault rifle that shoots lawn darts? Is that?
I don't know if that's legal or not. I
You
can't
could
buy lawn.
put that
I can buy
combination,
Smith and
yeah.
Wesson. I can't
You
buy
can
lawn
make
darts.
it, whether it's legal. That's a different issue.
I can't buy
No, but look, if you're producing
Kinder's
brakes that have a
surprise
certain-
eggs.
If certain failure
I can
rate
get
to
them in
it, right?
Canada.
And you can guarantee that your liability for each failure of that brake, you won't have to pay out more than, I don't know, $1 million. And you can say, okay, then what's the maximum number of deaths that we can cause per year, and it still be profitable?
With this,
But
this new
as
opioid
opposed to
that we're going
fixing the
bring to
brakes,
market.
right? Or doing, you know.
Welcome to driving. With speed limits are the exact same concept. We could cut 80% or 90, probably 95% of traffic fatalities if the speed limit everywhere was 15.
Yeah, but then there'd be other deaths. I mean, there are city planners who do these calculations.
Well, I don't know if there'd be
Because
other deaths.
reducing the
lights.
speed limit can also increase the death in other instances, like, because the fact that you can't get from place to place.
You could
Well, I mean,
reduce
so you could
traffic
like
accidents by half with one piece of legislation. Make tailgating a $600 fine.
no. So what? Like you would not put speed governors on like the ambulances or whatever, but like on personal vehicles, you put like a speed governor in that would restrict your speed to 15. And you could cut. Yeah, sure, you might have the rare circumstance of like extra death, but like overall, the traffic fatalities you're going to cut by 90%.
But those are decisions that governments make, right? So if a municipality decides, okay, how many child fatalities is acceptable to us for the speed limit being this versus that, and then they make that decision, or we as a society broadly make that decision, that's really different from a corporation individually making a decision. We can allow X number of deaths.
It's not
and still,
individual.
like,
It's
deal
not.
with it.
So I wouldn't consider it to be an individual decision because it's a contract between the customer and the provider.
But
or
the
person.
customer is not making these decisions.
Well,
Like,
so I would require that like customers be informed. This is like one of the few, and I've disagreed with Scott on this, where protection against fraud or like informing people the risks of products. I do think that should be enforced, right? With criminal penalty, if not.
So put out an ad that says we decided to allow 600 more deaths by our product because it saves us money. And
So
put it
something
on
like that. Yeah,
billboards.
like our brake lines are like
the cigarette,
like
on
cigarettes.
every cigarette pack.
Like cigarettes or like alcohol or
I'm not sure
or
how that
lawn
would-
darts or lawn darts. I should be able to buy lawn darts and they could have printed may injure you if you get hit in the head by one. Figure that one. But sure.
May choke on a Kinder Surprise.
Yeah, may choke on a Kinder Surprise egg. Europe allows these fucking shits and we don't allow them. I
And
thought
Canada.
I thought this was supposed to be land of the
They're-
free.
They're great, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Kinder
not.
Surprise
It's not land of the free. We're
How
How many
land.
lawn dart deaths are there in Europe every year?
I don't think they're. the
I
type
don't know
of
if land
play
or
lawn darts. I
I'm
don't
talking
think-
about Kinder Surprise eggs. Like
Oh, Kinder Surprises. Oh,
regardless,
okay.
like the fact that in America we're so much of a nanny state that we can't have like toys and chocolate eggs, but in Europe they can, is an embarrassment to our culture of litigation. That McDonald's case that like everyone was kind of surprised about, and then there was like this stupid counter movement that was like, well, actually, it's pretty reasonable. Well, it's not reasonable because now we don't get hot coffee because one elderly lady got burns. It's like there needs to be at some level like an assumption of risk when you engage in activity. And yes, you should be informed about that risk, but banning it completely just makes the rest of the world worse for like everybody who wants to engage in life. This is the, I mean,
Well, now I'm curious
now we
how
get into
many kids
lockdown
die
shit.
of those Kinder eggs in Europe every year.
Well,
Is there a
Whatever,
number?
whatever the number
Yeah.
is, it's not enough to ban it.
we have them here in Canada. I haven't heard of I haven't looked into the data, but I haven't heard of a single case ever of a child or a person choking on a Kinder Surprise.
Yeah, so they should use that data. I'm just looking it up now. It turns out Kinder Eggs do exist in America, but they have to have a special thing in there that separates the egg
Yeah,
from
it's
the
not
toy.
really the thing. It comes with
Yeah,
like
yeah,
the
it's
egg
not the original
and then
thing.
a separate toy. It's not the same thing. So
It's dumbed down for the Americans. You're not actually getting the Kinder Surprise. You're getting a chocolate egg and a separate toy.
well, and this is what happens. So in Europe, one of the reasons why these things are allowed to exist is because they don't have the same kind of litigious culture that we do. I'm not fully educated as to all the reasons. I know part of it has to do with the structure of how attorneys are paid. I wouldn't surprise me if there's more caps on what you can recover in other countries, because in the United States, I mean, you have these ridiculous judgments, and I don't blame Kinder. I'm guessing the company that manufactures it is called Kinder. I wouldn't blame that company for not selling any of the eggs in America, because 99.999% of kids are going to be fine. But all it takes is a couple lawsuits with like $18 billion judgments each.
I found the number. An estimated 10 children have died over 50 years.
Yeah, that's worth it. That's worth it.
So that
Those
would be-
10 children dying is worth having Kinder Eggs. I'm sorry, it is. I would take a lot more than 10.
I'm
How many would
curious.
it take? What's your number?
If you lost in a 1 year's period in the United States, if there was 50,000 children that died from Kinder Eggs, then we can ban it.
Oh, so
I don't care about the Kinder
49,999.
Eggs,
Then it's
Alexa.
staying illegal. Then it's
It's
staying
a little
legal.
too cavalier. It's easy to say when it's not your kid.
But I'm
What?
curious.
Now, if I have a kid that's not going to choke on a fucking egg, now he can't get Kinder Eggs. His life is that whatever small percentage worse. Like, what next? We're going to ban peanuts because some kids can't have peanuts? Like, we can nanny state
kinda have
everything.
them.
No,
lot of
I don't
places.
care about the Kinder Egg. I'm just saying the way cavalier you're speaking, like it's really easy to say when it's statistically.
Okay,
somebody-
sure. Yeah. Every kid dying is a tragedy, but sorry, we're keeping guns. We should keep Kinder Eggs. We should keep lawn darts. There will be some casualties. I'm sorry.
So, Lactoid, if you had perfect control, absolute control over designing your own justice system, would you still have a cap?
Yeah.
On
Yeah,
Kinder Egg,
I actually think that our justice system has a lot of benefits. I think there are good.
10,000 Kinder Eggs a year.
I think there's good things about it. I just think the problem is you're seeing a rise, a steady but relatively quick recently, especially during the pandemic, a rise of people, of juries handing out ridiculous verdicts. This wasn't as big of a problem back when people had a better sense of what money was worth. Because financial education actually has like measurably decreased by generation. That's one of the things. Yes, there's negatives you can point to with the boomers, but like in terms of understanding the value of money, they are better. Like they understand financial concepts better than like Gen Z or millennials. And you have Gen Zers who have poor conception of money. They have this like very strong desire for justice and this desire of like punitive expeditions against who they view as the wrongdoer. And when you mix all this together, the result is these hundreds of millions of dollars of verdicts for like somebody getting injured.
I'm not sure Gen Z is like. Do you have any data showing that Gen Z is resulting in these types of cases that you're referring to? I don't know that they're old enough, really. That like
Gen Zers are adults now.
Yeah,
like
I
25.
think. Yeah, but I don't think it's enough to like.
Right, but do they make up the majority of your average
No,
jury?
I wouldn't
Is the
say.
question.
Yeah, I wouldn't say like that Gen Z. I think Gen Z and millennials combined like make up a significant portion. I mean, this is some of this is based off like my experience following judgments, right, and analyzing why juries are making these judgments. And look, whenever we're picking a jury, like, and we're looking at the jury pool, all the risk is based on the evaluation of that jury pool. We factor in the age, we factor in the race, we factor in the location of where they're at. We factor in all these things when it comes to evaluating what a jury's going to rule, and we look at trends. And there are certain areas that hold specific trends when it comes to jury verdicts, and there's different areas in America where shit's just so much more valuable in terms of lawsuit wise, as opposed to other areas, just because of the kind of people that are making judgments. Political valuation political orientation is of massive importance for any attorney who's adequately evaluating the case. And so we live in a country now where you have people who are they will hand out these ridiculous judgments, and the result of this is areas, insurance rates go up, businesses close, businesses can't even operate in the United States. You have a lot of problems that I think caps are the only real solution for. I would put damage caps on death. I would put damage caps on injury, on disability, on pretty much everything. I would have damage caps.
Do you have?
Wait, before you answer, I'm getting out of here, fellas. Lacto
Catch you,
Dicho Corey.
Nice.
Great, Phil. It was a pleasure meeting you guys.
God
Have
bless.
a wonderful night.
I guess, yeah, last thing. Do you have any data to support, like, let's say, for the equivalent, whatever, crime or lawsuit, that, damages have gone up in terms of...
Yes, I can define that for you, no problem. I mean, you can Google, verdicts over time, and you'll see that they've gone up tremendously.
Well, what I'll say is, one of the most dangerous things you can do in this country is hire somebody. Just because of all the liability you open yourself up to.
I would be most interested in the equivalent lawsuit of the lawsuit for the the scalding hot coffee in whatever the 70s versus today or something. That probably be hard to come by, or maybe not the most data, but either way, I'm open to any data.
So the average verdict, so right off the first Google search, right? The first, the average verdict was, hold on, I'm misreading this. It tripled for between 2015 and 2019.
Yeah, but for all I know, whatever,
more
there's just more people, whatever, having bad things happen to them. I don't know. I'm more interested in controlling.
No. So I'm saying the verdicts for each of the cases has this is saying triple between 2015 and 2019. There are more cases, I'm sure, and obviously you're going to have more cases in line with population growth, but the number of cases is increasing faster than population growth.
Yeah, but
we've seen some rather large settlement numbers in recent years. That Dominion case, for instance, and that was settlement. That wasn't even had it gone forward to trial. There's no telling how big it would have been.
Yeah, I was about to say, just in this political season, we've seen. Hey, brought it all back around. Well done.
Black Toy. Before I have to go myself. Did you happen to go through that study that I posted in terms of pre-work hire experience and how it has not correlated to actual job?
I skimmed it. What I saw is that there is a correlation, but it's weak.
How does that make you feel?
Well, there is according to that one study, there is still some correlation. To be honest with you, Corey, to some extent, it sort of fits my my preconceptions about the world, because
it's exactly what I want to reinforce.
Sure, right, of course, because really, if you're good, intelligence is specifically IQ is a massive predictor of your career success, and a lot of that is not going to be based on your work experience, right? That's going to be unchangeable to some extent. Significant part influenced by your biology. So I do think that there are in the world, and this is obvious, right? I think in the world there's people who are destined to be more successful than others, and this is the part that I think the left sort of has this position of some people obviously it's systemic, why some people don't do as well, and then the right's going to be saying, well, no, those poor people just need to work harder. But I think there's a significant chunk of poor people who they really are incapable of becoming wealthy because of their own shortcomings.
Then you're arguing. Then you're creating an information supply chain that justifies some kind of biology tax, right? If you're born with these genetic advantages, that's a structural advantage as well, right?
Mm-hmm,
That's
sure.
not. In fact, it's probably more structural than anything built into society would be, because this is something that's sort of ironclad, built into your genes.
Structure. I'm not sure if structural is the right word, but sure, I'll roll with it. I'm not going to argue semantics.
It's something that you couldn't point to somebody and say, well, you're responsible for that. like this is a choice that you've made.
Right,
Well,
yeah.
no, you don't choose your biology, right? So these are things that are clearly outside of the individual's control.
Yes.
And so you might, one way to approach that, if people like, if that turns out to be what science has persuaded people is true, then yeah, I could imagine a biology tax happening at some point.
If your goal is equity, a biology tax would make sense.
Or if your goal is or if your goal is fairness, right? Like so many people who say, I just want equality of opportunity. I don't care about equality of outcome. Okay, fine. But what this specifically addresses equality of opportunity. You don't have that opportunity if you don't have the right genes.
Well, sure. I mean, we accept this. Here, I'll compare it to like hot people today. Like attractive people live better lives than unattractive people. It's just
I've got a kid who's doing a
This
pretty
is true. I mean, I would know. This is very true.
I've got a kid working on a speech about pretty privilege. It's actually quite good.
No, it's absolutely real.
Starts
real
with,
thing. Yep.
It starts with what is it? Puss in Boots. Her introduction is Puss in Boots. How he always like takes the hat and curls it and starts to make the eyes really big. I don't know if you know the character, but it's like a superpower that cat has in this animated series or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's cuteness, right? Or that sort of allows him to get away with the things that he does, right? And pretty privilege like kind of works like that. Is there anything we can do as a society to sort of counteract that? Yeah.
So if your interest is in like an equity, perhaps.
Well, not equity, equality of opportunity. That's different. Equity goes way further than that, right? Equity demands.
Well, the problem, Iko, they're all kind of related because arguably you can't have true equality of opportunity without equity.
Okay, but I keep hearing, especially from conservatives, that they're all for equality of opportunity.
Well,
they just don't like equity.
I understand that, right? And what they're doing when they are saying that is they're opposing, I think, some of the like more drastic redistributionist policies,
right?
As opposed to.
So I want to make a distinction between that. So I want to say that you don't have to have total equality of outcome in order to address these equality of opportunity.
I don't think the distinction is as clear as you might think.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
My whole point in saying that is that outcome is what gets you the next opportunity, right?
Right.
If you like, for instance, equality of outcome for my parents would determine my equality of opportunity. And the more successful my parents are, the better my opportunities are, right? So outcome and opportunity are super linked. That's the point
I get it.
When I talk to conservatives on this, what I'm trying to do is use their own logic to make them understand that outcome and opportunity are not.
And I understand your argument. I just think you're putting the cart before the horse.
I fully accept all of this, Iko. But the point I'm trying to get at is like, regardless of whether pretty people, they have an unequal opportunity of getting laid, and they at the end of the day, they'll probably have gotten laid more than the ugly person. So they are, they have more, I guess they have a more inequitable position in a positive manner, like in terms of they are, have more, and they also have like a better opportunity. But this
subsidized Botox is what you're saying.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that nobody owes you sex. Equality of opportunity, I don't support that. I don't support I don't support equity. I support the rights to do.
Those are two different things.
And I oppose them both because I think that ultimately one must lead to the other. And beginning to argue for equality of opportunity will lead you ultimately to equity. It's opening the door because there is no real distinction, right? You say, well, I just want everyone to have the same opportunity. What does that mean? Well, obviously, someone from a poor background doesn't have the same opportunity, so therefore we must equalize their background. Before you know it, you have communism, right? You start from this position, just opportunity, but because opportunity requires some level of standing currently, you eventually get to equity.
But you're willing to bite
say if you don't like ugly people, go fuck one of them. Oh wait, you're not gonna do that? Yeah, all that kindness. It's like the Louis C.K. bit. Like there's some people that no one ever fucks them. They just wash their genitals and that's it. You don't like that? Well, go fuck one then. Oh, you're not gonna do that with all that kindness in your heart? Because that's the one thing. Nobody fucks down. They fuck either up or across. That's it. That's the only.
Somebody fucks down because if you're fucking up, then someone else is fucking down. I mean, that's just math.
Shit. Okay, well. Like, it's like, oh no, I've been that guy this whole time. Damn it! No, I'm kidding.
So I think that what I'm trying to say is, like, if your interest is in some kind of like equality or equity, sure, a biology tax could make sense. But I don't have an interest in that. I think that the people who are, this is going to sound bad, but it's the only, like, honestly, the only phrase that would make sense in this situation. If somebody has some element of biological superiority, good for them. Like, they have a right over their own body. They have a right over their own talents. They can do what they want to their own benefit.
Yeah, you're willing to bite that bullet. The problem is, like, it's not a popular position to take, right? It's popular to say that you oppose equity. It's popular to say that you oppose equality of outcome, right? But there's a reason why the right is insistent on saying that it believes in equality of opportunity.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
To say that those two things are different. But I agree with you that, in fact, that's a distinction that doesn't exist. That in fact the two are linked. Yeah. But it's just politically you can't say.
I don't think. No, I don't think it's
you're going to lose a lot of people.
I don't think it's just politically. I think the reason the right, and I think this probably has to do a lot with, like, the religious element of the right. I think a lot of the right does believe in the concept of equality of opportunity does not actually require any kind of equity. I think the right genuinely does believe that, like, someone with, like, a poor, stupid person with enough gumption, who with, like, enough favor from God, with enough, like, grit and drive, they can achieve the American dream. They can become like the rich person. And so, because this in their mind, this exists, like, they do just want equality of opportunity, and they don't want any kind of equity of outcome, right? And to them, it makes perfect sense. I don't necessarily agree with them to the full extent, which is, yeah, sure, like, personal responsibility is an element, grit's an element, but I do think that there are people who are so incapable that they're never going to be wealthy. And oftentimes a lot of that incapableness comes from circumstances out of their control. But I'm not responsible for that. It's not my fault that they were. It's not my fault they were born the way they were born.
What if you don't address the upper end of it, like trying to, like, make everybody wealthy, like that? Because I don't think that's really is a legitimate goal for anybody. What if you're just talking about safety nets? What if you're just talking about people at the bottom and making sure that at least they have enough, like, for Maslow's, like, bottom layer of the hierarchy, right? Like food, clothing, and shelter, and you just make sure that everybody has that. And if that's all you ever achieve in life, that's fine. But at least you address that part of it.
Well, this would kind of get away, I think, from the biology tax idea, right? Mm-hmm. Because this would not be based on, like, your relative success. This would just be based
I'm just
on,
seeing
like,
where your like your minimum, like, what you're willing to do.
So
that would be easy to do. You just do a negative income tax. I'm not even saying something I fully support, but if you were just wanting to get there, that'd be the easiest way to
we currently
do that.
Yeah, we currently do that. We have food stamps. I mean, like, in America.
No, it's the earned income tax. The earned income tax credit.
Yeah, but in America, I think you guys still have to earn some.
If you make below the poverty level, the government will give you some money. Yeah, that's the earned income tax credit.
Sure.
Yeah, but the reverse income tax is just like saying, okay, let's just pick a fucking number, $34,000 a year. Whatever the fuck you make under $34,000 a year, you're just getting a check for that. That's the reverse income tax at Milton Friedman.
Right. That's what the EITC is.
Right. We currently have food stamps and Section 8 and et cetera, et cetera. Like, there are
you
programs.
You guys have seen the Reagan quotes on that, right? How it's the best subsidy for the poor that's ever happened, and whatever, because it's essentially a tax cut that takes your taxes below zero. And since conservatives love, like, lower taxes, then negative taxes must be great. And it's the closest thing we have to a what do you call it? Like a freedom subsidy or whatever they call it. Yeah. Freedom dividend? What is that?
That's what Yang.
That was a peace dividend after the Cold War end.
Yeah. No, it's the
Andrew Yang called it the freedom dividend.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Would you abolish food stamps, Lactoid?
So,
I think you've said that before.
Yeah, right? I have. Yeah. So the base level, the thing that you're talking about, the base level, that's not really about an interest in either equity or equality of opportunity. That's just like I would argue humanitarian concerns. This is just more along the ideas of, like, I don't want to get this person. I don't feel like it's my obligation to get this person to, like, up to a certain level, I just don't want to see them die, or like I don't want to see like a certain level of suffering that I find to be unacceptable. That motivation is not the same one that we're necessarily talking about. But if you're asking me directly, do I support that? I don't, and I've been clear about that. I don't think that anybody has, and this kind of goes in line with what I was saying before. I don't think that anybody has a right to the resources or body of somebody else just by virtue of them existing. So, and if you like consider this like in the sex context, like let's say you have an incel who like has some kind of mental disorder. I know it's a crazy hypothetical, but let's just assume who like will die unless they have sex. I don't think any woman's obligated to do anything with him. If he dies, that's his problem. Now replace sex with anything else: food, housing, etc., etc.
I don't think that analogy holds, really.
Why wouldn't it hold?
Well, I assume you don't buy social contract theory as a concept, so I guess I won't go down that road. But I'll just double check.
It's not your actual sausage.
I can at least make the link in terms of food and water being a biological necessity. I don't think I can make the argument. Like even if I would agree with you with that.
Turn off my camera for a minute.
If a person if an incel is threatening suicide of, hey, have sex with me or otherwise I'm going to kill myself, like, yeah, you're not on the hook for that.
No, but the hypo is like this incel, like the only way to stop him from dying would be if he got laid. Like that's the hypothetical. Like let's say I can give you a person like this. Do you think any woman has an obligation to sleep with him?
It's hard for me to engage with that, like, because you're pretty much like putting it in like in the realm of like, well, it is like food and water, and so in that case, like, yeah, I would hypothetically like say yeah, potentially.
Right, and the reason why I use this example is because specifically it seems like lefties only understand consent when it comes to sex and very don't care about it when it comes to other things. So I put like the two are actually, I think, very comparable, right? In the same way that like the ugly person, sure, due to circumstances out of their control, they're not going to get as much as other people who just happen to be born in a better position. That does not mean the people born in a better position owe them anything. The ugly people are just going to be lower, and that's the hierarchy of society.
Yeah, but even then, I still don't think the analogy holds. Just because to provide someone food and water, again, there's the biological link of just that being a necessity.
Generally speaking, I would agree with you. Yeah.
And also like having sex and like whatever that requires a certain amount of manipulation on your body, as opposed to just like providing something external to you. Like if someone said that they required for me to urinate on them, then that's.
But food requires labor, right? Like somebody put their body into making that. And so when you take the product of that, you're using their body without their consent.
Yeah, sure. But even then, just in terms of like, I think most people understand the violation of like, whatever, being slapped versus being stabbed.
I was about to say, I'm a farmer, and even I'd be like, yeah, fucking somebody's a whole lot different from taking a handful of grain.
I think it's similar in principle. I understand that like, you might think like it's to a lesser degree, which I would agree it's to a lesser degree. But like there was a time in America in which people did do farming against their will. What's
possession versus body?
It seems like the one difference between like slavery and taxes is just the percentage, right? If it's 100%, it's slavery. If it's 50%,
I think your
it's
internet
America.
is cutting out, Lactoid, unless it's me.
Yeah, we're losing people.
Left and right.
Can you
did.
Right, we got him back.
You did badmouth the Lord.
Oh no! So I don't know when I cut off, but what I said is like there was a time in America in which we compelled people to farm against their will. Really the only difference between slavery and taxation is slavery is at 100% taxation and slavery are essentially identical. 50 when you get to 50%, you get America now. But I mean, if it's at 100%, now it's slavery. Now it's like this kind of great moral evil. But there's really not a difference there in principle, only a number, right? The question is just on a percentage number. You would agree with me that like if I took 100% of everything that you farmed, Phil, you would agree that I've essentially made you my slave.
Like that. I understand what you're saying there. Yeah, I would agree. And like to me, like it's one of the things that always will kind of keep me on the right, no matter what. Like to me, it's always been my IQ test, the basic statement: taxation is theft. Okay. Like if you can't wrap your mind around that, why that could even be possibly conceived as theft, it's like, okay.
That's right.
You're ostensibly on now, Corey. You're just like in Canada. You're probably like, how could you even say such a thing? But yeah,
No, I
it's-
can intellectually engage with it. No, like I'm not.
okay.
I can conceptually understand how in your world you see it as theft because, like, yeah, you didn't consent to it and you prefer not to be.
Yeah, it's
taxed.
not. I'm one of those people. I don't look at taxes as like an investment. It's an expense. You know what I mean? Like it's just an expense. That's all it is. And so yeah, I'm one of those
Extortion.
people. Yeah, and
I am curious. Do you
oh yeah,
do you accept corn subsidies or and
direct
if you
cash
do,
payments have ended. The big area that people don't really look into is crop insurance. Okay, half the crop insurance is covered by the federal.
Rain, hail. Yeah.
So now it's, you know, there ain't no other game in town. So, but that's actually the big one. That's actually the big, but like direct cash payments ended in 2014. And there's actually like a couple of websites you can look into, and like I'm not gonna say which ones they are, but I could actually look up every single farmer I know, and I could see exactly what they've gotten from the federal government since 1998. And it's fascinating. There's something like, you motherfucker, are you fucking kidding me, bro? And then there's some guys like, oh wow, that guy hasn't touched a fucking pen. Like me personally, I haven't taken a federal dollar.
That insurance is no joke, though. Like you guys can look into like it's like a flood hail or something like that. Insurance, whatever. It's provided by the feds. But essentially, what it means is like if you lose your crop for like weather related reasons, the government reimburses you like the value of what you would have made selling that crop, which essentially means, and I think it also applies to like drought as well. It essentially means that like, I mean, can you even lose money like on a harvest, Phil? Is that even possible?
Oh yeah.
You think so?
Oh yeah. Like you definitely can. Trust me.
Okay.
Insurance will only go so far. There's like I've seen it before. I've seen some like.
What about the
folks bringing some
in order to ensure that like enough gets produced every year to feed everybody? You have to like guarantee there'll be a certain level of overproduction, like above the ideal supply and demand rate or whatever. And so therefore they pay people to basically not farm in any given year in order to keep the capacity there.
That's the old subsidy system that was before the 70s. The new subsidy system, the overproduction. There is basis where if like
that's where we get our government cheese, right?
Let's not exactly, but it's the USDA. Corey, God bless. Like I will say, if you go to Washington D.C., the biggest building you're going to find there is the USDA. Like there is no building.
Even after Reagan moved it to like Kansas or whatever.
Oh, the DC USDA building is the largest building.
Still there.
Yep, still there. Sure, there's a building in Kansas too, but that's kind of where the idiots get sent.
I got to bounce you guys.
Well, hey, Lactoid. God bless, sir.
Yep.
KOE Nation on YouTube. KOE Nation on YouTube.
Check them out,
Were
guys.
we supposed to do something on your channel at some point? I can't remember what it was, like Ukraine or something. I can't remember what it was. I remember we had some brief conversation about it.
Oh, real quick, what are your thoughts on the Ukraine funding, Phil? Before I go.
The longer we keep funding it, the longer it's going to keep us from the eventual peace talk. I said the day the invasion happened that we're going to have Berlin Wall 2.0 somewhere, who the fuck knows where exactly, and we're going to be playing political hopscotch around that. And you know what? It's looking like that's for the 20 years we're going to play a political hopscotch around that, and it looks like that's going to be the ultimate end of this war. And if that's the case, I may never predict anything ever again. Like I'll just like, nope. Retire right there. Retire on top.
More interesting is Phil's opinion on Israel.
That one's, well, my real opinion on that is don't expect peace. Do not look for peace. You will not find peace until Jews and Muslims, Israelis and Palestinians accept Jesus Christ as their one true begotten Son of God, the one true Messiah, and the only Savior, and the one who died for our sins on the cross. Until they acknowledge that, there will be no peace, because only Jesus grants peace. So don't look for peace.
And Russia needs to recognize the Pope.
It's just, oh Jesus, whoa, all right. Now we're getting into Eastern Orthodox versus Catholic stuff. Like, no, don't get me wrong. If that would at least make the Eastern Orthodox Church recognize a more complete Trinity, because they broke off because they believe that Jesus, the Holy Spirit, does not proceed from the Son, only the Father.
That's not what happened. The Pope broke off from the church. Okay, let's be.
Oh, okay. So you're an Eastern apologist. Okay.
I mean, it's not my fault that one of the patriarchs decided that he was the voice of God and the other ones weren't. It seems like a contrary to how Jesus set up the church.
Well, it's all actually, it's another, just like that other, that whole, what Trinitarian problem was really a semantic issue. This is also a semantic issue because it has to do with what does it mean that, because here's the thing, both the East and the West agree on one thing, which is that Peter is the primarch, I guess you would say. Like, he's the prime patriarch.
Well, first among equals. That's an important
First
phrase.
among equals is the way the East looks at it, and the way the West
the correct
looks at
way
it is,
to look at it. Sorry.
First among equals is the way they interpret it, and the way the West interprets it is the supreme patriarch. And so, supremacy versus primacy is the question. Is it, does the Latin turn into primacy, in which case the East is right, or does it turn into supremacy, which is what the West would like for it to be?
Iko, you'll like this, and Lactoid, you're not going to like this, but it was already settled at the Second Council of Leon, where the ecumenical patriarch of Constantinople actually came to Rome and sang the Nicene Creed with the Filioque, and he himself acknowledged the Filioque, that the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Son as well. When he got back, some king said, "Nuh-uh," but it really doesn't matter. The ecumenical patriarch of Constantinople already affirmed the Filioque, and so in the 1400s, this was already settled. It's just one of those things that history doesn't like to talk about. That. Second Council of Leon, look it up.
But the bigger
that could be true, but that doesn't change the fact that the Pope is a traitor.
The idea about
I know why I attend a proper Protestant
is
church.
the real question there, and I think and I will say that the
the
East
Pope's
has,
horrible. You're right there.
the East does still recognize first among equal has the word first in it, and therefore they have not allowed themselves to have a church council, because you cannot have a church council without Rome present. So they haven't changed anything in Eastern Orthodoxy since the schism.
Yeah,
They're waiting for Rome to return.
Oh, he's putting the cross on. Nice. I totally get what you're talking about, Lactite. I used to be a devout altar boy when I was a young boy. I was a devout Catholic growing up, but now, I just cannot get to the idea that the Pope is the vicar of Christ on earth. I cannot accept.
But I'd rather
This
see
is
you
the
put on
correct
your
one,
agenda.
Iko. This is the correct one. See this little cross at the bottom, the little line.
Left and right.
That's how you know. That's how you know it's correct.
I'm doing the left and then the right. Okay, left and then right.
A horrible order. Iko, who?
Even I was raised with
surely.
left and right.
No.
Now, granted, I don't cross
but it's
myself
left and
anymore.
then
I don't cross myself anymore because that's just not a ritual I engage in anymore. But I'm helping out a very nice local church of some really.
It's not just a Catholic thing. It's a Christian thing.
Yeah,
It's just that some denominations have forgotten it.
Uh-huh. Weird how the original consistent one, it seems like the other ones may have forgotten it as opposed to the one that kind of remained the same.
The left and the right. I need to do some research on that.
Oh my God, this is awesome. You're an ortho bro too. This is awesome. Oh God, we need to have a full-on ortho bro versus Western tradition debate sometime.
Yeah, we
get
need
the three of us
Orthodox
together.
and Anglicans too. They've got some interesting takes too.
I usually do a Sunday night Bible study. Lactoid, would you be willing to come on sometime and give your story?
I would get destroyed, KOE.
No,
I'm not.
no, no,
I'm
no,
not
no,
an
no, no, no,
apologist.
no, no,
I'm
no,
not
no.
like a really thick
No, 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 no,
theologian.
no. I'm not gonna like debate you or try to like what I want. Like I've done this with ICAL before, and we did get into a little bit of debate, but you know, we like to debate. What I usually do is I have people come on and tell their story, their journey in Christ, how they arrived here. Because this isn't about debate. Christ is not our blood sport. His blood was enough for us. Okay. It's not blood sport at all. I just want your perspective because, you know, I don't have a lot of ortho bros on. But I'm just curious how you got there, your journey. Like, that's really what I want is a chance for you to give your witness.
Well, Phil, this is gonna. Wait, what'd you say, Aiko?
I've enjoyed every Orthodox mass I've been to. I think they have very beautiful way ceremonies.
My great grandfather is Greek Orthodox.
Yeah. So, I mean, Phil, you're going to hate this, but like right now, I'm not a religious person. I did go to a lot of Orthodox masses before, but not something I've been doing lately. So
Hey, no, that's fine. Like, but that's still like, I think we should, I would like to have you on sometime and discuss it. But yeah, like I've gotten, because I've been on Andrew Wilson's Crucible Discord, and I've been getting
he's ortho.
I've been getting into deep debates with all of them to the point where even Andrew's like, I want to have a side conversation with you, Phil, because this is getting a little much. Okay. Because like I do my fucking research, like, you know, the Second Council of Leon, like I bring my receipts. I make sure that I know what I'm talking about. Like it's because I made this decision to start attending the church that I am now. It was not a lightly made decision. Okay. Like it was one that I prayed on deeply, did a lot of research, and these are people that need me. So that's why I'm there. But you know what? Like my great grandfather, he was Greek Orthodox. So go in peace, brother in Christ. Okay. God bless you, sir.
KOE, I appreciate it as always. You're an absolute character, and it's a lot of fun to chat with you. Thanks for just.
I still want a Phil Gibbs debate.
Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. You should debate Gibbs on something.
War.
Well, Gibbs is a neocon, so there's plenty there that Phil can disagree with.
Very anti-war. So yeah,
Gibbs is the most pro-war person I've ever had a conversation with.
He wants war just for the sake of war. Like he doesn't really care about.
Like I asked him, I was like, "Should the Ukraine war? Like we gotta stop the Ukraine war sometime?" And he was like, "No, why? Like we just keep it going forever."
Yeah, he just wants to kick ass.
Demonstrate American superiority. He wants to drone bomb the border. I mean, he's got ideas.
Okay, so yeah, that'll
he wants alligators. Yeah,
that'll be a lot of memes, but that won't be all that hard to defeat. I'm sorry, it's never like here's the dirty little secret, Lactoid. Over enough time, the anti-war people are always proven right.
Well, except for World War II, but that's
give it enough time. Give it enough time. Now people are starting to talk about the fire bombings of Dresden and shit. Like, yeah, give it enough time. Eventually, the anti-war people are always proven right. People appealing to the one popular war in the last 200 years, though.
People do, and this is something we want to talk about for a while. People do underestimate some of the atrocities that were conducted by Allied forces during the war. We all know about, like, to some extent, what the Soviets did, which was the most horrific of any of the powers on the Allies' side, right? I would argue. But the United States also had some policies that were an issue, and I think I saw
Dresden. Actually, the Dresden criticism is not new.
No, I know the Dresden, but here's one that you may have not known, and that I didn't really know until recently. But I saw one estimate that 1 out of 10 births in post-war Germany during the American occupation was due to sexual assault from American servicemen against German women. The American forces set up comfort stations in Japan during our occupation in which comfort women were used, similar to how the Japanese used Korean comfort women during their occupation of Korea. You can look this up.
Yep, war is hell. Why do you think I oppose it? Peace, man. God bless.
Peace. Good note to end on.
What a concept. KOE on YouTube.
All right. You guys can still see me, right? You guys hear me? Phil's a really likable guy. I'm not a very I'm not religious, so but you know, I didn't want to go too hard in it because Phil is he's a chill dude. But I mean, if we're talking about the history of Christianity, I do think that and maybe this is just less theocratic and more just from a biased perspective, but you guys should look into Orthodox Christianity. I think it's the most correct of obviously the denominations in terms of just the historicity of everything. Regardless, though, really appreciate you guys tuning in today. We went through a lot. We had a long stream today. I thought it was a lot of good fun. We're going to raid on out now. For those of you who gave bits and subs and were active in chat, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. 28, maybe 30. You are in roughly the correct range. So you're good there. So wrong, it was dozens burned, all settled. We should talk about those McDonald's coffee cases at some point. The coffee was kept at roughly the same temperature as like a home pot of coffee. People should know that coffee's hot, and the fact that they had to cool it down, I think, is dumb. But that's, again, we can go over the specifics of that lawsuit. A lot of people will say things like, oh, great, I got the room now. A lot of people will say things like, oh, no, like that was actually wrong that they did that. In reality, I've learned all the facts, and I still support McDonald's. You sold coffee, which is hot, to somebody at the temperature in which it normally comes out of a coffee maker, at like home coffee makers, and somebody spilled it on themselves. Yes, we live in a world with risks. Coffee's hot. This should be a well-understood risk. Cars can crash. Now the coffee's cold, and it's not hot when we get to work. It sucks. Who do you guys think we should stream on out or raid on out into? Gibbs is streaming, and I'm thinking him, but we've done him quite a few the past couple times. How much of a communist is really this kid not kin person? Let me listen to him for a second.
Feel the pressure of making life and death decisions of bombing trucks?
No, that's what that's what the policy is for. It takes away the tension. It means you can just do it.
Hold on.
Wait, sorry.
Combat zone. They're making a decision above a combat zone. They're not under fire. They're picking out trucks to launch missiles.
You guys want to listen to Israel Palestine? Nah. What's Gibbs up to? What's he doing?
Video ain't over yet. We just got a brand new story that...
We're sending you guys over to Gibbs. That's what we're doing. The alliance will hold. Anyway, love you guys. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Do you think I could have a chance? This is it. This is where we find out. Quick question. Student body math proficiency. What? What do we say? It's good, fair. Get out of here, man. Understood. Hey, excuse me. We get you real